There we go. Hey guys. We're back with more Pokemon Violet and Scarlet, I guess. Well, mostly Violet. Considering that Iron Leaves and Walking Wake are back. So, I'm not sure how exactly I sound right now. I sound probably sound a little bit iffy because turns out I ended up catching something that feels like an ear infection yesterday. So, my right ear is just totally just sore and numb. And you know that feeling when you go into a swimming pool and your ear feels clogged with water? Yeah, that's how my ear feels. And unfortunately, there's no doctors available until tomorrow morning, so I can't do anything about it for now. But, I mean, I don't think my speaking is affected by it or anything like that, and thankfully I don't use earbuds for streaming, I use a headphone, so it doesn't sit in my ear, so it's actually not too hurting at the moment. Oops, that's awful. Yeah, it definitely sucks. Especially if you wear earbuds quite often, you're just like, oh, can't do that anymore. But, yeah. I've taken some Panadol just to help with the pain a little bit. But yeah, I think we should be all good. So, the plan is for today is to get a good counter for Iron Leaves, because that was the one we were sort of struggling with last time. And it seems that King Gambit might be a good option this time around. If we can use Goldango, but our Goldango is actually not really set up for what is it? These type of raids, I realize. I technically could get another Goldango because I do have all those coins necessary for it. And I guess we just have to hope that somebody drops by for Scarlet. Because one of the things I want to get done is basically get Iron Leaves and Walking Wake on my other game, so I can transfer them over to home when the time comes. Oh, and also, hey AJ, I forgot to greet you. I was just like, oh, I've been rambling on about how my ear hurts instead. But yeah, we can go for, we can get another Goldango if we need to, and the other option is King Gambit. We did catch a Bishop last episode, so I didn't actually take a good look at the 2 mons we caught in the shinies at all. I think I just ended stream because I was so exhausted. I was just like, oh, we did it, sort of thing. I can't even remember if I checked them for marks or anything. Okay, the Bishop... Actually, hey, the Bishop has exactly what we need. It needed to be Defiant, and it needed to have a Dark Terror type, so this is actually perfect. We can probably make this Bishop into our raid boss. Because I don't think I'll probably use it in battle, I don't know. So I think I'll make him into our raid mon. So let's see. We need... Oh, interesting. So they all have electric seed as a thing. But yeah, I think King Gambit seems to be the best option because literally this is how you beat it. It says step 1, turn 1 to 3, use Sword Stance. Step 2, just use Kotal Cleave until it dies. I mean, you can't get any simpler than that. But yeah. Alright, I guess we should start setting up. So we need to remove Talonflame because we're not hatching any eggs at the moment. We need to grab a Goldango so he can be there for us as he always is. There's the Annihilate we used last time. Actually, this is the Defiant one. Actually, we could probably replace that other... Oh no, what am I thinking? Also, that looked different. I don't think I've ever seen that. Or maybe I just never used this function at all. Alright. That's enough of getting distracted. I've got to go eat sandwiches. We need attack and HP, so it's back to the usual grind. That's okay. Thankfully, it seems that that Panadol is really kicking in at the moment and making it that my ear doesn't hurt as much. But yeah, yesterday, I think yesterday night, I woke up and I was like, oh, it's a little sore. That's a bit off. But last night, I woke up and I was like, oh wow, this is actually really painful. I can't even, like, turn to sleep a certain way and whatnot. And I called my doctors and I was like, hey, when's my doctor available? Like, the one I usually go to? They're like, oh, not until, like, Tuesday. And I'm like, There is no way I'm waiting till Tuesday about this. Like, either A, it'd been in a worse state, or B, it would have been healed already, so there's like no point. And I was hoping to get one today, but they're like, nope, nobody's available. And I was like, no, single person's available? And they're like, yeah, next we can do is like tomorrow morning. And I was like, alright, fine. I guess I'll just have to deal with it for one more day. It's further down, isn't it? I played this game recently. I don't know why I'm finding this difficult to remember where everything is. But yeah, I played this game again with another file. And I also learnt that on said other file, I couldn't get online unless I had a Nintendo account. So I ended up making a secondary email under a certain somebody's name. And then I just got a 3-month one, I think. Because I do plan to use that account for another game, I think after the Stadium series, because I did think about the Stadium game for a little while, because we did suffer through it the first time. Oh god, that bread is a bit iffy. But yeah, so I decided that no, you know what? I'll try again with Pokemon Stadium. We only played it once, so let's go for another round. You know, so I got my team ready for the Poke Cup, or the cup that requires you to be level 50 or 55, which I made sure to be 55 because there's no way Stadium is going to laughably not have everyone at level 50. Let's be absolutely real. It says level 50 to 55. You know the opponent was going to have level 50s. Or 55s at the end. So we're not going to give them the satisfaction. That's the big reason why we did the gym challenges at level 100. Was simply so the game could not cheat and do anything silly like giving mons that were not the same level. I think they would have been regardless. That's the picnic button. But, you know, we got to play it safe when it comes to Pokemon Stadium. As we all know from the previous episode of what happened right near the end, I still am in complete shambles of what happened at the end of that episode. Like, the end of that, like, final battle, last move. I could have easily played it safe, and I should have, honestly. I shouldn't have given the game a chance. That was very foolish of me to do so. But, yeah. Thank goodness for save states. And I plan to use it next time as well. So, this game will not cheat me out again. And yes, we are also going to attempt the Little Cup. I have prepared a team for Little Cup. And I will show that off next stream, I guess. Don't want to give away everything, you know? So we will be playing Stadium again. Though I realize that literally both of our streams this week sort of ended in a bad situation. Like, we were quite frustrated at the end of Pokemon Stadium 2. We ended up in a bit of a soft lock situation over in Dragon Quest XI, which is unfortunate. Hopefully we'll be able to get out of it. It just requires me to do a little bit of grinding. Which I find funny, because that entire section is supposed to be a somewhat stealth section. It's not complete stealth, it's just like, obviously if you fight, you're going to be a lot weaker for the boss of that area. But we're in that situation, like, we have to fight everyone, so we're not weak enough so that we can actually, you know, survive the boss. It was probably my silly mistake of just pushing through the story. I knew it was coming up, that boss, and I was like, it shouldn't be that bad. And then I remembered that, oh yes, it actually is this bad, because you're literally trying to fight a really tough offensive boss with 2 squishy units, and I'm like, oh god. I mean, the healer at least can tank a little bit, but like, man, our black mage does not. Perhaps I should have got that armor while I still could have. Oh well. There's nothing we can do about it now. We just have to push on forward. But yeah, the new file I have on this game, I did do it as a Nuzlocke format so that I don't have many Pokemon on that team. Like, well, team file. So my hope is that I can get someone to trade over the mon that I'm training to that file, because obviously if I had home, which I do, but we're not connected to home yet with Scarlet and Violet, if we could connect it to Scarlet and Violet, I would trade it over through home, but I'm gonna have to just hope that some people do show up and then we can trade over. So I can get Iron Leaves in that game. I have checked. Iron Leaves is available in that game because I did get that membership. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You literally can't do anything online in this game unless you have a membership. You can do everything else, but yeah, it's a little whack. I was thinking of getting a family membership, but I was like, am I really going to be using this account for online play that much? And I was like, you know what? No, not really. It's only going to be for a couple of streaming purposes, which will be done later in the line. So I thought 3 months should be plenty. So I did get the pleasure of making the new account based off Terry. And when I was making the Nintendo account, they were like, hey, do you want to put a me here? And I was like, absolutely, I'll make a me that looks like Terry. I've never done that before. I think I did pretty well. It's just a shame you can't really see it here because, like, I think I have, I don't have it on the actual Switch. It's just on the account online. I think I just called the second file Thinking Challenge Runs. Well, that's one option, is that, yeah, I can actually do Nuzlocke over on the other account, which I did do on Violet, and let me tell you, that was rough. Like, hella rough. We managed to get to the end of, like, the entire game. This is including, like, all the routes. So, the Champion route, the Titans route, and Team Star route. Which is obviously a lot more than you're supposed to do for a Nuzlocke route in this game. A lot of people, when they do a Nuzlocke route, they just stick to Champions route because it's literally just the gym leaders. And I can understand why, because Team Star route was rough with a Nuzlocke. In this game, because a lot of the areas are just massive, massive areas, it sort of results in, like, there being less encounters. But that might be just me. It felt like there was less encounters. There was a couple of routes I didn't go and check out. I should have gone back and checked out some routes. But also, I was using a randomizer to determine what one I got. And that randomizer, I think, screwed me over more than the game at times. Sometimes I would get... They would like, go find this encounter. I'm like, I don't even know where that encounter is. I think one of them was like, go get a Floette from the west area. And I'm like, I didn't even know Floette could, like, spawn in the west area. And it does. In this tiny little patch corner right at the top of the west area. Like, just before you hit the desert. It was like this tiny, tiny little path, and there was a single Floette with a single Flabébé. I was like, how was I supposed to know this was here? Like, usually when you go get a Floette, you just go to the, where the fairy Team Star area was. But yeah. Let's just say that near the end of that Nuzlocke route, I was grinding Chanseys like over and over in the fairy area. Because of just trying to get my team to be of reasonable levels, or like keep up with the level cap. Without, like, you know, dying to whatever was out there, because sometimes even trainers had stuff they just throw at you, you just like were not prepared for it. And I think that's also just in part because I didn't go and fight a lot of the trainers in this game. Because I was always felt like I was always, you know, over-leveled? I don't know. Especially when you don't have to worry about, like, switching out Pokemon because they died or something like that. So that's kind of how it felt near the end. But to say that I almost failed because of the fighting star base, that was really, really hard. Like, I think it's Aerie, I believe. She is actually packing some serious heat with her team. She's got a sucker-punching Toxicroak. She's got Annihilate, which we know how bad, like how busted Annihilate can be in this game. She's got Lucario, so if you don't have anything that can handle that. And then she's got the Revavroom right at the end, which just spams like steel and fighting moves, and also has stamina. So if you hit it with like physical moves, it actually does less damage. I totally forgot about that, and I was like, God, what do I do? Like, I don't know how to beat this thing. And to say that my run was literally saved by a random shiny encounter says a lot. I ended up running into a shiny Dedenne in my run. Full odds, because obviously it's a new file. But to say that the run would have ended there, and I would have just had to just play through the rest of the game normally, because there was no way I was going to restart right near the end, just says a lot. That I had to find I found a single random Dedenne while grinding Chanseys. Was able to had the fairy Terra type, which is super convenient, and then used the fairy TM that I was given of Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, that was rough. I feel like we need forms of Rerun that were inspired by Team Stars. Yeah, I feel like that would definitely be an interesting thing. Whoop. I'll say it was a really cool idea. Also, like, playing through the main game again, like, after you know the story, it was kind of interesting. There were things that I just noticed this time around. I was like, oh, actually, this was like a foreshadowing to this, or like, or the fact that the big star mobiles, I didn't realize, but they do have, obviously has a Rerun right at the front. I didn't realize that the two back wheels were actually also Varooms. I totally didn't notice that until like I was watching the cutscene again. I was like, wait a second, there's 3 Pokemon holding up this entire car. But yeah, I feel like if we could get like miniature versions of what Rerun was in the Star Mobiles, that definitely would have made Rerun a little bit more interesting. Not that Rerun's base form isn't like uninteresting or anything like that. It's just I feel like more forms would have been a little more interesting. I guess the only downside is like anyone who's catching all the forms would have to go catch them all. Woo! Maybe it could be like a what is it? A Rotom situation. You know how Rotom has all those many different forms? We could just get something like that, where it's like Rerun just has to apply certain what's the word? Car parts? Car parts. And then they could like become a different type of Rerun. I think that would have been a neat idea. Though a part of me feels like there'll be some group out there who'll be like, oh no, this is just copying Rotom, this is just Diet Rotom or something like that. Because some people just can't be happy. Alrighty. Let's quickly heal up so that we can have Golden go fighting again. I do know, with also the, yeah, okay, so for the King Gambit, I've seen some people use just Sword Stance, and then I've seen some people go for Iron Defense. Because I think Iron Defense at least helps you a little bit, because, why is this? Oh, this is the Inteleon raid. Yeah, the Inteleon raid's on still. Totally forgot. I need to go over to... I'm just going to go to Zapico because that's all I always know where the sandwich shop is there. Just, you know. But I think getting Iron Defense would probably be a good idea for King Gambit if we're not worried about time running out. Because obviously... If I remember rightly, the issue was that, it has Mega Horn, Leaf Blade, and Psyblade. Psyblade we're immune to because of the Dark typing, we're resistant because of Steel, but it's just Mega Horn would be the only issue. And Mega Horn, you know, is Mega Horn. It does have lower accuracy, but also I mean, Iron Leaves has Sword Stance. So I think it might be better just to get the Iron Defense if possible, and just spam Iron Defense, so that if he spams Sword Stance, we can at least tank that, and then we can use the healing cheer just to heal if we really need to. Okay, over to our favorite place, Port Marinada. I feel like we go to Port Marinada so often, but I mean, this is the most logical place for Tauros. But I might first look up and see if there's any interesting auctions on. I still haven't had an interesting auction every time I just sort of drop by. If I grinded for this, there might be, but like, I've only had like twice I've had an actual rare apricorn ball show up. Every other time it's not really anything interesting. Great balls, muscle feather, zinc. Yeah, nothing interesting at all. Another thing I did was I think when I was doing my Nuzlocke file is that you can skip cutscenes in this game, but there's not many cutscenes you can really skip. It's kind of funny. It's like, I thought they would skip more cutscenes, but at the same time I was like, oh wait, if we skip like this, you might actually have no idea what's happening, so I can understand why they didn't skip that. Is it just me, or one of those look a bit different? The Tauros behind this one, he looks a bit different. Is it just me? That guy, right there, he looks kind of different, right? I need them to run over here because... That guy, in the back, he looks different, this one. Yeah, I don't know either, but I feel like he does, and the problem is I don't want to get too close to Port Marinada because... Where is he? Oh. Where'd he go? This guy. Right, this one. Yeah, I was right. It is a shiny. I was like... He looked a bit funny, and I was like, it's a shiny. We finally run into a shiny one of these guys. It only took how many sandwiches? I was like, yeah, this guy looks just a tiny bit different from the other one. You can see it a little bit better now that he's fighting us. I was looking at his face and I was like, man, his face looks a bit different from the other guys. I just don't understand what it is. I mean, why not check it? Yeah, look at the guy on the left compared to him. You can really tell now that the face is very different. It's a lot darker, even in the rain. Nice, a shiny within less than half an hour. We'll take it. His main's a bit brighter too. I think it'll be a little easier to see if we are. Let's see. Show me on the Pokédex what he looks like. Yeah, now you can definitely see it. There we go. It's a good thing it's also Tauros, so we don't have to worry about losing any extra points. We'll just slot him in here. And, well, we could technically have kept him on the team to grind out these guys, but yeah. Wow, what an incredibly lucky find. I was thinking at one point, I was like, we've been fighting Tauros so much, eventually we're going to run into a shiny one. Right? And I guess that was today. But I wasn't expecting it to be the exact first group that we ran into. It was a little scary because we were close to Port Marinada, and I was really worried that if we, cross over the town threshold, he would despawn. But luckily, Tauros are pretty aggressive and they come towards you. It is a shame that it's just the basic combat breed, because I know, I can't remember which one it is, if it's the fire or the water one that can be used in competitive. It's still a shiny, so I'm not going to complain. And it was totally, like, accidental. I think it was just this was just a shiny charm sort of shiny, because obviously we don't have any sandwiches in effect. I wouldn't say it's full odds, but it's still pretty close. certainly brighten my day just a little bit. But yeah, if this is a testament of like how bad some of the shinies are in this game, yeah. Perhaps it's a good thing it isn't sunny and it's like raining and dark, so it was actually a little bit easier to see them. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can find another group of Tauros. Over here, I guess. There we go. Yes, usually sometimes I'll look at a group of Tauros and I'll see one of them and I'll be like, oh, that one sort of looks shiny, but most of the time it's usually a, nope, that's not shiny. My doggo is also staring very intently at me. He's been a bit fussy this morning. Probably doesn't want me to be playing video games and wants me to pet him. I also realized we have to go and do the thingy with Bishop, isn't it? It is, what is it? It's like, you gotta go fight 3 Bishop with those weird thingamashiggy, ain't it? I believe that's how it works, right? Yeah, defeat 3 Bishop, which lead a group of Pawniard with your own Bishop. It's such a strange, strange evolution. Thankfully, it's not as hard as some other ones. I'm looking at you, Runa Riggers. What was that? Evolution line, thank you very much. Like, I think the entirety of, like, the Gala region's weird evolutions is just... they're all so bizarre. We had, like, Runerigus, Surfetched is also another weird evolution. I think Gala just had a bunch of really weird evolutions, if we think about it. Find an apple and give the apple to a little apple dragon to evolve it. Spin around in a circle while holding a decoration to evolve into Alcremie forms. And depending which way you spin, whether it's clockwise, counterclockwise, how long you spin for, and what time of day you spin for, also depends on, like, what evolution you'll get. Like, there's some just wild evolutions in Gala. The octopus turning your console upside down? Yeah. At least that made more sense in the 3DS era, which is where it came from, which you could turn a 3DS over. On the Switch, it's a little more difficult. It's doable. But it's not like I can get my Pro Controller and just turn it upside down. But yeah, I remember Gala having just some of the weirdest evolutions. Alright, how many more do we need to do? Oh, the rain finally stopped. Only took 5 minutes. It looks like my doggo is finally getting more comfortable. But also, I think Malamar is more of a squid rather than an octopus. Yeah, still strange evolution. I guess Poltergeist is another sort of strange evolution because, I mean, you have to go out of your way to go find, what is it? You have to go find a teapot. I know, just brain fart, lol. I mean, squid, octopus, similar thing, though I'm pretty sure Splatoon fan would argue otherwise. But, there was a... That's another one I have to actually end up going and catching, is, the Sinistea. And, here's the issue. Sinistea is really small in this game, but you have the benefit of being able to look under the rim of a Sinestea's cup. Because, yeah, Sinistea can have that authentic one, and I kind of need 2 authentic Sinesteas. so I can trade them into home, because technically they are different forms. Problem is, I have never even caught a authentic Sinistea, so it's going to be a rough one. I tried looking in Sword and Shield, because that's obviously the game it came from, but then turns out, in my main file of Sword and Shield, I don't even have either of the teapots to like check if it's the correct Sinistea. That's a big way you can check if your Sinistea is authentic, because I believe only authentic ones can evolve with the chipped teapot, whilst cracked teapots are for the phony Sinistea. And I kind of need to, like, needing two of them and, like, not having the pot to check definitely doesn't help, so. But yeah, with this game, you have the free moving camera, unlike in Sword and Shield, where the battles are sort of locked to that spinning camera, to say. No, I don't want to change Miraidon into battle form. That's another thing, too. I have to go find somebody who's, is willing to trade Koraidon for Miraidon. Because in the other game, I have to go catch the, go catch the extra Miraidon and the Treasures of Ruin, so I can transfer them over to home as well. Plus, I mean, I should probably get a more proper team in there again when I get a chance, because I gotta go do the whole thing. I want Tauros, please. Something tells me this isn't a Tauros. Let's see. Yep, that's definitely not a Tauros. Remembering a guy trying to find the shiny authentic. Yeah, they had apparently a method to getting more authentics. So honestly, I should go and see what the method is so I can have a better chance. Bro, you keep lowering my stats, I'm gonna hit you even harder. Also, shiny Bishop looks so good in this game. I just note, like, the feet and the arms are a slight, very slight gold tint. I think he did get that shiny authentic Sinistea in the end. Also, somebody was kind enough to, like, mail him, like, a actual teapot that looks like a Sinistea. That was cool. Honestly, Pokemon should, like, do more of those, you know? It's a freaking teapot and a teacup. Like, the marketing is right there, Pokemon. Just, maybe, is there a Sinistea? I wonder if there is a Sinistea. Let's see, Sinistea teacup. I'm just really curious to see if there's any official thing. Oh yeah, there is! They do have an official Sinistea and Poltegeist teacup that you can get at the Pokemon Cafe in Japan. They're quite cute too. Because the, obviously they don't have the holes in it, like, obviously, because all the tea would just flow out, but... Oh, it's so cute! Somebody made it where they have, like, they probably use, like, butterfly, pea leaves, so that it gets a purple tea color. It's very cute, though. It's definitely one of those things that if you're a Pokemon fan, you'd buy it and have for bragging rights, essentially. But regardless, oh, wouldn't it be funny if, like, with these two teapots and stuff, like a 1 in 100 chance that you actually, when you buy it, it has the authentic mark. So I don't think these have the authentic mark, but that would be funny if there's like a rarer chance that these two had authentic marks. But I'm pretty sure that would just cause like scalpers to like flood the market. Let's be real. Can't have a good thing out there in these day and age. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I think it'd definitely be awesome for like the collectors, but if only we weren't in a day and age where scalpers were so prevalent. I would just love for it to be like there was marketing where you could buy certain things, but there's like a slight chance it would be shiny or it'd have a special difference to it if it's like those things with different forms, you know. Definitely would be cool. I'm not lying on that part, but like at the same time there's a couple of issues. It's like your chances of being robbed rise very quickly. Wait a second, I went over to this guy. No! I even said to myself that this was a Ditto. And I went back over to it because it's like lizard brain. No! Remember those rumors back in the day about shiny plushes? Yeah. Nowadays, there's some really creative people out there who make the plushes themselves. They're like, oh, I can't have a shiny plushie, I'm gonna make one myself. Are you a Tauros? Yes, you are. Though, I think they released the line of those... the sitting Tauros... the sitting plushes. They look very cute. I think they're up to 5th gen now. And 5th gen's got a lot of cute Pokemon. That's... like... me, I would think off the top of my head, like... what? Cottony and Whimsicott are pretty cute. Lilligant is quite nice looking. Need to snag me a Trico plush. Oh yeah, because they did Hoenn a couple of months ago. And after Unova, I guess they move on to Kalos? Kalos would be probably a really quick one for them to do because Kalos is a much smaller region. I'd love to get myself a Minun one. Or a Latios one, but I think the Latios one doesn't look as great as a plushie. I think he looks better when he's a figurine. Which I do have a tiny little figurine of him. There's a really expensive, though, figurine. Which, it's like... it's a... I would almost say it's not a figurine, it's like just a giant figure, because it's so big. It's of, Latios and Latias spinning around the Soldew. And it looks great. So we need 4 defense. So we need to go over to the desert real quick. Oh no, actually we don't. We just need to get the feathers. I have plenty of feathers from running around hunting for Tatsugiri. Yeah, I guess that's also, you have to be careful. If your Pokemon that you want to get is like one of those popular ones, you got to get them as soon as you can. It's kind of the sad fact that happened, I think, for when they released the Koraidon and Miraidon plushes, is that a lot of people went and grabbed the, I think Miraidon was a lot more popular than Koraidon, so you could see the shelf where the shelf just had no Miraidon plushies at all, and there was just like all the Koraidon ones that just left. I mean, I have nothing against Koraidon, but I probably would have taken Miraidon first over Koraidon. I mean, I do like them both. They're both really cool. Amazon got some plushies that was sold out on the PC website. Yeah. I know there's a website called Mecha, I believe it's called. M-E-C-C-H-A. That's what I use for getting Japanese stuff. I think I used them for when... is it the Kingdom Hearts or the Hatsune Miku Tamagotchis released? I got them off there. Because, man, those particular Tamagotchis vanished. The Kingdom Hearts ones especially. I'm just going to take a quick look-see. I don't think you'd have a mark. No. My ear's itchy, but it's like the one that's sore. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. I think that's okay now. Alright. We need to go over to the bamboo forest, ain't it? Doo-doo-doo. But yeah, Amazon is a weird thing for me because I'm just like... half the time I've been on Amazon, I have gotten like actual nice like portfolios and stuff like that. When I was looking for things for like holding Pokemon cards, but I would never trust them for like actual like Pokemon card stuff because that looks dodgy as hell. I need something that Do I have... Not really. I might have to teach this guy brick break or something. Something that I can hit. Let's just teach you X scissor real quick, because we actually need to teach you that. I just use them for Gundam kits. Nice. Oh, look at Phalanx. Look at him go. Part of me wants to go get a shiny Phalanx again. I used to have... Why do I say used to? I still have one. Over in my Sword and Shield file, he was on my competitive team. I miss Phalanx. He's so cute. Oh, imagine if they had a plushie for Phalanx. I wonder how they'd do it. They'd probably be lazy and make him in a straight line. When what they really should do is put him in the triangle formation. Have them all sitting down. That would be cute. We're going the wrong way. Also, I'm not seeing any groups of Bishop right now. I'm just seeing singular Bishop wandering around. There's a lot of Phalanx. Oh wait, because we're still under the effects of the sandwich, I just realized. I was like, why is there so many Phalanx around? I've never seen so many Phalanx before. It's because we've still got the fighting sandwich on effect. Let's go to the Pokemon Center. They really do look like a little bunch of like little insects. Little centipedes or something like that. That's what I thought Phalanx was the first time I saw it. I legit thought it was like a, some sort of bug Pokemon. Because in Sword and Shield, you just see them running around in like these little corridors, and I was like, oh, it's a bug Pokemon. I've never seen it. It's so long. It's almost like a caterpillar or something. And then I eventually went over to one, and I was like, you know what, I'll go check it out. And it split off into the Phalanx parts, and I was like, oh my god, I love him. Look at that. The little tiny Phalanx compared to the bigger Phalanx. Yeah, there's not much Phalanx stuff around. That's the downside of some when you have Pokemon that aren't as popular as other ones. You're just like, no, how could you do this to me? How could you not see that I love this one Pokemon only? They're sadly sold out, yeah. That's another downside of things, is that sometimes if you're not fast enough, it vanishes on ya. Oh, interesting. They got a Cyclozard figurine that's coming out eventually. It's pre-order only, looking on the site that I'm looking at. I'm just going to need to make a sandwich that has either steel or dark. Dark would probably be better, but problem is I don't remember. I wish these sandwiches could be sorted through. We just need to get rid of the current encounter rate, because it's just Phalanx that are showing up, all fighting types. Oh wait, Great Tropical Sandwich. Here we go. But yeah, is Cyclozard really that popular? I ask this as a sort of slightly genuine question. I mean, I have nothing against Cyclozard. It has a really cool cry. Is that pineapple? I don't think I've ever used pineapple in like any of my sandwiches here in this game. I was like, what are those? It almost looks like big chunks of cheese. Really want one of those die-cast metal Pokeballs. Oh, I've seen those metal Pokeballs. They're hella expensive. They definitely look cool. Which Pokeball would you get? Because I know there's a bunch of different ones for the Pokeballs, obviously. So, what Pokeball would you get if it was possible. I don't know if they've done all of them. I think they've only done a select few, but like, if there was a particular ball, which one would you take? Alright, hopefully this gets rid of the fighting types and get some bishops spawning in now. There we go. Gotta fight the bishop, not the Pawniards. Cherish Ball? Oh yeah, Cherish Ball is pretty good. And Cherish Ball also has that slight difference where it has like the little strange indent to it. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Fun. Can't believe this man goes for iron defense straight away. Part of me, it's like, I could use Night Slash and hope for the crit. But I mean, this is working. It's just very slow. This is like the one downside to try and getting a King Gambit is like the fact that fighting a bishop against a bishop, neither have any moves that really hit super effective against the other. Also, this bishop's faster than me, despite, like, I'm a level ahead of him. Then again, we are sort of trained. We probably don't have very great stats in the other area. Anyways, that took way longer than it should. I feel like if there was a luxury ball or even a dive ball, I'd probably take it because, obviously, I've probably said multiple times on this channel that those are my favorite Pokeballs. But Cherish Ball definitely is another contender. You know what would be cool, though? And would cost a lot of money. The Cherish Ball from Pokemon Legends Arceus. The one that you use to catch either Palkia or Dialga. The one made out of the red chain. That would be cool. And it's because it has a more like rock-like appearance. I think that would definitely be such a cool addition. And it's such a cool ball too, but you only literally get one. It's almost like the equivalent of the Master Ball in that game. It makes me sad because it looks really cool. But I guess that's why it's called a Cherish Ball. You gotta cherish them whenever they show up. Okay, here we go. Squeeze in! There we go. Oh my goodness. I'm also sort of looking on the sideline of just like in this shop, and there's literally a new line that's coming out. Oh, iron defense again. Which is called Not Losing Against the Wind. But you can basically sum it up as it's fucking Wimdy. The game, like, you get Pillow-Swine, Tangler, Chikorita, Yampa, Eevee, and Cubchoo, which is a very strange lineup. Yampa and Eevee makes sort of sense, but the other four are a bit, you know, oddballs considering, like, Chikorita is not as popular as a starter as much as I love Chikorita. Chikorita is like one of my favorite grass types starters. I know it's garbage in terms of stats, but I have a soft spot for Chikorita. And also because I'm biased towards grass types. But the other ones are a bit odd. I guess the Cubchoo one looks funny because you can see that silly snot bubble he has, like getting pulled away from the wind. That's the only downside to Cubchoo is, like, I just don't understand Japan's, like, obsession with the hanging snot bubble from their characters. It's like that one kid in Wind Waker has. And I was just like, is it the thing? Hello, Cursed Shadow. I am currently just about to evolve this Bishop into a King Gambit, if the game will let me, because every single Bishop we've come across has decided that it would be nice to use Iron Defense to make this a lot fun. But yeah, we are trying to train up our Mon so that we can go and do the Iron Leaves raid. I'm hoping we can find some Scarlet players that we can do the Walking Wake raid as well. The idea is that I want to get a solid Mon for Iron Leaves, because I remember somebody who was in our Discord, I think it was Len, was struggling with getting Iron Leaves, because Walking Wake is not that hard. compared to Iron Leaves in terms of like the actual raid, which is funny because apparently Walking Wake is a lot better in like competitive. But in the raids, Walking Wake just gets completely steamrolled. I think it's also because Walking Wake only had really water-type moves, so if you just negated water-type moves, you're pretty much set. But yeah, I'm hoping to transfer these Pokemon over to my other save file. Do you have the 4 legends from behind the doors? Yes, we do. I actually have an entire living dex of all the mons that are capturable in this game, except for obviously Koraidon, because I obviously kept the other Rhydon in the living dex. Oh, there it is. We're using this shiny Bishop we caught in our previous episode when we were doing the Inteleon raid. Hey Len, good to see you. We're just about to evolve this Bishop into King Gambit because we're going to see if this is a better solution for what's the word? Could I touch trade for 2 of them? Oh, how do you evolve him? I'm still missing him. Okay. So to evolve into King Gambit, what you need to do is go to this area, the bamboo forest. See these bishops? Occasionally you'll find bishops that are wandering around in a group of little pawnyards. You need to defeat 3 of them because, well, hopefully you're supposed to defeat them because apparently the ones in those groups tend to be holding leader crests. I'll show you what the leader crest looks like. Because I think whoops. I'm gonna go lurk. Buddies are wanting to play stuff. Take care. No worries, AJ. Also, what mons were you needing to touch trade, Cursed Shadow? Because I know it is a bit of a random stuff. I'm a little hesitant with touch trading, but yeah. I just want to double check first. So these are the leader crests. Yeah, it says here, held only by Bishop that head up a group of Pawniard. So the idea is that you need to use your Bishop to take on, like, these Bishop that are in groups with Pawniard. And when you've defeated 3 of them, it should evolve, I believe, when you level up. I've taken on 3. I want to see if I have to level up first. Let me double check. Once leveled up. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, look at the gold gauntlets on him. That's so cool. Alright. Okay, that's great to know. Yeah, so you just gotta look for only the bishops that are in groups with with pawniards, like leaders essentially. Alright, so we need to use King Gambit. He needs to know just Koto Cleave. And we need to also get him Sword Stance, but we have to teach him via TM. But yeah, I'm planning on trying to get the Iron Leaves again. I think you were missing out on Iron Leaves, weren't you, Len? Ting Lu and Chi Yu. Okay. Were you just not able to catch them, or do you not know where the Stakes of Ruin are? I can touch trade them for you. Yeah, like this. See this group here with the little pawniards and the 1 bishop? That's the group you want to go for, Len. Just going to quickly heal first. And I'm going to also save my game. Because we did level up the, our King Gambit. Then we go over here. We need Sword Stance. Good thing we have just enough Zangoose Claw. Alright, there we go. Oh, I didn't realize that the TM comes out of that little mouth thing. I'm not that far in the game, just been catching stuff for the decks. No worries. Let's see. I'll just go somewhere like Mezagoza real quick. And I guess you can just trade me something valuable from your end. And then we'll just quickly touch trade them. I also need to go find out where you get electric seeds. Where do you get electric seeds from? I think I do have them, but... Are you trying to do a living dex as well, Cursed Shadow? Cassifara. Wait, didn't I get electric seeds recently? Pretty sure I did. Oh, Misty Seeds? Oh, also, Len, when we were training up King the Bishop, we ran into a shiny Tauros. Which is pretty crazy. Because me and AJ were just sitting there and we're just like, is that shiny? I can't tell. Just trying to get the shiny chum? No worries. It's understandable. Wow, how is it? Yeah, we were staring at it. I was like, this Tauros looks just slightly different. And I couldn't like figure it out for a little while. Alright, let me just go to over here, I believe. Yeah, you can see. I should just go catch another one of these gimme ghouls and put Goldengo in here so it's not weird. Alright, so it's let me see. Tinglu and Chiyu, so these two, right? Also, I like how we're starting to use the Kirby ones, but you can't blame it. The Kirby stream avatars look very cute. Alright, oh wait, I'm already online. I don't need to do that. Have you caught the other two, by the ways, Cursed? Trade. Funny number. Alright. That's the code. Just let me know when you're ready, Kirsten, and I'll begin searching. But yeah, I have to go catch the those Could you also do Goldango? Someone else traded me the other two. Oh, did you? Oh, right. No worries. Yes, I can do Goldango. I probably should take him out of my party, maybe? Before I do so. This Goldango actually belonged to someone else, I believe. I got it as a trade from someone else. Let me see. Yeah. I did get him from somewhere else. Because back in the day, I didn't have enough of those Gimme Ghoul coins. Is there anything else you need touch traded? Just want to double check, Cursed. Because I do have all the Pokemon except for Koraidon, because obviously this is Violet. And if you just need the touch trades, I'm totally fine with that. Oh, I love the little glasses on the Kirby's. They're very cute, Len. There's the code again. I'm going to take a quick sip of water. There's a few I can't find. Okay. Well, we'll do these ones first, and if you need help with finding some other ones, I can point you in the right direction if it's like a pretty easy one to catch or whatnot. Love the Kirby avatars. Yeah, this is the background that I'm using for the stream avatars. Is also like based off Kirby, and I thought the no background one we were using before was a little a little boring. So now that with the new stream layout, I thought, yeah, let's have a background for it. It looks nice. All right, are you ready to trade? I can begin searching whenever you're ready, Cursed. Ready. Okay. Actually, now that I think about it, wouldn't it that I believe the game does this thing where it highlights what mons the other person's missing? Let me double check. It should do that if we're here. Let's see. It sorta is highlighting some of the ones. Alright, so you needed Gimme Ghoul. Oh, not Gimme Ghoul. You needed Goldango, wasn't it? Yeah, Goldango. Alright. Oh, nice. You managed to find an Iron Jugulus. Is it... I don't think I've... No, I don't have any of the Paradox Mons yet. I have to go look for one, actually. I haven't decided. I really do want to eventually go get myself a, what's the word? The, Iron Valiant. Because that's my favorite of the, future ones. I've had a person trade me a level 100 shiny, Iron Hands that was clearly hacked because it had that, you know, it has that website on it, and I was like, yep, into the Shadow Realm you go. Alrighty. We'll go on and trade the next one. So that is Tinglu. And I'll just take the Goldango back, I guess. Yep. Also, if, Cursed, if you need to go get Iron Leaves or anything like that, you can also join us for the raid. That's kind of what this, stream is just us doing the raid stuff. So I have to go get, what's it called it? The, my King Gambit's, Ivy's up to snap. Alright, Goldango is back. And then it is Chi-Yu. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. I'm always happy to help with this Living Dex thing. Because somebody else helped me with my Living Dex, like, especially for all the Scarlet exclusives. So it's only fair to help a fellow looking for the shiny charm. I love the little Kirby dance, they go forever. They're like, yeah, we've got to follow and just do elaborate dance. Though I did notice, was it on when I was setting up for my Twitch stream today, it was saying how I was getting closer to affiliate, and I was like, oh, I didn't even notice. Because that stuff doesn't bother me. Like, I'm not interested in that stuff. We'll trade the Iron Jugulus back real quick for the Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu is so cute, I gotta say, despite how evil it is. I'm just a sucker for fish, especially cute little goldfishes. I mean, look at him. You wouldn't suspect that he'd melt your face off. Alrighty. I think we'll leave the trading off for now because I wasn't sure what else you needed Cursed. But I gotta sort out my Pokedex real quick. Is there any mons that you need help with finding? Quickly, gotta get my King Gambit all ready to go, so we have to go back to Casafara. So while I'm setting up for my King Gambit, if you need help with anything, because I don't know how far you're into the game, so I'm not sure like how well you're Miraidon or Kuraidon. I assume you have Violet. I didn't pay attention to that, but yeah. If you need help with anything else, just let me know. Ready. Let's get this hyper training going. Actually, do I have enough bubble caps? I really hope I do. Scarlet. Oh, you have Scarlet? Nice. Oh, would you need me to trade over Miraidon? Or Kuraidon? Like, because you said you had Scarlet, so you probably would need Miraidon at some point. Right. Let's check Gambit. Oof. That's going to be a lot of bottle caps. I have both in decks? No worries. Just wanted to double check. Because that's, off the top of my head, the only one I can think of as a version exclusive. Okay. Our boy is hyper trained to the max. I love how festive this area sounds. It does sound like a Christmas area. I need Baxcalibur. Right. Actually, since I'm in the mountains, I should be able to find a Frigibax, right? It's like somewhere over here, if I remember very vaguely. Do you have Frigibax, or do you just need Baxcalibur? Because I can touch trade Baxcalibur as well. Need all three. Okay. Might be worth seeing if I can... I know there's one somewhere around here somewhere. So I could probably see if I can find it. Because I know there's one that you can find somewhere in the mountains here, which is guaranteed to show up because he's a Terra-typed one. Let me see. Come on. North. Yeah, here we go. There's Frigibax. Oh, it's next to the river. So it should be around here somewhere. Right around here. So if we go over this way, we should see that shining light eventually. There he is. I believe this one's a Dark Terra type. Let me double check. Thankfully, one good thing about these Terra types is that you can't knock them out, I believe. Perfect. Anyways, is there anything else you might need? We'll put him in a Dusk Ball. I mean, he's got a Dark Terra type. Even if it's in the middle of the day. Oh no. 6 damage. Whatever will I do? Also, Northern Territory music slaps. They won't let me have the fun ball. No. They're gonna make me catch it in like an Ultra Ball or something. Actually, a Nest Ball might be nice. Yeah, no, come to the dark side. You've got crunch. And I'm not gonna wait all day for it to, like, turn into nighttime. He's fighting. Alright, fine. I'll play by your rules. Ah, of course. Of course, you get a crit on that. Do you have Bramblegast? Yes, I do have Bramblegast. Do you know how to evolve Bramblegast? It's actually not a very hard Evo. It's the same as the Pawmi line. But I can trade you a Bramblegast. So, to get Bramblegast, you have to do the thing where you have to walk 1,000 steps. So it's an actual really easy mon to get. If I remember... I'm having a... To be here, right? So, I believe also the Pawmi line had it where to evolve it into the final Pawmot? No, it's not Pawmot. I always forget the Pawmi line's names. It sucks. I should know better. Alright, I'll first put Mr. Our little Frigibax over to the side. I'll put him in here, next to my extra Cinequil. What's it called? I'm gonna look this up because it's bothering me. Yeah, it is Pawmot. What are you called? Pomo. Okay. It's you that I don't remember. But yeah. Do you just need Bramblegast or the first evolve? Like this guy? Bramblin. So, if you have a Bramblin, it's the same Evo method, which is to walk with it. I believe Relo, Bramblin, and Pawmo. I have the first one, yeah. So, as boring as it is, at least he's somewhat fast. All you have to do is walk, I think, 1,000 steps. Just gotta summon him and just off you go, sort of thing. So it's not too hard of an Evo. I believe you have to. I don't remember if you have to level up via battling or if you can just use a rare candy, but you can just walk around and eventually he'll evolve. Luckily, he's one of the fastest mons. Because I know that was one of the issues with Pawmo, is Pawmo is so slow. At least Bramblin can keep up with you. But yeah, there's 3 mons that require running around to evolve them. But if you want to touch trade that particular one, I can do that. I like Bramblin though. Bramblin's really, really cute. Yeah, that's pretty much how you evolve this guy if you didn't know. But like I said, I do have all the mons. And I also have the extra forms because I was working on a living dex. So if you need anything else, just let me know and I can quickly touch trade them. I can also give you the Frigibax. Grab this. Useless. Fluttermane is the last paradox I need. I do have a Fluttermane, so I can trade you that one. And everything else is all good on your end? Huh? Oh, he must have picked up a shiny. I was like, where did I pick up a Firestone from? No worries. Okay, I'm just gonna... I am curious to see if I can evolve him just like if I give him a candy after running around. Or do I have to battle? Because I remember there was a thing that they... Oh, no, there we go. Can Paradox Mons breed? No, they cannot. There he is. Brambleghast is cool. I had him for the first part of my run, but I couldn't keep up. He couldn't keep up with the rest of the team. It's a shame. Anyways, I'd have the... Look at him go! I love him. I love their little walk cycle. It's so funny. Alright. Enough, getting distracted. I can give you these two because I don't need them. These are just extras. Then I can trade you... I can touch trade you the Fluttermane. Alright. So if you have any Pokemon you don't need, just trade them over to me for those two. So I think we'll do the touch trade first with Fluttermane. It will use the same code as well. Cursed. So just let me know when you're ready. Oh, my ear is hurting again. Right, so we'll do Fluttermane first. Oh yeah, you can actually see what you're missing. See how Fluttermane's bobbing up and down? And it seems like you're missing a couple of other mons, but they might be just not in your party. You might have touch traded them. Alright. I'm surprised you're looking for the Shiny Charm. Seems like you've got a good chunk of mons. But I guess the Shiny Charm does help with getting them shinies that you want. Titan's a really nice shiny. It's really, really obvious shiny, which is great. And it's like the killer whale effect. So we'll quickly trade the Fluttermane back with the Titan. And then I think after that I'll quickly give the Iron Leaves raid a try. I'll do it once and just give it a try and see if this King Gambit is up to snuff. If it is, because like the method seems pretty simple. It could be a really good strategy. Right, Fluttermane's back. Then you needed Frigibax. Or an egg. You cool with me keeping these eggs? Not that I know what they are. Well, I guess we can hatch them and find out what they are. Sent over an egg. And then Brambleghast. Or egg number 2. Also, when you do get your shiny charm, good luck with whatever shiny you'll be going after. Have you got any in mind that you want to go after, like at the moment? Like, will you be doing Masuda method, or you'll just be cramming down sandwiches until you get the shiny you want? Thanks, not sure yet. No worries. It's always... I know I want to get a shiny Rowlet eventually. I can't believe Legends Arceus cursed me with not finding that shiny Rowlet. I found so many other shinies besides shiny Rowlet, so I'm just like, you know what, I'll do it in Scarlet and Violet. Because Rowlet only shows up very rarely in that game. Alrighty, let's use the buttload of candy that I have. Oh, we don't need Iron Head. Don't need Guillotine. We need to head over to... It's raining again. Ugh, so much rain. We need to head to Cassafara and go get those electric seeds. I should also grab those eggs out and start hatching them. Yeah. I think, I don't know when Frigibax evolves, but I guess you just keep at it. It's one of those pseudo-legendary, so it's probably going to take a while. Egg 1, egg 2. Doesn't seem close to hatching, that's fine. Delibird presence is right here. Downstairs. This area sort of reminds me of that place in that the Pokemon Heroes movie. I guess it is sort of like in that sort of area. Here we go, electric seeds. I'm gonna buy another leftovers just in case while I'm here. Alright. Give King Gambit the electric seeds. Alright, I think we're mostly ready to go. Let me double check. So we need electric seeds. He needs to have Defiant. He's maxed out on HP and attack. He has Koto Cleave. We have Iron Defense, Swords Dance, and that's pretty much it. X's is just if we run out of Koto Cleave, essentially. The raid is over here. I'm just gonna run it, see if we can get them eggs hatching. Is there an ice cream shop here? I remember there's a vendor who sells ice cream. There's usually one in every single town. Surely there's one somewhere around here. Might be just a bunch of these restaurants. And here I am again. Isn't that a phrase we've had? Oh, here we go. Let's eat some tofu. It's so cute. It's like a little dessert tofu. And it's got little dried goji berries on it. Are goji berries real in this game? I could go for something sweet. Teensy ice power. Oh, interesting. Alright, off we go to the raid, as well as trying to hatch these eggs. Thank goodness it's not sandstorming. It's a different raid. Yeah, I remember I had to come here because when I was doing my Nuzlocke for Violet, I needed to catch a Floette, and this was literally the only path. that I could find a Floette was up that little path up there. There was a single Floette, and I was like, wow. I see. It's a Froakie. Shiny Greninja is definitely up there as a really good shiny, so I can see people hatching Froakie a lot. Alrighty, 2 Froakies. You can just casually put them back into a box. Do they have the, oh, they both have, the hidden ability. Nice. And we're right next to the raid, which is super convenient. I assume this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Alright, time to test out this build. Because all we need to worry about is Mega Horn, essentially. Oh, and we have to also hope that our believer is not in this lobby. No our believer, please. Oh no, are you kidding me? Well, actually no, it's okay, it's okay. Because he'll use electric terrain first, and when he hits our believer, it'll be grass terrain. Actually, yeah, that's fine. The seeds only work once. What am I complaining about? Okay. Our defense got boosted. I'm just gonna use 1 iron defense. Yeah, it's this battle. And then we're just gonna Swords Dance. Good thing our teammates kind of suck. As long as he doesn't get a crit, I think we should be okay. Yeah, that's the move I'm worried about. But it seems like Iron Defense and the Electric Seed has actually made it that Iron Leaves can't touch us. Okay, we're at max attack, so we just Koto Cleave. We'll see how much damage this does. Yeah, that's a decent amount. Shields up, but that's fine. Ow. Do it again. I have to go, but I wish you a great rest of the stream. No worries, Len. If you still need help with the Iron Leaves, let me know. Because I think there's still another week to go for this. I think it's going to be on next week as well. So, if there's a more convenient time for you to do this raid, get Iron Leaves. I don't know if you managed to get it. Just let me know. Don't worry, already got it. No worries. There we go. Okay, so the strategy does work. It's a little bit janky, but it seems to work. That one looks cool. Yeah, I do like Iron Leaves as well, but a lot of people aren't as keen on Iron Leaves, but I think it's because Walking Wake seems to be a lot more popular in design-wise. But I already have Iron Leaves, so here's Iron Leaves. And here's Walking Wake. So a lot of people tend to go for Walking Wake. Luckily, you don't need them to get the shiny charm, because they're just random mons that are, you know, randomly around. Right, let's see if we can find about the Walking Wake. And see what our best option for Walking Wake is. Here we go. Let's see. Ah, Miraidon. Okay. I'm pretty sure our Miraidon is... Is it this one that we trained up? Let me double check. It might not be. No, this isn't... Yeah, this isn't the one we trained up. It's our Raidmon that we trained up. Yeah, it's still holding the life orb. Special attack and HP. Yeah. There might be somebody who's doing a Walking Wake. Actually, didn't you, Curse, didn't you say you had, Scarlet? If you have the online, which you did because you connected with me, you should be able to go find a Scarlet raid for Walking Wake. If you want to, I can help out with that because I do want to try and do that raid essentially. We just need to switch the held item. Weakness policy? I don't even think I have a weakness policy on hand. I'm surprised the weakness policy is what they used. Use charge, use electro drift. Where's weakness policy at? Mezagoza. We can just use to go to Mezagoza. I definitely need to do little things here. Guess I'll get on Miraidon for now. You don't need Miraidon straight away. Don't you have to beat the game to unlock the raid? I'm not sure. Does it show up on your map? If you... now that you're online. It's no, okay. That's a shame. I would have thought that it showed up at beforehand, but maybe you have to at least have beaten the main game. I guess it would make sense. It'd be weird for you to be catching Paradox mons. Wow, weakness policy, so damn expensive. Change health item. Let's double check. Might as well do this, you know. Okay. You can only use it 3 times, it's fine. Let's see. Put them right on at the front of the party. There might be somebody online who's doing the raid at the moment. Let's see. Yep, there we go. No iron leaves, but there is a walking wake. Let's see if we can find... see if we can find one. But yeah, how much further do you have to get through the game now, Cursed? Are you close to finishing, or are you still quite a ways off? Let me in. Done 2 gyms and 4 titans. Wow, you're really early in the game. Okay. I have to deal with randoms, but at least I'll get to double check and see if this is good. Oh, okay, so he's just gonna let just us 2. I'm not gonna wait for anyone else. Alright, let's see how we go. I believe is going to mess this up, unfortunately. After that, could you help me with 2 more Pokemon to evolve by trade? Okay. What mons are they, real quick? I assume it's Slowking or something like that. Thank goodness the guy next to us knows what he needs to do. Haunter and Scyther, no worries. Yeah, that'll do. Oh my god. Just floored it. Wow, that battle went... Yeah, I'm gonna say that Miraidon is perfectly usable. But yeah, if I'm able to trade these mons with you, could you help me as well with something? It's always raining. Yeah. So I need to get I'll need to get King Gambit and Miraidon into my other file and back eventually because I need to catch those two mons that we just fought just now in those games. Okay, so trading first. We'll get your trades first done. Ready? I saw that meme recently. Okay, let's see. So we need trading. I'll just trade this real quick. I saw that meme recently and I had no idea what it was. Mimic. Because I think I saw a video or with that meme and I had no idea what was going on. I'm like, maybe my sense of humor is not reaching to the same level. That's in meme culture. Ah, is that what that meant? I was just like, Mick? Yeah, I'm clearly falling out of touch with the newest phrases now. Ah, okay. Because I saw like some sort of meme version where some guy tried to say that to somebody and she didn't understand what he was going on about. And then the camera turned to him and he just looked like a mess. And people were just laughing at him, but he seems to be doing well. Sometimes you have to embrace that you may be ugly. Right, Gengar is evolved. I'll trade back the Gengar. On daily dose of internet. Yeah, that was probably what it was. Ooh, another trait evolution you probably need. Do you have Slowking? Cursed? But yeah, that's what we're currently doing, Goblin, is we were doing the two Terra Raid event raids that are happening, which is Iron Leaves and Walking Wake. I don't, yeah. I can touch trade you a Slowking, because that was the one I had trouble with myself. If you have, like, a Slowpoke with King's Rock, is that a shiny? No, it's just a regular one. Regular Gengar. Cursed is attempting to get the shiny charm. So they just needed me to trade over some things. Shiny Gengar looks a lot like regular Gengar. Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. Yeah, we'll teach it Bullet Punch, why not? You don't need that. You can always fix this up anyways. Ready? We'll trade the Scizor back. I have Slowpoke, just not the item. Right. I can take a look and see where you get King's Rock. Let's see. You can get a King's Rock... Oh, you have to get 4 gym badges and you can buy it at Mezagoza. But I could still touch trade you the Slowking because it'd probably be faster. Unless you want your own Slowking. Mushroom Boy. It is funny how this guy actually just has an ability that nerfs Spore because Spore is super broken. But yeah, there's a couple of disappointing shinies, and unfortunately this gen has some pretty disappointing shinies, which is sad because there's some really nice Pokemon in here that I do like, but some of them have really disappointing shinies. I wish there was they could do something where they could just change the shiny. They have done it in the past where they've slightly altered shinies, but I guess we're now in a day and age where they just don't care as much. Mushroom, mushroom. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this. So I need to get 2 Pokemon over to my own file somehow. Wait, can I even trade the, I have to find out if I can even trade the Miraidon. Because that might not be a thing. I might not be able to trade this Miraidon. Let me see. Can I trade this Miraidon? You can't trade away a Miraidon. Yeah, I thought so. I need to trade the other Miraidon. That means I'm gonna have to train the other Miraidon. That's unfortunate. I'll trade the King Gambit first. So, is it possible you could just trade me something very quickly? Shadow? Okay. I guess I'll just have to train the other Miraidon. At least I know Miraidon can easily do that mission, so that should be okay. Oh, actually, and also I could just, okay, so I'm gonna go out real quick. So go out of the trade. Alright. What did I do? 8787. I'm gonna go out of here. Save my game. Close the game. Jump over to my other file. Hopefully this works. Yeah, so this file, I've only just beaten the final story, so I have to go and do all the gym battles, but that's beside the point. Alright, so I need to go over onto online here. Okay. Don't need to look at that. Set the link code, which was 8787369. I believe that's correct. And then, Shadow, could you trade me that King Gambit? This is so convoluted. I really, really wish we had home, but this is what the best we can do. And I'll just trade you Gimme Ghoul that I caught. And then I'll quickly do the raid here once, and then trade back. And we'll trade the King Gambit. Oh, actually, I should probably do the raid here a couple of times, so I can get enough candy to level up Miraidon. Because I'll need to get Miraidon up to the right level. Okay. Can I join some raids? Sure, if you're able to join the raids. Lol, I haven't registered a lot of the mons in this game. Because it was a Nuzlocke. Okay, so we'll close this real quick. We'll see if you can join the raid. I feel like you can, even though you're at a lower level, but I'm not sure. Let me see if I can... There it is. I'll try doing a linked version of this and see if you can join the raids. Do you know how to join a raid, Cursed? Yeah, okay. No worries. I just want to double check because I know there was one time somebody wasn't too sure. I'm gonna see if you can, and I'm gonna quickly go and get some more water. So I'll be back in a little bit, but I'll let the timer run for a moment. First, I gotta make sure I've got the right mon because I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have King Gambit. Okay, I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I am back. Oh, it looks like you can join. That's good. I'm not sure how it will go. I don't know what level your Iron Jugulus is, but I can do this solo, so hopefully it'll be okay. Because I know that if you die in the raid, it causes the timer to really chunk down. We kind of have to make sure we don't lose too much of the timer, because it can be a bit tight with this one. Level 100? Okay, that's good. So much of the timer gets chunked away just watching all this. Thank goodness the CPUs give us an extra defense boost. Oh, Sylveon is actually helping too, because it's using Charm. Okay, I'm almost set up. Right, I'm ready to go. Just gotta... Just gotta spam Koto Cleave, so... Just hang in there, I've almost got this. Oh, that wasn't Haxorus. Okay. No crits. Oh god. Might need a bit of healing. Thank you. Just want to make sure, because we're quite close. I just need to hit him, I think, 2 more times or something. Just want to stay healthy. Okay, 1 more hit, and that should do it. He's probably gonna, yeah, he's gonna get rid of my stats, but it's too late. There we go! Nice. Don't really have any fancy balls to catch it in. Dive ball. There we go, Iron leaves his court. Alrighty. Caught mine in Dusk Ball? Nice. Dusk Ball is also another favorite of mine. I would say Luxury Ball, Dive Ball, and Dusk Ball is the order I'd say was my top 3 Pokeballs. Alrighty. Well, the fact you could join that, I'm feeling that you could probably get the, find the Scarlet one, right? Anyways, level 75, Iron Jugulus. Okay, I need to head back to Mezaguza. Oh, I should actually save the game real quick. So now we need to train up Miraidon. And then I can easily do this the Scarlet version. So let's put Iron Leaves away. We need to head to Mezagoza so we can grab the training items. But yeah, I guess now you have Iron Leaves, so if you ever get sick of trying to do all the gyms, you now have a level 75 Mon. Gotta get to that endgame fast. So I need Modest Leaf is... Because I don't know what nature Miraidon is. What level is Miraidon anyways? Level 68. So that's not too bad. It shouldn't be too long to level up Miraidon. So we need Miraidon to know Charge. And that's pretty much it. Charge and Electro Drift. So we need general goods. So we need for HP. special attack. Wait, HP. I could actually farm Chanseys. Because that will give me a lot of XP as well. Obviously Meryl are easier to kill because Meryl only requires one hit. But my team could use a bit of an XP boosting session. And I'm not too fussed anymore about... Oops, I have the wrong mon out. Blissey can't do anything. Also, I accidentally rode Miraidon. What am I doing? I just realized Miraidon just went back into the ball. Miraidon can't level up like this. Okay. Maybe not a great strategy here. Because I also realized Chansey ran away, so it might not be the best strategy. Probably best to stick to what we know. Back to Levincia. But yeah, I'm surprised you haven't got the what is it, the Scarlet Mon Walking Wake on available for you, Cursed. Is it just nowhere to be seen? Nope, that's not what I wanted. No, Unfortunately, I don't think Len would have been able to give us the other one, but unfortunately we'll have to try and find one. Right. Do I have enough stuff to make the sandwich? I need jalapenos. Jalapenos. This way. How does Girafarig evolve? Okay, so to evolve for Rigorath, I believe you get Girafarig to about level 30ish, and it will learn a move called Twin Beam. Simply teach Girafarig Twin Beam, and evolve it while it has Twin Beam on hand. So if you just make sure you give it Twin Beam when it levels up, that should be enough to make it evolve. Where are these jalapenos? Oh, they must be in the special market. Oh, they could be in shore cans as well. So yeah, that's how you evolve Girafarig into Farigarath. Oh no, wait, it's here. I think I used Farigarath in my main playthrough of my game because I was so excited to see Girafarig finally get an Evo. Girafarig's been a weird mod for me. I don't mind Girafarig at all, but the problem is that every time I wanted to use it, it shows up pretty late game. So by the time I get to Girafarig, there was already like a lot of other mons contending for like viability there. And also its stats didn't really help it either. Man, look at this boring tablecloth I have. Because I haven't touched this game in terms of customization whatsoever. Sandwich. Oh god, I just saw Miraidon run straight into the table. I always find it funny that the sandwich is considered sour just because of the toppings. Because clearly putting jalapenos into a sandwich does not make it sour, I swear. Alright, we have to not get on Miraidon. We're just gonna remember not to get onto Miraidon. As much as we'd like to. Cannot ride Miraidon right now. Actually, Miraidon is similar level to us as well. I could probably put him on the team when I'm doing all those gym battles. But that's not important right now. Still need a few Violet exclusives. Alright. Let me know what they are and I can quickly go and look for them for you. I'll probably have to do it in my other file. So, we're first going to see if we can get the Walking Wake in this game done. And then I need to trade over back King Gambit to my other file. I mean, I could technically keep him here, but, you know, better to put him in back into the old file so I don't freak out and be like, where did I put him, sort of thing. I just sort of remembered, I was like, oh, we probably can't trade Miraidon. Because technically, Miraidon is your transportation. You could probably trade the other Miraidon, that's the whole purpose of him, but... that other Miraidon... I'm gonna have to decide what to do, because... I have a feeling it means that the Miraidon that we have as our ride Pokemon won't be able to be put into home. So... maybe when home comes out, I just make another file and then get all the mons again on that file. But yeah, I'm gonna keep this file as the extra file. The other file can just... I'll figure something out. But yeah, the Miraidon for this game is definitely going to be used to trade for Kuraidon for the living decks. Ah, it's so much slower to get to these Meryl. It doesn't help that if they get too close to you, they run away, so... makes it a little bit harder to catch them. Oh, I need Mischievous, not sure who else. I can look up what the Violet exclusive are, if that helps you a little bit. Obviously, all the Paradox mons for Violet exclusive, which obviously would make sense. Let's see. So, if you have the Water Tauros, if you need that, but I don't think the Water Tauros is, I'm not sure how it works. I don't think it has its own Pokedex entry or anything like that, but that's one. Mischievous, the Gulpin line, the Bagon line, Clauncher, Passimian, Dreepy, Cerule Edge, Ice Q, and that's pretty much it. Everything else is just the Paradox Mon. So if you're missing any of those ones I just said, yeah. Oh, this one lived. I think the only one I know, like, I don't know how to catch effectively would probably be Mischievous. It's just, they're just floating around in places. Check out Rhydon real quick. A ways off. Just the Mischievous? Okay, no worries. Do you need Miss Magius? Or just Mischievous? That's another thing I need to double check. Okay, just Mischievous. Alright. Oh, you need both. Do you have a Dusk Stone? Oh, I never went to that Pokemon Center. Oops. I don't. Okay, let's see. I don't know where Miss Magius is. I can take a quick look and see. Mountains. What I might do, it's nighttime, so we have to be quick before it becomes day. Let's see. Gotta go fast. Gonna make number 4. 113. I don't even have the recipe for 113. Do I have the ingredients? Creative mode. Sliced green pepper. I don't even have half the ingredients. Ugh. Gotta go buy them. Dang it. Because it might be better for me to try and make a ghost sandwich. Is there a level 1 version of it? That might just be easier to do. Never mind, I have the stone. Okay. Sorry, I had to go get stuff and got sidetracked. No worries. We're just seeing if I can find a sandwich place. Pick up my pills. Oh, nice. I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow myself because my ear decided to have an earache. Feel bad because I drive past a guy with a broken down car. It's always, you always want to help with that sort of thing, but sometimes it's just best. They probably know what they're doing, hopefully. Thankfully, calling for somebody to help with that sort of stuff. Though I did see something pretty interesting one time. It wasn't a broken down car or anything like that, but the whole scenario of what happened was pretty crazy. I was walking home after dropping something off at my auntie's place. So I was just heading home, and I was just like, you know, somewhat chilling. I was just like, off we go, sort of thing, back home. And there's a place where there's like a four-way intersection, essentially. And I heard this horrific sound for a moment. I looked up and I saw a van. And I think it was a cleaning van, but essentially what happened was the van turned the corner because it was taking a right turn. And the moment it turned, one of its doors opened. And I was a little shocked. I was like, oh shoot. I mean, not... And I watched as a vacuum cleaner, a bunch of cleaning supplies, and a broom all just scatter onto the road. And I was just like, oh my goodness. Let's see what we've got. And obviously, some cars stopped, obviously, for understandable reasons. And luckily the guy was able to go back, and they, you know, alerted people that, oh, by the way, there's like literal like a vacuum cleaner just sitting on the road. And they were able to pick it up before it got run over, because there were some people who just didn't seem to care, or like they were just like, nope, I've got to go somewhere. And I saw a couple of the buckets and stuff get run over, and they just shattered into like plasticky pieces. Might be true in Australia that you always want to help, but I live in a pretty sketchy place with a lot of people with mental health issues. You'd be surprised what situation can turn bad if it's the side of a busy road. Yeah, I understand that. I've seen people have used that tactic to like lure people. I've read stories of those things, which is horrible. It's really a shame that's how the world goes. But yeah, thankfully, in the instance of what happened, that person was able to like rescue most of the cleaning supplies. And he was able to like find somewhere to stop. That's another thing too. Alright, it's still nighttime. Let's see if we can... Let's see if we're quick enough. Bunch of ghastly. Sandwich is working. We just need to see if we can find a Mischievous. I've seen Mischievous around here somewhere. Hopefully, eating a ghost sandwich will eventually spawn in a Mischievous. You don't live in a country with more guns than people, lol. Yeah, understandable. Come on, Mischievous. I saw one. The problem is I haven't caught one yet in this game. If I can't find one, I can always touch trade it with you, Shadow. But I'm seeing if I can find one just off the rip. Problem is, Mischievous is like one of those weird rare spawns where it doesn't have a set location. It's more just like it spawns. It has a chance of spawning in. Mischievous is cool. Yeah, Miss Magius definitely gave it another shot out in the competitive as well, or just in general. It also gave Mischievous, I guess, the chance for Eviolite, but I mean, you can't really use Mischievous and Eviolite. Just like how it looks. It definitely has a really nice design. And considering, like, our previous mons we had for, like, ghost types was kind of limited, definitely helped Pokemon designs. Understandable, I do a similar thing. If I like a Pokemon for how it looks, then I'll take it. Maybe up here? This kind of sucks. I've seen so many Mischievous because, like, just wandering around at night. And now the moment I'm like, I need to find a Mischievous, it just decides that it's not going to spawn in, like, whatsoever. This is some desire sensor bullshit if I've ever seen it. Oh. There we go. Come on, up. See Ghastlies? A whole bunch of them. Oh wait, there's one. Yeah, there we go. Nice, there we go. Alrighty. Put the Mischievous in here. There's another Mischievous there too. Whoa, that Braviary has got places to be. Goodness gracious, just zoom in. Right. Let me just quickly head back to town, or back to where I was supposed to be. Let's see. Golett, Leafeon. Leafeon, agree with that. Best evolution. Gibble, Charcadet, Chesnaught, Octillery, Cryogonal. That I'll have to disagree with. Cryogonal's my least favorite ice type. Glalie, Mischievous, Glade, Sableye, Sandile, and Inkay. Also Durant. Interesting. I would say the only one I disagree with is probably just Cryogonal, because boy do I hate its design. The passion. Pokedex is on 264. Nice. You're almost there. Let's see. Shadow, would it be alright with you if I can also trade the King Gambit so we can trade it back to my other game? Trigonal is shiny, what can I say? The light's refracting off it and you're like, ooh, shinies. If you spin it fast enough, does it become a disco ball if you shine the light on it properly? So I'll first trade you the Mischievous, and then I'll trade you the King Gambit. So Mischievous first. Could you touch trade Blissey? I could touch trade Blissey as well. So this is I'll give you the Blissey. And I think I gave you a Gimme Ghoul, so if you trade the Gimme Ghoul back for the Blissey, that should be fine. And then I'll trade you the King Gambit and get the Blissey back, and that should work. Cryogonal Shiny is cool. Is it? I don't remember what it is. This goes to show how much I despise Cryogonal. Cryogonal. What is he, shiny? Oh, he just gets a gold mustache and orange eyes. Yeah, at least the body is now a brighter blue. I remember back in the older games, Cryogonal did not have a good shiny. But yeah, I just about its design, really. Don't know why I like Cryogonal. That's totally fine. You don't have to take my opinion. It's obviously your opinion. I like Spheal. A lot of people like Spheal. I know somebody in my friend's Discord who's a big Spheal fan. All ice types are cool except for Jinx. I mean, they are ice types after all. But yeah, a lot of the ice types I've noticed have really, really good designs. There's very few bad ones. Jinx is okay. It's not great, but like this, they have some really solid designs. Aurorus is one of my favorite ice types, just because of its cry as well. It's a cry and there's no Spheal bowling minigame. You might get hurt. You know what they should do though? They should bring back Pokemon Pinball and use Spheal as one of the ball Pokemon. That's what they should do. What do you mean Jinx is almost as bad as Mr. Mime? Well, I do have a shiny Jinx in my Crystal game, so that's the only thing that holds it slightly higher than Mr. Mime. And it did get me through most of the Crystal Nuzlocke I did in that game. So, Mr. Mime's, meh. What's the ice one? It's like Mr. Rhyme, I think his name is. Your Honor, ugly. Your Honor, League of Legends, death. But yeah, it's understandable. Alright, so now that's all good. We close this game, and I'll quickly grab the King Gambit from the previous one. Game will load, goodness. Save the game. Close this one. Switch back over. Take out that bot. Grab said bot. Yeet. Okay. Open the Poké Portal. Man, it's such a convoluted thing, but thank you so much, Shadow, for at least helping me out with this. Are you able to touch trade the evolutions? I have 2 of them. I can touch trade them with this game at least. I'll quickly grab the King Gambit back first, while I have the, and I'll trade the Cubchoo back. You're welcome. No worries. Like, which evolutions do you need? Uh, okay. I like how this was supposed to be this was supposed to be a raid. Show like doing some of the raids in the thing, and it just results now to just like touch trading, which is fine. I got the iron leaves I needed. That's what I'm really happy about. And all I have to do is just get the walking wake in my other game. Oops, I forgot to press A. My bad. Umbreon and Sylveon, so just Leafeon, Glaceon, Flareon, Espeon. Let's see. List of Pokemon I hate. Espeon, Jinx, Mr. Mime, Drowsy, Hypno, Jellicent, Pelipper, the whole Spinarak line, Yuxi, Mesprit. Oh, you don't like the Lecture? No, you hate Jirachi? Jirachi's great! we somehow managed to like both have something we dislike and like on the opposite ends. Jirachi's one of my favorite mythics, but I am a Gen 3er, so it's a bit biased on that. Alright. Evolutions. Where are my evolutions? Jirachi I hate the least. Ah, okay, so it's like a... right at the end of the line sort of thing. Where are the evolutions? Give me a sec, I've got to just find them, that's all. Wish this game would load a little bit faster. It's an honorable mention. Here we go. I'm gonna guess you have Eevee. Just a wild guess. Understand with Mr. Mime and the Hypno line. Hypno is just a psychic type to me. Jellicent is... I don't know, it's weird. Every time I see the blue Jellicent, I'm just thinks of the Pringles guy. So I can't hate that too much. Yeah, I do. No worries. Just want to double check you had Eevee. Pelipper... well, as a Gen 3, I guess I used Pelipper quite a lot, so... and it's more useful nowadays, so I don't mind him. Spinarak, I can understand if you don't like spiders. Never mind, I got Jirachi mixed up with Victini. Oh, okay. I like Victini myself as well. Can you do Prime... also, could you also do Primeape's evolution? Sure, I can. Do you know how to evolve Primeape? Cursed, because it's not too hard. You just gotta get a... what I suggest for that is get a Primeape, go back to the first route and find a Lechonk, and just use Rage Fist against the Lechonk until you run out of power points. Then go back to a Pokemon Center, heal, go find another Lechonk. Well, make sure you KO the Lechonk as well. Go back and use Rage Fist again. You have to use Rage Fist 20 times. And why I suggested Lechonk is Lechonk is weak on Route 1, obviously, but also it's a normal type, and Rage Fist can't hit Lechonk. So it actually shortens the time you need to hit Rage Fist instead of like killing a Pokemon and then running off to some other location to find another Pokemon. You can just spam Rage Fist until you run out of it. That's how you evolve Primeape into Annihilate. Spinarak isn't bad, I just hate the spider because of the color scheme. Right, what about the shiny versions? I think the shiny versions for at least Spinarak's not too bad. Oh, okay, thanks. No worries. That's if you have a Primeape. If you don't, I can always touch trade Annihilate. But if you want to get your own Annihilate, that's how you do it. Because Annihilate is pretty strong, and he's a really good mon for a lot of the raids. Let me double check. It was Umbreon and Sylveon, so we just need to do Leafeon and Glaceon after this. Oh yes, Spinarak shiny. Slightly better. Ariados's shiny is okay. Yeah, Spinarak's shiny looks a little nicer. Let me check out Ariados's one. Yeah, Ariados's one feels a little bit of a downgrade because Ariados is already a red color. The blue eyes look kind of nice, but it almost looks like the shiny Ariados could be the genuine Ariados, you know? But yeah, Spinarak definitely looks better as a shiny. Because it's like, goes from green to blue as opposed to like the red to a slightly purpley pink. Okay, Espeon. I forgot to mention how much I hate Klefki. I like Shiny Lucario. Shiny Lucario is nice as well. I think, though, for me, as much as a lot of people do like Lucario, I actually prefer Riolu. I like Riolu. Maybe because Riolu looks more like a puppy. You could pick up Riolu and you give him head scratches. He makes me want to die. Or rage. Yeah, that's what Klefki's backstory pretty much is, isn't it? Just make you absurdly upset. I mean... Okay, I do have Annihilate here. Poplio's... Is it Poplio? Just want to double check, because I know there's Poipole and Poplio. Those are two very different mons. I'm going to assume it's Poplio being the starter. The whole line just gets worse, it goes on. Ah, okay, so you're not a fan of the Primarina and whatnot. I don't mind Primarina, but like the problem was that it was already outclassed by Rowlet, so that's it on my part. I'll trade back the Braviary real quick. Shadow. Annihilape's cry is always pretty horrific when you think about it too hard. Because it sounds like his bones are breaking, which is kind of what he is. It's just a really angry dead primate that was so angry they didn't want to pass on that violence really was the answer. Alrighty. I'll quickly fix up my Pokedex real quick, so I'll go out. If there's any other trades that you need to do, just let me know. Yeah, I was gonna mention that I've noticed that the ones you did like and dislike, they had a very similar oops, they had a very similar sort of what's the word? Typing, I guess? I was just like, interesting. Bug designs are bad a lot of time too. There's some good bugs out there. Is that correct? Yep, looks all good. I'm just gonna save. But yeah, is there anything else you might need, Shadow? Just before I switch over back to my other game to quickly try and get the other Paradox mon. Fire types, ice types, ghosts, dark fighting, and types I like. With fairy, psychic, and bug not having anything you like. The rest are okay. Applin evolutions. I can do that. Actually, I should just be looking at my my living decks. I'll just use the same code. I'm feeling when object mons make me unfathomably angry. Really? I do believe that some of them are a bit off, but there's some really good ones. Like Litwick line is a great object mon. Candle, lantern, and the chandelier. They're a really great version of those. Okay. Applin line. Like Klefki, right. So you need these two? Cursed. Like Klefki and Klefki. I'm pretty sure there's more object mons than Klefki. Can you do Staraptor as well? I've been trying to catch one, but it's been a pain. No worries, I can do Staraptor. I'll do Staraptor first. You got Vanillite line, that's all ice creams. Pumpkaboo's just a pumpkin. Voltorb is just an orb. Just a fake orb. Hisuian Voltorb line is just grass orbs. I think the ones that I don't like are the ones that lack creativity. Like, I don't mind some object mons as long as they look interesting. Like, I don't mind Klefki because it looks interesting. It has a nice shiny being that brassy gold shiny. Things I don't like is stuff like Seal and Krabby. I'm like, guys, it's just a crab and just a seal. Thankfully, those are just first-gen mons, and like, they've definitely moved away from that sort of design basis, but sometimes I'm just like, I don't know about that, guys. It looks a lot like a real-life animal. Yeah, seal, just with an A. An E instead of an A. And Dugong, which is just, you know, like a dugong. Just with the dew instead. And also their designs are pretty boring. Flapple's one of my favorite little... I think I know that for a fact. If we're talking about designs, laser designs, Pika clones. True, some Pika clones are worse than others. I don't mind them, at least. They seem to be sort of making them a little bit more less Pikachu-like. Minun is my favorite Pika clone because Minun's just one of my favorite electric types. That's just a bias on my end. But like, Mimikyu is a Pika clone that's really good as well because it's mocking the Pika clone design by, looking almost like Pikachu but in a more darker way. I'm not a fan of Emolga, but the reason I'm not a fan of Emolga is actually because of the anime, not because of its abilities. X-Use evolutions, and last one. So, like, the anime was what made me dislike Emolga. Emolga's personality in the anime was awful. I couldn't stand it. I was just like, oh boy. Every time I saw her on stage, I'm just like, oh. Because literally her personality was manipulative. She had a tract, so all she did was, like, you know, use it to, like, get advantage of all the other mons in the team. The only one who saw through her bullshit was literally Snivy, because Snivy's female as well. So, do you need both these two? It says Axu and last one, so I assume these two. Dislike Rotom because of the anime. I'm okay, but that's probably because I watched the Japanese dub, so Rotom didn't bother me as much in the anime. But yeah, I can see why some people probably didn't like Rotom in the anime, because too much talking. But it is kind of sad that some Pokemon just end up being less desirable because of the anime. I mean, there's nothing wrong with those Pokemon, it's just they're just soured by those particular Pokemon's personality, because obviously there's multiple Pokemon. There's not going to always be a Pokemon with that personality type. But yeah, it was not a great personality type. Sorry for asking for a lot. No, it's fine, it's fine. You helped me out with trading my Mons over to my other game, and that's more than I can ask for. And plus the raids for Iron Jugulus. What am I going on about? Iron Leaves and Walking Wake doesn't end until next week, so you probably will have time to be able to get to those stages to get that Mon. I'm missing Dratini line and Gudra. Alrighty, let's see. I used to like Haxorus, but now I'm kind of... Is it just a meh on that one? I could trade you Gudra, Shadow. I can... It might take me a while to do the Dratini line, so I could go look for a Dratini for you. Because I think I know where Dratini is. I think it'll be faster to do it that way. Where is Gudra? It's not this far forward, it can't be. Oh, it was! Okay. Need Spirit Tomb. I think you can catch Spirit Tomb in the mountains areas at nighttime, I believe. I can trade Spirit Tomb, I think, because that's only one mon. If it was like a whole line, then I'm less inclined to do that, because it might take a bit too long trading, like, 3 Pokemon over. Also, I'm going to have to figure out where the mon that you traded me first is. Oh, it's Sneasel. Okay, I'm gonna remember that. What do you think are some of the more lazy Pokemon designs? This guy? Basculin? He's pretty lazy. I've never been a fan of Basculin. Thankfully, Basculegion exists, but unfortunately for that, it's literally Hisuian locked. Basculegion looks cool, and honestly, Basculin really needed an Evo, but man, does Basculin itself... Oof. That's a pretty boring design. I I think at least it seems that Pokemon have been doing a little bit better in terms of like what's not a lazy design. Let me see if I can pull out a... I'm gonna pull up a thing. Yeah, first gen was pretty egregious with their lazy designs. We got rat and bigger rat. We got bird and bigger birds. We got cat and bigger cat. Well, I don't mind Persian too much, but I've always wondered why Meowth got so many Evos. Pinsir I feel sorry for, because Pinsir looks kind of cool, but he really needs a an Evo or something. Rebscar. Do you have the Relo? Anyways, I'll quickly trade you back that that Sneasel before I forget. Because Rebscar evolves in a similar manner to Pormo, where you just walk around until it evolves. So I can quickly grab your Rebscar. Also, 150 is way more than the average game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they were expecting to go for a second game. Oh, I don't like the Greedent line. I'm not a big fan of the Greedent line at all. It's a pretty boring squirrel. It's just a squirrel and a fatter squirrel. I would say that's kind of lazy. Toxtricity, I don't mind. It's Toxel that I'm kind of meh about. Because I feel like Toxel's just was like padding, you know? Like an unnecessary baby evolution. So I'm not too keen on Toxel. And it looks too baby, you know, like too human. I don't know how to explain it. It almost looks as if it's wearing a diaper and it could be mistaken as for a toddler. It just meh to me. I feel that way about Munchlax, kind of overhyped. I think a lot of people just didn't like Munchlax because it's so goddamn hard to find. You know how hard it is to find a Munchlax in the old games? Ugh. Thank God they made it a lot easier in these games. Is this here? Just sorting out my Pokedex again, out of neatness. Don't mind me. Found Dratini? No worries. I think Dratini is not too hard to find. That's pretty good. So it was just Rebscar that you needed? I'm trying to look also just to see what other mons that I'm not too thrilled about off the top of my head. Because I can go and get you a Relo and evolve it. And I guess during that time you can double check and see if there's any other mons that you're missing that you'd find very difficult to find. I think Alola had a pretty solid roster in terms of mons, just looking at them. There wasn't really any mons that sort of stuck out as not a great design look. Fifth gen, because it had a smaller dex, sort of helped it out a bit. Alola didn't have anything amazing, but not anything bad either. I didn't mind some of the lower stuff. I liked Wishy-Washy. Wishy-Washy was a cute little guy. And it was a very interesting gimmick. Obviously it's not the best gimmick in terms of competitive, but it was a really interesting gimmick. Where is this dung beetle? It might be more over this way. There's one. I'm not too picky with things when it comes to Pokemon. Like, there's not one which I'll be like, ugh, I don't want to catch it. Strangely enough, that's really just Cryogonal. Crabrawler's pretty cool too. Yeah, I liked Crabrawler. I wasn't too keen on Crabominable, but I don't mind Crabrawler. He's a funky little dude. Yeah, I can't really see anything I'm like super like ugh about. I'm not too keen of a fan on Xcloud, but that's probably because I liked I liked Whismur better, so that's just a biased thing. Let's go, little dude. Look at him go. Stantler I didn't like for a while, I will admit on that one. I'm kind of glad that we have Wordeer, because man, I did not really like Stantler that much at all. I'm like, man, you are just a really boring deer if you think about it. It's literally all that it is. It's just a deer. Delibird's another sort of oof. Like he's like it's cool that he's like a Santa bird, but like man, does Delibird really need an Evo or something? Can't we have a like an we need a Delibird that is no longer Santa's little helper sort of thing, but more that he becomes Santa himself. How cool would that be? Though, to be honest, if Delibird did go that way, he might end up looking like King Dedede somehow. But yeah, Stantler was kind of meh, because it's just a start. It's just a normal type that doesn't get anything. Male Milk Tank. Isn't that just Tauros? Sunflora is another disappointing one. It's just a sunflower. But also just stat-wise, it's pretty disappointing. We're already suffering in the grass department of like having a shit ton of like weaknesses. We don't need something that literally can't do anything. And I feel like this gen... No male... I'm just saying milk from a man. Ah, right. I know there was a banned Pokemon card that was similar to that. It's a Japanese Pokemon card which has a Pokemon drinking out of something that looks like a bag with little teat on it. And like a Sentret was drinking out of it or something like that. And that was banned over in the English version. So there's your trivia for the day of like banned Pokemon cards. Misty's Tear, that's a very well-known one. The baby stuff, I know that one. What about the one of the English? I think it's either the English or Japanese version of Magmortar. Magmortar actually has a banned Pokemon card. The reason being that the cannon that he has as an arm was facing towards the front, so they actually changed it. So it's technically banned because of the angle the arm cannon is, where it seems like it's shooting the player. So they changed that one. I know they changed a particular Gengar card because it had an actual graveyard in the back of it, and that was a bit of a... I don't know. I don't know if you could consider it controversial or whatnots. I know there's one that was banned because of a Buddhist symbol, and people obviously were a little worried because it looked a lot like another particular symbol that was considered not great. Yeah. Luckily it seems that banned cards aren't as common these days. But I guess they just haven't made anything as weird as they did back in the day. yeah. The thing is that if you look at the symbol, it is definitely different. It's just the problem is if there's probably some person out there who looked at it for like a glance and was like, yeah, that definitely looks like that, instead of, I don't know, researching. Alrighty, we got ourselves a Rabska. Tiny Pokemon card. Oh, goodness. Who knows what that man is doing nowadays? Hopefully he just stays out of the media's eye. He really does not need attention. Oh, another design wasn't too keen on. Just looking at like some of the designs. Quillfish. It's just a really angry pufferfish. Look at the size difference. He got way bigger. Alright, Shadow, I have the, I got you the Rebska that you wanted. So, let me know when you're ready. I kind of wish, the Ladian line was better. I don't mind Ladian's design. It actually looks kind of cool. And apparently it's based off some, like, it was a Kamen Rider or something like that, so it has a really cool design and, like, history behind it. But it's just so useless. It has no good moves, it has no good stats, and not even a great ability. We thought grass was bad, being kicked to the curb. Bug has it definitely worse. Yeah, that's pretty much, I think, the only designs that are, like, egregiously bad that I can think of, at least for me. One complaint I have is Kecleon shiny. Just the shiny. I don't mind Kecleon. I just wish the shiny Kecleon was the same color as the Kecleon from Mystery Dungeon. You know, the purple one? That could have been such a cool thing, but nope, it's just a purple Kecleon. I'm just like, meh. Oricorio should have had a fighting type based off Oriya. Yeah, the thing we were talking about the other day. I guess they've got yellow, purple, pink, and red nectar. Maybe a blue or a green one nectar, or an orange one. Orange is a pretty common color in birds. Or brown color, maybe. That's what they need, a brown nectar. It'd look... Oh, though, to be honest, the implications would be a bit weird, but, like, if it had, like, a very dull coloring nectar, that might be good. So, you know, like, hiding the fact that it actually is something that's sort of fighting. But I think it's because all of these are... Yeah, they're all dance related, isn't it? So yeah, that definitely would be interesting if they had a really dull colored one. Missed opportunity. Maybe. Perhaps they just were like, maybe we shouldn't overstay our welcome. I'm pretty sure there'll be somebody out there who complain about, like, too many form changes. Which is funny because that's what is it? That's what Gala did, is spit in their faces about form changes. They're like, oh, you don't like form changes? Here, let's give you a Pokemon that has multiple form changes. And you can only get them by spinning around in a circle really, really fast. Alright. I'm going to quickly jump over to my other game for now. I'm going to see if we can train up Miraidon. Oh, I know another Pokemon I'm not too thrilled about, now that I know. It would be a very cool thing to have a nod to. Yeah, it definitely would be. What's his face? Stonejourner. he's a weird one. I almost don't even think it's a Pokemon at times. I'm just like, what is this thing? It looks like he'd fit more in Digimon or something at times. Just it's so odd looking. All right, the sandwich is probably no longer in effect. But yeah, he would be my least favorite design over in the Gala region. And I would say the next design is a weird one, however, why I don't like it. I don't like this design. I've got to go. Thanks for all the help. No worries. Thank you so much for helping out with tradings as well on my end. Hopefully you'll be able to get that shiny charm as soon as you can. And yeah, and also thanks for stopping by anyways. Take care. But one group of Mon I don't like from the Gala region is the fossils. I don't like them, not because of how they look or anything like that, just the implications is what I don't like about them. Just the fact that these poor Mons were literally, because of one woman decided to put the wrong fossils together, created these 4 abominations. That's the bit I don't like about them. And you can't even get the original forms either. And they just look like they're in pain constantly. Like, one's got his Dracozold's body is too big for his little arms and face. Arctozolt is constantly freezing to death. Dracovish has literally got the head on the wrong end of the tail and is, like, slowly suffocating. And Arctovish's head's on the wrong way. Like, God, what awful, like, person to do something like this to these Mons. That's the bit I don't like. It's just the implications of them. I don't mind the designs, and I do understand what they're a reference to. They're a reference to, back in the day, I believe, because Gala is sort of based off Britain. But back in the day, there was this whole fiasco where they, had this issue where they would get, like, fossils, and then they'll be like, this is definitely what it looked like, and they would accidentally mismatch, like, bunch of different fossils and claim it was a new dinosaur or something. And clearly that's not what it was. It was just a made-up creature. But obviously this is taken to, like, the ultimate extreme, considering, like, they're alive in these games. But yeah, those are the only ones I can really think that I'm not too keen on in the region of Gala. Oh yeah, the thumb on the nose thing. Iguanodons. Yeah. I think there were also other ones that they had some pretty bad, like, mixes and stuff where there was, like, one of them was, like, they mixed 3 different fossils together. And they're like, yeah, this is a new, like, creature. And they're like, no, it's just apparently you being a dum-dum. Or, like, trying to cheat the system. So hopefully one day we might get... that's something I wish for, is that we'll get the Gala fossils in their natural forms, not whatever abomination is the Gala region. But it's a distant dream. Because, I mean, there's no other games based on Sword and Shield as of now. Who knows, maybe we'll get something though. I mean, the DLC is happening sometime this year. And they did mention about the Gala region, I think, in this game because of Penny's backstory. Favorite dinosaur is the Irritator. Actual name named because when they found it, someone knocked over all the fossils and broke it. Oh my goodness. Yep, that would definitely irritate someone. That's why we can't have clumsy people around those type of things. Ah, so close. It was closely related to the Spinosaurus, if you were wondering. Okay. I assume they were able to fix the fossil after the person knocked it over, hopefully. But I have a feeling that I may or not have 3 to 4 dinosaur books behind me. You're like, yeah, I know everything. You just turn around, you like flip through the book at like max speed. You're like, yes, I do know this fact actually. It was just on the tip of my tongue. It's always good to research on things. You learn things every day if you do that sort of stuff instead of just hoping someone will give you the answers. I think it's just like recently I heard it's related to AI happening. It's weird because I don't. My feelings on AI are very just, you know, hum about them. I don't like them mostly because when people like AI art, I despise AI art because a lot of the time AI art is using stolen artwork from other people. Chat GPT is okay, but I've heard that people are starting to use Chat GPT as a search engine, you know, similar to Google. And I'm like, come on, guys, really? Not only is that lazy, you can't trust everything that Chat GPT tells you. But like on the other hand, I witnessed I saw a video recently of what was it? Of like there's a bunch of YouTubers I know that make videos using the president's voice as an AI, so like Donald Trump, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden, and have them just doing skits. I know them. I've seen like ones where they're playing Minecraft together, and I recently watched a video where they did an English version of like the original One Piece opening, but had Barack Obama singing it instead. That was funny. I'm not gonna lie. Like if they do it for stuff like that, I don't mind. I'm not too fussed with that sort of thing. It's just when they're using like either stolen arts or attempting to use the AI as a means of saying that they're really good at something. That's when I'm just like, That's when it gets a bit questionable. Okay, do I have... Yes, I do. Oh, I'm running out of picks. I better go buy some picks for it. Also, this is like one of the few sandwiches I would be very inclined to eat. Avocado and salmon, delicious. And with a bit of salt on the side. Well, it says smoked fillet. It's unknown what type of fish this is. Also, with most dinosaurs, they never find full fossils. That is actually extremely rare. Makes sense. Just from the wear and tear of time and stuff like that. That definitely would put a damper on those type of things. Usually they only find a couple bones and have to guess that they are the same species and Frankenstein together. That's probably what happened in the British thing, is that they thought they had the right bones, but they didn't. It's like trying to do 3 jigsaw puzzles all at different times. Usually they just find a limb. I remember seeing an article back in the day. I don't know where I saw it. It was probably like either a Guinness Book of Record thing or like just a fun fact on the internet. Apparently a dog dug up a bone. Oh, I didn't realize I had the judge function unlocked. And when the owner took a look at the bone that the dog found, it was like an actual dinosaur bone, and they're like, I'm sure the dog got an actual tasty bone for sure, but like, probably very wild for your dog to just dig up a dinosaur bone. Alright, we can actually take these guys on. Fortunately, this area is a bit wider than the Merrill area, so it'll be a little difficult to get these flaffies. Yeah, the Inteleon raid ends, I think, tomorrow. I already did the Inteleon raid, so I have no need to do it again. But I am curious to, like, how many more of these raids, event raids will they be releasing before the DLC? Because I have a feeling they're slowly getting to that point where they're getting quite close to the DLC, so they probably won't need to release as many more of these raids. Common misconception, they're not made from the original bone, very brittle, ask in some are so brittle you can break them with your bare hands. That's probably why they're like using those tools that are like very gentle. And yeah, I guess the many years that these bones have been sitting underground, the original bones probably like long gone. Replaced with something else. It probably makes that case of the petrified bone. It probably makes the case of that guy accidentally knocking over that dinosaur thing even worse. With probably a chunk of it shattered. You can just imagine that they have the report written on that dinosaur. Yeah, rock seeps into bone-shaped holes. Yeah. You can imagine some person's report being that, like, about that, what did you call it, the irritator? And it just has a footnote at the bottom saying, it's like, and thanks to such and such who accidentally broke this thing. We still haven't forgiven you about this. Hopefully we can get this, walking wake done. Feeling quite peckish at the moment. In the hungies. In the encyclopedia I have, the name of the guy who broke it is listed, so they did him so dirty! I mean, they might as well immortalize his name as that one dude who broke it. It's very petty. I mean, they couldn't do anything else to him. Unless they made him, like, pay a charge, like a fine or something. That's the only thing I can really think of that they could possibly do. But yeah, that's all I can really think that might be doable. Back here. Bro is eternally remembered as that guy who accidentally broke a very valuable fossil and made everyone so pissed that they named the dinosaur after how pissed they were. I mean, yeah, I mean, he was already in that situation of that they named it up. Named it like that. He's never gonna live that down, ever. For the rest of his existence. Oh, that's a shiny! I was like, that one looks different. But can I catch it? I don't really have anything to weaken it. I guess I'll have to Ultra Ball it. I have found 2 shinies in this game at full odds. I don't have a shiny charm in this game yet. That is nuts. Oh god. We're on a timer. Oh god. Please catch. Okay, thank goodness. I can see that you typed up a bunch of stuff, but it was just a little preoccupied, I must admit. Can't believe we found... I do have a shiny Mareep in my other game, but yeah, I wasn't expecting to find a Flaffy. Okay, let's see what is here. Shout out to Ankylosauruses, they're pretty cool. They beat shit to death with their tail and have armor-plated backs. What more could you ask for? Shiny moment, yeah. I was just looking at it from behind, because Flaffy's shiny is a little difficult to see, but the best way to see is, like, there's a bright green tail and the fur, like the fluffy fur part is a slightly pinky color. But yeah, I mean, you can't really do much with Flaffy's shiny because, I mean, Mareep and Ampharos go pink, and I mean, Flaffy's already pink. So yeah, that's 2 shinies today. I haven't even used a sandwich or anything like that. Usually that's what I do, is that I do a raid and then do a couple of raids and then make a sandwich and hunt for some shinies. Yeah, I've already just found 2 shinies just chilling. Probably should also save my game. I didn't save. Quickly save, since I found that shiny. Almost there with special attack. And both the shinies that we found were also in this area. At the beginning of the stream, we found a shiny Tauros just further down the road, and then now this one we found the shiny Flaffy. There's something making a weird noise in my right ear. Not sure what it was, but I could hear it. Ah, so close. Let's play the classic game of guess how long starfish have existed for. Judging we've been off the topic of dinosaurs, I have a feeling that must be like in a similar time span. But I feel like starfishes have been around for quite a while. That's right, 480 million years. Yeah, starfish are pretty simplistic creatures, aren't they, if you think about them? Well, they just a bunch of arms. Few times older than dinosaurs. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess also starfish have the advantage of being from the ocean. So a lot of stuff in the ocean tends to be super old, especially if you consider that we don't even know most of the ocean. Who knows? There's probably stuff like way, way down there, the depths of the ocean that are even more ancient than we know of. There we go. Got that done. And then we just need to use the special def. Oh, I've only got one. Where can we get special defense real quick? Okay, Floette. You have to go to Area 0. By far, if you want to see the weirdest prehistoric animals, look up in Opabelinia. Oh, yeah, I'll give it a look-see. Let me just get into Area 0 first. Thank goodness they're only 2.5 inches long. It almost looks like it could be a Pokemon. It's got a lot of eyes. That's a weird looking thing, ain't it? Look straight out of Spore. Yeah, they do. Spore's one heck of a game, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure people still play Spore, like, from time to time in this day and age. It's one of those games that you just can play multiple times without worry. Hmm. There's some iron thorns here. The fact that the name is hallucinogenia or hallucigenia probably lends itself into how the heck that looks. And I guess the general the friendly reminder that somebody oh, I still have the electric sandwich on deck. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I might as well head over to Mesagoza and get the sandwich refreshed whilst I'm waiting. Oh, that's a weird looking little fellow, isn't he? A strange looking guy. He almost looks like something a kid would draw. Like, oh, what's this thing you've drawn? Well, it's a little creature, and he has a lot of big spikes, and a lot of legs. And he just scurries around. A strange looking thing. It doesn't look freaky to me, it just looks very odd. Like, almost childish, like. I officially shall rename it to Spiky Leggy Thing. I mean, that's what it is, isn't it? It looks like something that a kid would draw. Oof, I can feel my ear getting a lot worse right now. I think the painkillers I ate are starting to wear off. Alright. Floette should start to appear now. Gotta make sure that Miraidon's not being ridden on. My mother came in and she got me some popcorn. Though it's a little hard to eat because of my ear. There's your mum, yeah. She's probably like, why are you not eating? Also, if you thought that looks like a Pokemon, I like how you just casually just have a list of things that you can see. I can hear another Floette. I think I only need to take on like a couple. There it is. It's right next to this man. Yeah, this one looks like it could be a Pokemon. It looks a bit similar to like a mix between Anorith and something else. You're a prehistoric encyclopedia. No worries, no worries. Oh! That's funny you mentioned about Pokemon. Because as I was looking up this creature you're just talking about now, underneath there's a Yu-Gi-Oh card of the same creature. Helzotic Malrayla. So it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh, close enough. To a Pokemon. Okay, let's see if that's enough. Yep, hold on. Now I just gotta level up Miraidon. Which we probably can't really level up too much. Because we don't have many candies in this game. Just head out of areas. Isn't there one Pokemon that the champion uses based off it? Maybe Anorith? Glimora looks a lot like Morella. Oh, you're talking about this game. Yeah, I guess so, but I think Glimora is more closer to, because Because it's supposed to be like a flower, like a rock crystal. Heal. Ow, I just poked myself with the top one. I don't really have an item to really give, Oh, we need to go get a mint. I could probably do a lot more setup. Actually, I can go get the thing while I'm going back here. But yeah. I think Glamora is based on something, but I'm not sure if it's a Morella. The Morella sounds like it could be a pasta dish. I don't know why, it just sounds like it could be. Hey, come over. We're cooking up some Morella. Some extra, like, cream cheese. It almost sounds like that. Alrighty, let's see. Oh, it's the Chansey thing that gives you the... Oh, I need one weakness policy. Just in case. It's Chansey supply that has the mints. Thank God mints are so much easier to get in this game. That was like one of the best decisions that this game could have. I used to remember mints being so difficult to get in any of the other games. Probably heard about Dunkelosaurus, the big-ass armored fish. Oh yeah. We don't... Do we have a Pokemon that looks like that? I know Relicanth is supposed to be based off, like, a Coelacanth, which is a different fish altogether. I'm trying to think if we have any armored sort of fish. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize how expensive these mints are. If not, you should... If not, I'm going... There should be one, I assume is what you were trying to say. I am bad English. No, don't worry, so am I. We can rejoice at the fact we are bad at English together. Though I'm also bad at speaking different languages, apparently, too, because when we were doing that Dragon Quest thing, and I was like, I can't speak these words. But yeah, I'm sort of... I feel like, yeah, an armored fish would be cool. I feel like we've got a fish that literally splits itself into little pieces. That being, the new Veluza. Which is kind of weird as a fighting mechanism, but then again, we got some... Never seen the nose of that particular thing that you said. The Rolfosteris. I don't think I have, but I'll look it up in a moment when I'm searching for terror raids. I like how this is just now, the streaming side of this is just, oh yeah, I guess we are streaming Pokemon, but we're also just discussing about dinosaurs because dinosaurs are cool. And perhaps it's a good thing that dinosaurs don't roam the earth around with us because goodness gracious, there'll be some people who do some... There'll be people who try to, like, befriend dinosaurs and that could be very dangerous. Let's be real. Oh, there's no raids at the moment for... We'll just wait for a little while, see if a walking wake comes up. I was the dinosaur kid in your first grade class. I would definitely ride a dinosaur. Yeah. If it was possible. To be honest, I think a lot of people would just get nommed by a dinosaur. I mean, have you seen Jurassic Park? This is like I'm looking at the Rolfo thing. He reminds me of a goblin shark a little bit. Goblin sharks also have a weird nose too. He looks like a mix between a sardine or like a mackerel with those really big eyes and a goblin shark. It's a shame I can't like bring these images up. Maybe I have to make something next time like who's that Pokemon thing as I show up images of dinosaurs on a Pokemon stream. Oh, this shark! Is this what I think it is? It's the shark with the weird lower jaw. There we go. I remember seeing a picture of this shark, and somebody would say, there was a comment underneath it where someone said, you know, this era of all these weird creatures, this was the era that God was on DeviantArt and was just making all sorts of random stuff. And I was like, that's certainly a statement, but yeah. I'm pretty sure everyone had their DeviantArt stage when it came to drawing. Myself included. Hey, we made it. Oh boy, the selection here is a bit worrying. I went through it in 3rd grade, but it was just me drawing aliens. Nice. At least with aliens you could get away with it. Somebody made a Pokemon card, like a fake Pokemon card for the Helicoprion. That's how you pronounce it, right? Heliocoprion. I'm saying it right. There's a picture here. It almost looks like a reverse Chainsaw Man. I'm a feeling when I don't know, I just read dinosaur books. Though, to be honest, I wonder how that one scientist felt. You know, the guy who had to show off the fossil of this, and everyone was just like, there's no way this thing exists. And he's like, guys, please believe me, it's real, I swear. This isn't fake. And they're like, come on, who would have this shark with a lower jaw that curls over? That's stupid. Early life was goofy as hell. Yeah, that's why I said DeviantArt stage. It's gonna hurt. Ow. Oh, never mind, I'm dragon type, I forgot. Also, I realized there's like 3 Miraidons and just goofy frog. I think we got this. Just gonna take a couple of hits, but we got it. Ooh, am I gonna get the final hit? Let's go. Now I have to bully the lobe fish for deciding to learn how to walk so they can now do taxes instead of swimming around in circles. Or was it the mud skipper? That's an interesting looking fish too. His cousins are like, why couldn't you be normal? Why couldn't you be like Gary, who's like still in the water? Why'd you have to leave? Also, we did a lot of damage to that walking wake, even though we're like 3 levels under it. Which is pretty insane. Anyways, we got, a walking wake now. From this shiny Flaffy. I'd say that's a pretty successful run for today. How long have we been streaming? Almost 4 hours. I'd say it would be probably a good place to end for today. I'm happy to have both versions of these exclusive raid mods. I don't know if they're going to be released later on during the DLC, so I'm glad to have at least got them both so I can put them in my living decks. Let's bring them out so you can see them. Look at the size difference between them two. So here's Iron Leaves size, which is almost about my height, and then we have Walking Wake's size. Now this is a dinosaur. You can see why some people liked Walking Wake over just the design. I don't mind Iron Leaves. Virizion has been my favorite of the 3 musketeers. None of them look particularly goofy, but I would recommend seeing such and such to get an idea what the lobefish is. Kind of connect the dots. We'll make this the last dinosaur that I look up real quick. And it's a good thing you can sort of read the if anyone comes back to watch these things. Oh yeah, he's squishy. He's a squishy boy. I don't think he looks kind of cute. He looks like he could be a friend. But yeah, it's like a thicker version of the mud skipper. He doesn't look goofy. He just looks very chubby. But compared to the crazy stuff we've seen, he doesn't look too bad. Like, I could imagine there'd be somebody out there, like, if this thing existed in our day and age, somebody, oops. Opened up home from the wrong account. Yeah, that MF is your great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. But he wouldn't seem out of place if you put him in one of those, like, those giant river tanks. You know, where they have, like, mangroves and big roots and the slightly darker dirt palette. You could imagine one of these guys swimming around in a tank like that, wouldn't you? Yeah. Here's me showing off how far I've got to go with this project that I've been working on for the last month. Here it is. It's an entire form dex for Pokemon, so I even have gender differences and if they have different forms. So I've got Kanto. I'm missing one of the capped Pikachus. I hope I'll find one day. Got all of Kanto region. I believe that's all pretty much done, except I need to go back to Sword and Shield, and also those are for the Tauros of Violet. Got the Johto region mostly done. Just missing Mythical there. We've got most. I think I've got most of the things done. It's just waiting for, like, trying to get Mythicals and whatnots. And I know I'll have to go back to Sword and Shield and Legends Arceus. So we did stream Legends Arceus at some point, but there may be a chance that we'll be going back to Legends Arceus for a different reason. And I think I'll probably stream that one because I didn't save the previous run that I did for Legends Arceus, so definitely worth going back for that. I'm missing a lot from Alola because of all the Ultra Beasts and stuff like that. You can see the 2 Sinistes I'm missing. But yeah, look at this. Well, like 2 boxes dedicated to forms for how creamy. But yeah, that's my living dex so far. So we're getting there. And then we'll be able to move, when we get a chance, we'll be able to move the Iron Leaves and the Walking Wake into this thing. Oh, more Alcremie forms. But yeah, I have to probably go around and catching all the Mons that are located in Paldea only. And transfer them over here when home is a thing. Yeah, I think this is a good place for us to call it a day. I don't know if there's anyone streaming today. Doesn't look like it. Looks like today's just going to be a quiet day for most of the people in my friend's Discord. But yeah, I think it would be a good place to call it. I probably would be able to go a bit longer, but my ear is just not in a great position right now. So I think today we'll just have to cut it there. And we got to the 4-hour mark, so I think it's a good place. We got both the Iron and Walking Wake in my other file. And plus, Awkward Pokemon if you want to raid. Oh yeah, I could send people. If I can send people off to any raids, it's totally fine. I probably won't stick around myself, but I have to go take a break and probably go eat some painkillers. Let's see if this works. Yes, it does. So yeah, if there's anyone sticking around, I guess you can go check this guy out. I'm not sure anything about him, but hopefully he was interested in Pokemon as well, given the name. But yeah. So, until next time, everybody, take care. There we go. Hey guys, just heads up real quick. Turns out the audio went a bit funky this morning when I opened up OBS. Apparently my OBS decided to just reset a bunch of stuff, including my game capture. And I also had to update my capture card. So if the audio is a bit off, or the music's too loud, or I'm too loud, absolutely let me know, okay? But on a better note, hey guys, good to see you all. We're back with some Pokemon Violet. It's been a little while. Little guy. Yes, you're a little babby. But if you are following, eventually you should be able to get yourself other Tamas or even the Kirbys, which seem to be quite popular, which makes sense. It's Kirby. But yeah, we're here back in Pokemon Violet because we can do the Chesnaught raid finally after they fixed it. So, and thank you so much for the hug, Double. So, assuming as soon as we jump here, yeah, so this raid here, this Great Tusk and... Oh god, look at that. Text is not scrolling properly. There we go. Yeah, the Great Tusk and Iron Treads raid was what was causing the issue last time. So, I missed out on the Chesnaught raid because I was busy on the first week it popped up. And because of that, and the glitch, I missed out on it. So now that it's back, I can finally do it. Gives me an excuse to come back here. So yeah, I guess we'll be trying to do all 3 raids. So I did try and take a look to see what the best sort of, I guess, counter is to this thing. And Annihilate is up there, but I was like, well, I don't really want to use Annihilate because we've used Annihilate before. He can be like a backup sort of thing. But one of the things they had was that you can use Appleton. Here's the problem though. The Appleton they used has a, had the Grass Terror type. Unfortunately, the Appleton I have here is a Fire one because I picked it up from a raid. This one does have the hidden ability, so I might quickly breed for a couple of Applins and see if we can get one with Grass Terror type and the hidden ability. Yeah. It shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Also, I guess during my endeavor of going through Pokemon Home, I ended up with 2 Dittos. A Chinese one and a Japanese one. And as you can see here, they're pretty much best in 5 IVs. So I guess if any of you guys would like a Ditto or need a Ditto for breeding from Masuda method, let me know. Because, yeah, I has Dittos. This one has best in special attack, so we'll take that one. Didn't know... got a hat now, looks like I'm selling something questionable. Yeah, so the guy you are, he doesn't have many animations because he's actually the shopkeeper in the Tamagotchi's world. So he has very limited sort of animations. Didn't know Apple Acid was a move. Yes, Apple Acid is Appleton's exclusive move. So Appleton gets that as an exclusive, whilst Flapple gets, I believe he gets Grav Apple, which is where you drop an apple from a very high place. You are selling something questionable? It can be. If you've ever played some of the old Tamagotchis, like the black and white connections, that shopkeeper would sometimes bring letters and stuff like that, and just be from people who just send you just, like, snakes or poop. And you would lose, like, stuff for it. So, yeah, you have been selling something questionable. But I think this is the first time you've joined us on my stream, so thank you so much, Worm, for joining. Even if this stream... Oh my god, look at him go. You hear the little tappy-tap feet? Oh goodness, look at him go. Cannot be stopped. But, yeah. So, I'll try and catch up, I guess, on what I know from, what I've got, in store for today. You probably have seen at the bottom of the screen, that says egg count. So, I have a bunch of, I guess, what's the word? Rowlet eggs that I hope to hatch and see if we can hopefully get a shiny. I say big hope because, I mean, the Wooper took us quite a while, so, I mean... Pseudo method is kind of slow on this game. But, I mean, I've got things to talk about because I went to Supernova yesterday, so, whoa! I could talk about all the stuff that happened there yesterday. And, also another thing that I'll show you guys in a moment after I get these eggs. I don't actually know where these eggs are gonna go. I should have fixed up my box. That's one thing that kind of sucks, is that you can't determine where the eggs go. Been meaning to catch one for a while. You got distracted or was too low on spoons for streams. No worries, Worm. I'm just always happy even if you literally just came in, said hi, and left. Like, I am totally fine with that. Okay. Let's just put these eggs here. So, another thing, I believe over here, these ones? Yeah, so if you look here at these eggs, you probably find something a little interesting about the Pokeball here. It's probably a little hard to see on the stream, but there's a small white dot on it, which looks like another Pokeball on top of it. If you're not aware of what this is a sports ball. This is like a very rare ball that, I believe was received. You could get one in Sword and Shield only if you did a Japanese exclusive event where they gave you 3 of these. That's it. So, during my Wonder trading, somebody traded me a Scyther that was in a sports ball, and in home, there's an achievement for, I believe, receiving 30 Pokemon, or putting 30 Pokemon with a sports ball in your in home. So I've decided to breed a bunch of Scyther. You can see there he is, this Japanese Scyther just casually here. So yeah, I'm gonna probably be hatching a bunch of these, and probably will let you guys know if you want one. Because if you'd even take one and just breed it, you can get one as well. As you can see, I've just bred a bunch of them. So I'm just going to be placing them in home, and I'm totally fine to just trade one. I don't really need Scyther. Also, I just, I believe I used the Chinese Ditto, so maybe, a very, very small maybe, we might get ourselves a shiny. But yeah, I don't mind if we don't get a shiny Scyther or anything like that. It's more that I just needed the sports ball. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, and I ended up also getting a Sizzlipede recently. So, I don't know, maybe the Japanese like to catch their bug Pokemon with the sports ball. I mean, I believe the sports ball was related to, what's the word? Like back in Johto? I think that's where the sports ball can come from, but I don't know if that ball stays with you if you trade up to home. So yeah, it's a very, very rare ball. Like, sure, the Cherish Ball is pretty rare, but like, Cherish Ball is gotten in events. The sports ball was from one single event. Still need to get S and V, but I can't decide which one to get. Ooh, well, I guess, how do we... Both the games are pretty much very similar. I would say, yeah, the Bulbapedia thing, I think, yeah, you can get it from the Isles of Armor, and it's a 0.1 or something like that. It's a very, very rare drop. I don't know the number, but it's incredibly rare. I probably also should get my Talonflame, so that these eggs hatch a bit faster. Watch both of these eggs somehow be Dragon Terror type. What's the recipe? I think it's... I don't know if it's like... You have to put specific balls in there. I think Double probably has it open so they can tell you. But yeah, it's a very, very rare recipe. So having a sports ball, some people don't even know it exists. So I wouldn't blame you for not knowing, like, off the top of your head. I was only made aware very recently about the sports ball because I think someone was talking about it, and I was like, sports ball? I've never heard of that. Ah, yes. This doesn't... I don't even think that's the hidden ability. What is Applin's hidden ability? I'm gonna look that up while I'm hatching this next egg. So I need to be absolutely sure. I wouldn't mind hatching a shiny bulletproof, that's right. Sada is very good food, but I also like the sci-fi bike boy. Oh, the professors? That is one way. If you don't mind spoilers, or you know what the Paradox Mons are, that's another thing to check on, like which... Wow, they're both dragon. Of course they are. Time to hatch more eggs. Yeah, so if you know what the Paradoxes are, that's probably your best bet of like what ones you want. Like, do you like the futuristic Paradoxes, or do you like the more the primordial Paradoxes sort of thing? And then from there, just decide like what's the best course of action on which one you want. But like, both the games are pretty similar. I guess another thing is like, do you like Koraidon or Miraidon better? That's another checker, I guess, on the list. But yeah, I think, regardless, that's pretty much the only things I can think of that these games are pretty different. Also, I guess, do you like purple pants or orange pants? I don't know if there's anything else I can really comment on it. But yeah. But, AJ, if you are interested, on wanting a sports ball, I'm totally fine with giving you one of the ones. the Cramorant, you need to use Apricorns to get different balls. Yep, I do remember something about them mentioning about the Apricorns, but also I just typed up here in Pokemon Violet, I was looking up about the Sweet Apple to evolve, and and it just like, it asked, it was like, what is your location? I'm like, no, I don't need a Sweet Apple like a real one. Can you trade the Paradoxes? Yes, you absolutely can. I mean, that's the only way you can get Miraidon and Koraidon, like, registered into the Pokedex. And all the other ones. But a big thing I would say is that because a majority of people did get Violet, you're more likely to see Violet, like, Violet, exclusives as opposed to Scarlet ones. But right now, considering the home connectivity is now available, it is way easier to get them. Just literally catch a Paradox, ask for the other one, bam, you'll get it, pretty much. And I would suggest doing it that way. You can only ride... Can you ride your version's Bike Boy? I believe... It is sort of spoilers, but yeah, the one you get at the beginning of the game of whichever Miraidon or Koraidon, you can't trade that one. You'll get another one later on in the game that you can trade. And no, you cannot switch bikes if that's what you're asking. Okay, so I'm not sure if Doubles checked up on the thing about it, AJ. But apparently, I'm just looking here over the Apricorn balls. In order to get a sports ball, you need Apricorns of different colors when you put them into the Cramoratic. It is a 0.1% chance of you getting a sports ball. If you have Apricorns of the same color, it's a 0.1 chance of getting a Safari ball. So yes, the sports ball is incredibly rare. So being able to find one just like because somebody just had traded me a single Scyther and now I have like 30 of them is just insane. And thank goodness it was a Pokemon I could like breed pretty easily. Because Sizzlipede obviously is like still Sword and Shield exclusive. Man, Violet has a lot of my favorite Pokemon. Oh yeah. But Sada. I mean, probably my dad moves stuff, so I'll be commenting on this. No worries, Double. I just wanted to, I wasn't really sure if you were able to comment on the thing, but yeah. So yeah, it's incredibly rare. I mean, you could be very, you could brag about it if you do get a sports ball in there. But yeah, you can get almost every type of ball, and it's a 1.999 chance of getting the Apricorn balls, like the Moon Ball, Fast Ball, Level Ball, Love Ball, Friend Ball, Lure Ball, and Heavy Ball. I believe you can get at least one of those from the ball guy in Sword and Shield, which we did use the Moon Ball on Eternatus when we caught it. You know, Egg Goose. Man, I'm only getting 2 eggs at a time. Oh wait, unless this is... Yeah, this is another one. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can comment on. I mean, the stuff, I guess, with the professors is a bit spoiler, so I can't really say much about them because of their involvement in the story. But yeah, I would say the only things you should really use as a mark for like whether you get Violet or Scarlet is what Paradoxes you like or what Mons you like, because there are some version exclusives, and then what bike do you prefer. And if you're a stickler for speedrunning, you could get Scarlet, because apparently Miraidon's jet engines causes lag, so actually it's faster to ride Koraidon than it is to ride Miraidon. I'm not joking, this is an actual like statistic in speedrunning. When you're speedrunning, you check everything. But yeah, I think you can get all the Apricorn balls at least in the Isle of Armor, like the Apricorns. So that's another thing too, because I don't know what the rating is to find those things, but yeah. You cannot breed the Paradox Mons. So that's another thing to be... For some, they're completely... I don't think they have a gender, but I believe they just don't have an egg group either. They're completely unbreedable because of what they considerably are, because they're not technically Pokemon. They're weird. They're in that weird grey area. I would say they're in the sort of area that you'd put the Ultra Beasts in, where they're catchable like Pokemon, but they're not really Pokemon, to be honest. There, you can't breed the Paradoxes, so they're pretty high commodities on the web. And yeah, it's just like, which Paradoxes do you like more? For me, I wanted to get Violet because I just liked Miraidon's design a little bit more. Because it reminded me a bit of Valstrax from Monster Hunter, like a very tiny bit. And while I will say, in my opinion, the Paradoxes, at least for Violet, a little weaker than Scarlet, I still like them. You Monster Hunt? Yeah, I am. I'm actually supposed to be doing some Monster Hunting with my dad this afternoon, because the last DLC for Monster Hunter Sunbreak dropped. So I gotta get that done. He's like, you have time to do that? And I was like, oh yeah, we have to do that, don't we? Wow, really? Only one grass? And it doesn't even have the hidden ability. What is this? This is absurd. I just want one Applin that has the grass Terra type. I don't want to waste, what's the word? I don't want to waste, Terra Shards. This is not helping that the one grass one we get doesn't even have the hidden ability. Play a little? Nice. Did you start in World? Like, or did you start earlier? Just a curious question. Oh, you're a World starter. Nice. Me and my dad started back in, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, I believe it's called, over here. Or others see it as... So, we've been around for a little while. We played it on the Wii U and the 3DS. I think I did 3DS while he played the Wii U. And then we did the DS ones. And now we're up to Rise, I guess. I have GU. Oh yeah, that's Generations Ultimate. Generations Ultimate's a very good, solid game. There is a lot of monsters you can hunt in that, so... Because it was supposed to be a big celebration, so they added, like, all the old villages from all the older games. And they brought back a heap of monsters. Hello, Random. Good to see you. We are unsuccessfully trying to get a single Applin that has a hidden ability and grass Terra type, so that I can do this Chesnaught raid. And we're just talking about Pokemon stuff and other stuff in general. Currently on the topic of Monster Hunter. Oh, that's another thing too I was going to talk about was my trip over to Supernova. So I met up with Alchemist and I believe Lemon Leary. I think that's what they're called on Twitch. The two people from the Discord in the Hollow. I got to meet up with them and we went around to all the stalls and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure the Alchemists will probably be talking about it on their stream, but they went and got a signing from one of the co-authors, I believe, of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comics. And they have a whole story about how they had to wait quite a bit, and they managed to get just some interesting things happened while they were waiting. As for me, I may have bought way too many Pokemon cards, but, you know, it helps. I finally filled out a huge chunk of my, I guess, Trainer Gallery stuff and Galarian Gallery stuff. Which is super exciting because, obviously, Scarlet and Violet are now in the Pokemon cards now. And while I haven't seen any that I really am like, oh, I want to collect the set, I do want to complete Sword and Shield before, like, they start getting too costly. Which I found out the hard way with a lot of the Trainer Galleries for Brilliant Stars, I believe it's called. People just really like cute girls, which makes it a lot harder to get those type of cards because they're suddenly so expensive. I'm getting 60 cards from my partner soon, and then maybe loads more way later. Yeah. Another reason I want to finish Sword and Shield stuff is because, like... I have a bunch of bulk I need to get rid of. So hopefully I'll have a chance to do that. This is such a tedious process, but we gotta do this. What else did I get up to? I found, these two blind box figurines that me and my sister have been trying to find. And we just couldn't find them for like the longest time because they weren't selling on usual Japanese sites. And they were like selling, like, I think it was China based, and me and her were like, oh man, it's gonna suck, like the shipping and everything. And when I was at, I guess, the convention, I saw them and I was like, oh my goodness. But the people at the booth only had 2 of them. So I was like, you know what, I'll buy both of them. And I haven't opened them. They're sitting on my floor in the box, and I sent a message to my sister being like, hey, which one do you want, left or right? And I guess whichever she chooses, I'll take the other one. Another thing I did was I bought some Psyduck stuff for my mum. I bought a lanyard and a couple of stickers for Psyduck. As soon as she saw the lanyard, she was over the moon. Like, she was like, oh my goodness! A lanyard! Psyduck! Psyduck! And she was very, very excited. Figured I should ask, what are your pronouns? I don't think I really care too much about that. To be honest. I mean, you're free to say whatever I am. Like, I don't think I've really thought too hard on it. I mean, I guess the character is that I have on the side of the screen is a they. But I'm totally fine with whatever you want to say. Thought I'd be polite? Absolutely. That's an absolutely fine point. But I've never been bothered by that. I've had people think I was a guy on the phone. But that was like back when I was just unable to talk and such, so I was like, meh, meh, meh. She, they for me. No worries, I'll keep that in mind. Or I'll just say worm. Because I'm like, it's worm. Worm's here. But yeah. I just tend to say they a lot because, I mean, whichever one you get, you'll get it right, I guess. Wow, none of them have the hidden ability. What is this? And they're all grass. This is some nonsense. You know what? Never mind. We're gonna stick with this. The game doesn't want to give us what we want, so we're just gonna stick with this. Let's see. Wow, minus. Wow, both minus like special attack on those. We'll take this guy. He looks like the strongest. This is some nonsense. I just want to do the Chesnaught raid so I can do some egg hatching. Or do you guys want me to do the egg hatching now and get that over with? What do you guys prefer? Should I just hatch eggs now? Or go to do the Chesnaught raid? I mean, we do have to get my Applin up to the right level. But yeah, just a quiet thought, I guess. Don't mind the egg hatching. Let me just put Apple in somewhere safe for now then. That's poor me. But yeah, I guess I can just keep talking randomly of things. Let me see. I need to go grab... And also it'll help me clear these boxes. They're getting a bit full, as you can see. What should we hatch first? I think we'll hatch the Scyther first. And then we'll hatch some Rowlets. I'm gonna quickly first get out of town so we can eat a better sandwich, so these eggs hatch a bit faster. Did you see any cool cosplays? Phone is at 10%, I'm gonna head out. Hope you have a good raid, Thea. No worries, Double. Make sure you keep your phone charged. Yes, I saw some really cool cosplays. So, a little backstory, I guess, in regards to me and going to Comic-Cons and, well, in this case, Supernova. It's been a very, very long time since I went. So, I believe the last time I went was probably near, goodness, maybe the end of high school, a little bit past high school for me. That was years ago. And I guess I sort of dropped out of the topic of going to conventions for a long time because I didn't have too many people to go with those type of things, and I wasn't too confident to go by myself. So I slowly lost interest in going to those things, and also no money, so that didn't really help. I was unemployed, or didn't even have a part-time job really, so there was no money for me to quote-unquote spend. Which sort of resulted in me just being like, well, I don't have the money to spend on the convention, nor pay for the ticket. I guess I'll just do it later, and then later became even later. And eventually, I believe it was about a certain time, I was like, you know what? I think I should go to the next supernova. It's been a while, and now that I have at least a bit of a job, it should be better. Unfortunately for me, the time I said that, guess what? The big C dropped. New patch notes, and because of that, I wasn't able to go because everyone essentially went into lockdown, and I was even less inclined to go because I was like, man, I don't want to go get sick and that sort of thing. Only been to Gen Con twice and it kind of fell apart both times. Both Money Company and the Backstreet Boys reunion tour kind of killed the vibe since con sickness was already bad enough. Yeah. So, Big C happened and I was like, yeah, no. And then, I mean, it made it even harder to think about it, to the point where I almost totally forgot about conventions. It wasn't until, like, recently that I read about how they had a Comic-Con over in America that I was reminded of it. I was like, oh yeah, conventions, they're a thing. I think the reason I remembered it because, at the time, I was getting back into Tamagotchi, and over in Comic-Con over in America, they had a exclusive Comic-Con Tamagotchis they were giving. Like, they were not the connections, but the regular ones. And I was like, man, that's kind of cool. But, you know, shipping would be too much for that. So I was like, yeah, it's cool, can't get that sort of thing. But I was like, oh yeah, conventions are a thing. And I think recently, The Alchemist was like, oh, I'm planning on going to Supernova this year. And I was like, you know what, I should. And then I unfortunately left it off for a little while and then was like, whoops, I needed to go get the stuff for that to go. So yeah. If you want a little, like, idea of, like, how long ago I hadn't been to conventions, just going back to one was a little overwhelming, but I was like, oh, there's people dressed up in, like, Genshin Impact stuff, and there was so much Genshin Impact, like, merch, and I was like, wow, the last time I went to a convention, Genshin Impact wasn't even, a thing. Now it's just everywhere. But I guess the good thing about going to Supernova is that it's not just anime-based stuff and whatnot. They also, like, have stuff related to, what's the word? Well, they do comic books and stuff like that. So it's not just anime and manga. They do, like, comics, cartoons and stuff. So it's a much wider variety of things you get to see. And it's always interesting to see, like, some cosplays because some of them are from, like, old shows that just... you'd think, oh, that's not relevant anymore, but I guess it is. We saw some Disney-related stuff. Like, I think there was someone dressed up as Ursula from The Little Mermaid, but you're like, well, I guess Little Mermaid's in the minds of people because of the live action. I saw a guy dressed up as Cusco from, like, Emperor's New Groove, and I was like, what? I saw a couple of D&D based things. I saw a dude wearing a D20 on his head as a big dice head, and then a guy who was dressed up as the stat sheet from D&D, which is pretty funny. We saw some amazing Zelda-based stuff. There was a couple of Fire Emblem things. Like, there was a couple of Star Wars and Ghostbusters. I feel like the Ghostbusters thing is just never gonna die. I feel like there'll always be someone who's dressed up as a Ghostbuster. There was a guy dressed up as Mario. There was a couple of Marios and Luigis and Warriors and Waluigis. I saw them closer to the end of the con. I saw one guy, though, dressed up as the movie Luigi. Not the most recent one, like the old movie version. And then I saw a movie version of Princess Peach from the recent movie. And I was like, oh goodness. Such a time gap there. But yeah, I think my friend Crescent was also just saying how, like, they felt like, oh, the cosplays this year were a little bit held back, but I think most of them would just decide to come out, like, at nighttime or later in the day. Probably because it was a little cooler and such like that, because, I mean, imagine being in some of those massive costumes. They probably like weigh a lot and just heavy. Like fursuits. I think there was a bunch of people dressed up as, there were furries, but there was, I think, 4 dudes dressed up in like full costumes of Ninja Turtles, because the guy obviously was the co-author was there, so there was a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, which my friend was very excited for. But yeah, it probably was very hot for them inside the convention because all the doors were closed, so it was steadily getting warmer despite the cooler weather. Let's... Yeah, it didn't seem logically justifiable for a while, even after lockdown lifted. I haven't been to a con since high school either. One of my favorite con interactions was when I was signing in, a guy dressed as a classic penguin walked by and I made the noise at him and he did it back. Yeah, a lot of the cosplayers are like really nice people, thankfully. When I also went to the convention, I was wearing this Pikmin shirt I have. My sister got it for me in Japan. It's just a simple whitish t-shirt with the red, yellow, and blue Pikmin on the front. And someone at one of the booths was like, "Oh, I like your t-shirt," and I was like, "Oh, thanks." And as I was walking a little later on, some guy was like, "Hey, nice t-shirt," and I was like, that was odd because he was just walking by, and I looked up because I was talking to my friend at the time. Looked over at him, who was standing next to me and walking the opposite direction. He was wearing the exact same t-shirt, so it was just like, "Oh, hey, nice t-shirt." It's like the whole same hat comic thing. But yeah, I think they also brought, there was a bunch of like really cool merch there. I think they also had a section dedicated for, what's the word? LARPing. They had a LARPing section where people were like fighting with swords. At one point it got like really serious, you can hear the cheering and stuff like that. There was a section where they had, I believe, computers and switches where people were playing like Smash, Mario Kart, Minecraft, which I found funny. I was like, guys, you're at a convention. Why are you playing Minecraft? You can play Minecraft anytime. Unless it was like a PvP Minecraft, I really couldn't see why you'd be playing Minecraft at a convention, but, you know, you do you, I guess. They also had a TV where they had some people get up on stage and, like, race each other or, like, play Street Fighter 6. Is that the newest one that came out? I'm not sure. I'm not very versed in the ways of Street Fighter. Wearing a Cthulhu t-shirt and a person dressed up as a Hydra agent walked over to me and silently and then flipped their badge around. It was Cthulhu. Nice. Yeah, it's always great to see other cosplayers who nod at each other without a word. Yeah, it's always great to see when cosplayers dressed in similar like fandoms or they know certain inside jokes, make little jokes like that. As I was walking around the convention, I came across these people who were doing a photo shoot, and it turned out it was 3 different Links. One dressed up as Breath of the Wild Link, one dressed up as Tears of the Kingdom Link, like the new costume you get at the beginning, new armor you get at the beginning of the game, and one was dressed up as a Vey Link you get in Breath of the Wild. I just thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, I think I've noticed that in regards to Zelda stuff, a lot of the stuff now is Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. There wasn't many other Zelda characters, to say the least, which was quite interesting to see. I think I saw like one other guy who might have been dressed up as just a classic Link, but yeah. I'd love to do Zant. It'd be an interesting one. Zant's outfit's pretty complex, but I think the worst bit is like, how the heck are you going to see through that mask? The weird fish mask. But yeah, it would definitely be cool. Oh my god, look at all these scythers I have. There's a bunch of bugs. It's so weird to hatch them because, like, I'm so used to hatching, like, little babies. So that when the screen comes out, like, oh, you've hatched something, and it's just a giant scyther that takes up this whole screen. Mask would absolutely be the hardest, yeah. Unless you did the version where he didn't have the mask. The rest is just rolling up my sleeves, yeah. It's certainly, what they say, a very committed sort of, like, cosplay. Oh, another thing I got, there was a section over where there was a display for all these bugs, and I was so excited to see them because they were very pretty. But it turned out the guy over on that particular booth, his little hobby was that he would collect insects from around the world. Like butterflies, bees. He had a scorpion in one of them. And these were like legitimate species. Like they weren't fake bugs or anything like that. These were the real deal. And he would like pose them in little terrariums. And I think on the Alchemist's Discord, I posted the picture where I got one. I got this little terrarium where it's like a little, it has a tiny little bottle in it, and it's got a bee in it. And the bee's like this yellow and blue color. Super cute. They were quite expensive, but I mean, you're working with very delicate insects. So I understand they can be quite costly, and it's very, very fine work. But there were some really pretty ones, like there were a lot of butterflies. There was one that had a massive blue butterfly in it. And I was like, oh man, it obviously would cost too much money and I would have nowhere to put it, but it was definitely very pretty. Were they caught humanely? Yes, I believe they were. Most of the time they were caught like... I believe they were caught humanely. Some of them, like they even said that, oh, we just happened to come across one on the ground and we're like, oh yeah, we'll take that. So... And they're imported, so I assume it's humane, what they do. I believe, I don't know how the money works, yeah. He was mentioning that they got some of them from, like, places like even Madagascar and stuff like that, so... The importing and stuff like that would probably cost a bit. But yeah, I do hope it is humanely, because I assume it's a passion project for him, so... And the guy at the front was not the person who actually did all the work. He was just, you know, a friend of his, like the seller's man. I think the guy who was, who did all the sort of fine detail stuff was on the other side of the booth when I was talking to him. Yeah. There was quite a lot of things. I think it was in the artist alley, so there was a bunch of, like, artists all promoting their works. And there was some amazing works and stuff like that. But, one of my friends, I think, I don't know who it was, if it was Lemon or Crescent who mentioned it, but they were like, walked past a booth and there was one unfortunate artist which they were like, had written a sign and the sign literally was like, please come talk to me, because they literally hadn't sold anything, and I was like, dang, I didn't even see that, and that made me realize that I probably was one of the few people, like, more than likely a person who walked past them without even realizing it. Do you remember the name of the seller? I believe I asked for the receipt, so I think it would be asked for a receipt on text. I might have it still. Let's see. I have it from 3 different shops by the looks of it. One of them says Twilight Grove. I would think that's most likely it. Because I know what one of them was. The other one I bought stuff at, for my mum. So, yeah, I think it might have been Twilight Grove, but... Unfortunately, I do not remember and I don't have the stuff on hand with me while I sit here at my computer, hatching scythers. Probably after we hatch all these scythers, we'll move on to the raid. And start, like, training up that Applin. We need to get the Applin's special attack and defense up. Interestingly enough, not the HP. But I mean, Appleton's known for its HP, so... Two more. Oh, we still have plenty of time. There was a lot of people selling D&D dices. I know D&D was quite common over there. I wanted to get a D&D dice, but a lot of the dices were either in a set that was a bit too expensive for my taste, or the dices didn't really appeal to me. Eventually, I think I came across a stall, which they were selling this massive dice that had like liquid still in it, so when you rolled it, the liquid would spin. And they were also selling squishy dices. The squishy dices were very, very squishy. it wasn't the right, like, I didn't really like the color too much on the squishy dice, but, like, squishing the dice was very fun. Apparently, they use baby powder to, like, cover the dice, so all you have to do is literally just wash it with water if it gets too dusty, but it was very cute, very squishy. I think I did a lucky grab on the dice there, and I got this really cool light green dice with sparkles in it. With the lucky dip, I could just, I think the way they wrapped it was they just got like paper and wrapped it like a tube around the dice. So I was able to like sort of peer down the tube a little bit and see it. And I saw, when I peered down this one, I was like, oh, I don't know what it was about it, but the color looked a bit right for me. I was like, yeah, I like this one. So I took that one, and yeah, it was a really nice dice. I think the big criteria for me with dices is that it may look cool and all, but if I can't read the numbers well, or at a glance I can't read the numbers, it's not really a dice I want. I want to see the numbers. That's what we're rolling dice for, you know? I don't want to have to squint at it and be like, I can't see this. Is this a 9 or is this a 6? I don't know. Is that even a number? That sort of thing. But yeah, I think the dice was like the last thing I bought that day because it was winding down to the end of the day by then. There was a person who was selling Pokemon charms, which I bought one of. Well, I actually bought 2 of. So the charms were like little dangly charms, and they had like either evolution lines on them or Pokemon that are, you know, paired off, like Latios and Latias sort of thing. And they were like made on a glittery sort of plastic, but when you flip them around, it showed the shiny color on the other side. So it was super cool. Can't seem to find them, so it's an eh. I'll have to take a look around, I guess. Oh, it might be the wrong place. This might have been the dice place. Yeah, just because I typed in the Twilight Grove and it popped up as the dice thing. Very doubtful it's not humane. It would be incredibly illegal if it was. Yeah. Nowadays, people are a lot more humane with their treating of things, which is good, thankfully. I'm also going to quickly kick this bot. Whoop. But yeah, I'll have to see if there's any symbol on the thing. I remember getting the card from them that had the business card, but I don't know, I might have not picked up that one. Importing live animals is a very good way to get put away for a very long time. I know. There was a story recently, I think I might have mentioned it on stream here, where a couple of guys got arrested at, I believe, our Australian airport. Here's a preface at least. If you want an airport that's strict, just come to Australia. Our airport is one of the strictest airports that exist. And the biggest reason is because, like, we're really particular about, like, not having anything that could cause, like, pests or, like, import dangerous animals to our wildlife. So we're very, very strict. I mean, we got a TV show apparently based off, like, dealing with, that sort of thing. I think, what's it called? Border security or something like that. So, like, they're very, very strict with that sort of thing. And also just seeing the amount of, like, things that people try to sneak into Australia that apparently there's enough to make a TV show out of. Like, it's crazy. It's also really fun to watch because you're just like, how on earth, like, these people, like, think they could get away with these things? And sometimes you just come across, like, people who are just totally ignorant and they're just like, yeah, I want to bring in, like, 5 kilos worth of imported food that can't be brought into Australia. But there have been cases of, like, people legitimately hiding things and just like, oh, that's definitely illegal. But a good portion of them are just people from China bringing stuff, like, imported food that we cannot have. We're like, no, you cannot bring this over. It's literally got human, like, animal traces to it that we can't bring in, sort of thing. Or like, no, you cannot bring this thing because it's a fruit, and fruit can have insects in it. Please do not bring this. And they just, play dumb for that. But anyways, I believe it was in Australia where there was these two guys were trying to get through the security of an airport. I don't remember if it was completely in Australia, but the story is pretty much the same. And as they were getting the bags in, somebody apparently heard cheeping sounds coming from one of the bags, and they were like, are there birds in there? And they opened up the bag, and it turned out that these people were trying to smuggle in parrot eggs of a rather rare parrot. They didn't know what it was at the time, because these were babies. But yeah, I guess they were hoping to get these eggs over to wherever they were heading. And suddenly, I guess, against all odds, and probably not to their benefit, some of the eggs hatched, and they started, like, making noises, and that's how the people got caught. I feel like they would have been caught eventually, but, like, the fact that they got caught because their bag literally started making noises, and they opened it up, and they're like, oh, there's rare parrots in here. Stolen, apparently. So they had to go and, like... Obviously, I believe they got into a heap of trouble, but also they were able to, like, get the parrots safely to a location to keep them safe, warm, and, like, help them grow up, because they didn't know what type of parrots these were, because obviously baby birds are ugly little things, let's be real. You can barely tell what a bird is. But, they were able to, rehabilitate them and make sure they were all safe and such, which is probably the best part of the story. But yeah, just the fact that they thought they could get away with something like that, and it's really, really gross behavior. Like sticking an animal in a bag and hoping just, oh yeah, they'll be okay for who knows how many hour flight. Like, it's really, really gross. And the fact that these are rare parrots that are smuggling most likely mean they were going to be sold for some unsavory profits. Someone grew up with chickens, yeah. Yep. You cannot tell a chicken when they first hatch. Baby birds all look the same, honestly, before they hatch. Well, not before they hatch, when they hatch. It's only when they get the feathers on that you're like, oh yeah, that's a this thing, or yep, that's a this thing. Most of the time, they're just this weird, ugly, fuzzy pink thing. States just have drugs, so much drugs. Yeah, drugs are still common over here as well, of being smuggled in. It's more like the creative ways they come up with it. I think we don't watch the show like religiously or anything like that. It's more just like, oh, it's on my auntie's TV when we're over at their place, so we'll just watch it because it's entertaining. I think the last time we watched it, they had one where it was, this bag got pulled over because of something was off about it, or it tripped something. And the bag was just full of batteries. And you're just like, okay, like computer batteries or something like that. And they're like, alright. And then they open up the computer batteries, and then turns out, yeah, the computer batteries actually was just, there was like drugs hidden in the linings of the computer batteries. Which sounds like a lot of work to try and do something like this. But yep, like, I guess they were there. Beaks are the only determining factor. Yeah, pretty much. I think that was the only reason they figured they were parrots, but they didn't know what type of species of parrots or anything like that. It was only after they got their feathers that they were like, oh, this is legitimately a rather rare parrot that they've rescued, which is... oh, thank goodness they did, honestly. And I've heard stories of people putting their cats into luggage and giving the poor x-ray people, like, the fright of their life, because, I mean, a full-grown cat still has a skeleton, you know, and I don't think anyone wants to open up a bag and see see through the x-ray a skeleton in the bags. Because I think they've had a couple of cases where people, like... I think they were very rare cases, but people smuggling in like animal bones and stuff like that, which is a huge no-no in like even most countries, I believe. It's obviously made of animal product. I mean, it literally is what animals are made up of. Why can't I just swap these? Makes no sense. Almost done. Once those baby chickens get their plumage and start cheeping, they grab your heartstrings. Not biased. Yeah, my dad did not like... we once got 2 chickens because I think my mum's a childcare worker and they had chickens at some point, and she brought 2 of them home with us. Unfortunately, one of them did pass away. It didn't really make it past the chick stage. The other one did grow up to be a decent chicken, but it turned out it was a rooster, so we had to give it away. Yeah, he was a little bastard, that one. He, I think he, back in the day, I had a mole on my face, which I've removed since then, because it was a bit too invasive on my face. And this chicken got up and pecked me right there on the dot, and God, it hurt. I was like, why have you forsaken me? Our dog didn't like us also having the chickens. He felt very, very jealous. Like, he was... I think my sister was very excited about the chicken, and she was, like, playing with it, and I looked up and could see my dog standing, like, in the distance with this scowl on his face. As much as a Shih Tzu can do a scowl. But he was just standing there just like... I can't believe you've done this to me. Grandma raised chickens, so I'm very used to them, but they're entirely free range, so... Yeah, coyotes, hawks, foxes, yeah. I think my dad grew up on a farm as well, and they raised chickens, but they were mostly sheep farmers over there. Before my grandparents got too old to take care of the farm and moved into town. That was long after my dad obviously left and married my mum and raised us. We did go to my grandparents' farm every sort of year, even the distance was quite long. I do miss going there, but because there was a lot you could do that you can't do in a town, but nowadays, obviously, they can't take care of all that stuff. They were just too old now. My grandfather's passed on at this point. But yeah. They had a small coop that had chickens in it. We would grab eggs every so often. I think they had like maybe 3 to 4 at the time. If I remember like... Oh! Hey! Shiny Scyther! Let's go! The final one, I think. This one. Alright. Hey, yeah, Shiny Scyther in a sports ball. Isn't that cool? I was definitely not expecting a Shiny Scyther. I hope this doesn't ruin my chances of getting a Rowlet, but yeah. There we go, Shiny Scyther in a sports ball. We'll put him over here, I guess. In the shiny box. I've moved a couple of my shiny duplicates over to home at the moment. Make some more room. Congrats. Thank you so much. But yeah, that was kind of shocking. Wasn't expecting a shiny Scyther. Alright. I mean, I did breed Masuda method because I was like, well, yeah, why not? Sort of thing. I guess it paid off. And I guess Scyther is a bit of a hard one to see, like, from a distance, so it's a good thing that we got it. I mean, that means I can technically go for a Scizor. Because eventually I am going to finish my home decks, living decks. And I think somebody asked me at some point, they're like, are you planning on doing a shiny dex? And I was like, that sounds absurd, probably not. But then, at a point, I started thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know, should I do a shiny dex? And like, how would I do it? Should I just do one like, should I just be like, oh, I'm gonna catch every Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet as a shiny? Like, just the random Pokemon? Do I want to do it by generation sort of thing? Like, I started thinking about that. I would say Scarlet and Violet are the best ones to do, I guess, shinies in, because of the sandwiches, as well as, like, even the egg breeding is quite fast. It is a bit boring, but I mean, if you're doing it by yourself and not on stream, you literally could just, like, make a sandwich, go away for 10 minutes, come back, grab eggs. I think even 5 minutes. Wait 5 minutes, grab eggs, wait 5 minutes, and you don't even have to run back and forth, and you can just grab, like, a ton of eggs. So it's probably the easiest game to get shinies in. But yeah, I started debating on it, what I really wanted to do with that. Do I want to just do a generation I like? Because I could do Gen 3, but obviously Gen 3 has a lot of legendaries that I can't get as shinies. Unless I don't know, soft reset in the older games. Which, yeah, that would take a very, very long time. And I don't really have the time to do something like that. I thought about doing it in Let's Go, considering Let's Go is another pretty easy game to get shinies in. Legends Arceus is a really easy game to get shinies in. And plus, I mean, I've gotten quite a good handful of shinies from that game. And I think at some point I did want to go get a shiny alpha Pokemon, because I've only got, like, what? I think I have 2, but they're both, like, Shinx and Luxio, so I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. They're both, like, the same line. So that doesn't really help. And then the other thing I've been thinking about doing is making a single competitive team, because I have a double competitive team, and I've had some, I believe his name's Kitsune, drop in wanting to battle, and he's like, oh, we should do singles. And I'm like, oh, I don't really do singles. You're talking about shinies here, I'm talking about chickens. Oh, sorry about that, Worm. Let me look over here. Maybe I should get a shiny chicken. Roosters have to be respected as one of the closest living things to dinosaurs. Usually one of the meanest birds available if the situation calls for it. Yeah, and also the fact you can't have them in towns because nobody wants to be woken up that early in the morning because of the rooster calling sort of thing. Wish could have seen the top rooster beat up that hawk, but I only had the story from my grandma. That would be impressive. I mean, rooster actually can defend itself, I would assume. And chickens can be ruthless. It's just, most of the time they're not. They're just, I fluffy and I make eggs. I know, the only story I really know that was slightly interesting in terms of, like, my grandparents' chickens that I vaguely remember of. This is, you're gonna have to, like, bear with me because I only vaguely remember this. Is, I think what happened was there was, like, I think it was either a mouse or a small snake. I think it was a small snake. A snake, like a very small one, got into my, I guess they got into close to the chickens, and my grandfather saw it, so he beheaded it, and then he threw the body into the chicken's coop after he'd done that. And yeah, the chickens grabbed one end of it, flipped it up, and then just swallowed it whole. Without a care in the world, despite this thing probably could have killed them earlier. They'll do everything on their body to tear up whatever they makes them angry. Claws, beak, wings. Yeah. Chickens can be ruthless. Birds can be ruthless. I mean, people laugh about that, but, like, just look over here in Australia. We've got some pretty dangerous birds. We've had people die from, like, getting, like, attacked by emus or cassowaries. But also, like, there have been people who've gotten, like, actually injured because of magpies as well. And for those who, like, say, oh, well, why would a magpie do that? It's like, well, magpies are known to swoop over here in Australia. And usually, if you cover your face and stuff like you won't really get hurt by that sort of thing. But then you put in the factor of like maybe you're carrying something or maybe you're on a bike, then the situation becomes a lot more dangerous. Alrighty, we're done hatching the Scyther, so we'll probably go back to training up this Applin and getting ready for the raid Chesnaught. Now, what I know, at least for the raid, I assume the raid for Great Tusk and Iron Treads is just that they're just random typings. Yeah, so we need, let me double check, defense and special attack. Chickens will eat most anything you put in front of them. Yeah, that's pretty much it with the snake story. Is that my dad said the same thing. He was like, yeah, chickens will eat pretty much anything. When you're, like, quite low on the pecking order, literally, I guess, you kind of just have to eat what you can. Alright, defense. Orthworm. That's probably what we want to fight. Do I have the thing that to evolve Applin? I have exactly one. I'm going to save beforehand because I think this is the one I need, is the sweet one to evolve the Appleton. Tart, I believe, evolves into Apple... Blackle. That's okay. Then we need to give it a modest. I have 20 ability patches. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize that. There we go. Alright. My friend has a story about a blue jay that tends to bully other birds around their feeder until one unfortunate day where they just happened to be in a local pileated woodpecker. This was not a fight the blue jay wanted, but it decided to find out. Ah, yes, the fuck around and find out mechanic. Yes, we've heard a lot about that one. Usually doesn't end up well for the one who decides to find out. I have heard also, I think I vaguely was mentioning about magpies. There was actually a story recently where it's a rather bad story because it was an unfortunate event where a mother was carrying her child at the time this happened. And when she got attacked, she accidentally fell and landed on her child that she was carrying, and the child did make it. After, like, all the injuries that the bird and, I guess, getting crushed did. And, yeah, not a great story on that one. 84. My friend said all he found was a bunch of blood and blue feathers at the feeder. Oof. Yeah, birds are vicious. Like, some people don't think it, but, like, yeah, birds can be rather vicious. Ches. Sandwich. Beautiful sandwich. Probably one I could probably eat. But I think it needs a bit of chicken to go with it. Chicken and cheese sandwich. Delicious. As awful as it is to say after we had a discussion about chickens. But it's just an unfortunate part for chickens. Chickens are delicious. Also, I didn't realize Appleton has a tiny little spot on his belly. How cute. Alrighty, time to find some worms. That's encounter power bug. That's not what I wanted. Did I eat the wrong sandwich? I did. I was supposed to eat a potato salad sandwich. Oops. I mean... Yeah. Ate the wrong sandwich, no! I was looking at the wrong one. Why did I have that highlighted though? Anyways. I must have highlighted it for some other reason. I actually needed 52, this one. Yeah, counter power. Blue jay is around 10 to 11 inches, and a woodpecker is 16 to 19. Here's the unfortunate part, though. Being not American, I'm not entirely sure how much an inch is off the top of my head. But I can see the numbers and have justly decided that the woodpecker is definitely bigger. And that Blue Jay made a very grave mistake. And also, this is a woodpecker. Woodpeckers are, like, built to, like, shred wood. It's in their name. Bird is, like, not as hard as wood. Like, woodpeckers are hecking destructive, from what I know. There we go, that's what we wanted. $19 is 48 centimeters. Yep, that's decently big. Time to fight worms. Yeah, so there's like at least an 18 centimeter difference. So, yeah, well, that bird didn't stand a chance. Need orthworms that are on the ground, please. Fight them. I've been coming up with my singles team, and since that Hisuian mods are now, like, legal, I guess, or you can bring them over to here, I've been thinking of, like, the reason I want to get the shiny, Rowlet is to get myself a shiny, Decidueye, the Hisuian one, because despite how much I tried, I never got a shiny, Rowlet back in Legends Arceus, which was really sad because I think I worked decently hard to try and get one. I like maxed out its I got a perfect on all its evolutions. Still no shiny popped up, even with the added of the massive mountainous outbreak. It's almost as big as a crow, beak muscles built to punch holes in solid trees in seconds. Yeah, pretty much that other bird had no chance. It's fighting a very losing battle. I'm gonna teach any of my moves to the Appleton because we need specific moves. Ah, put metal sounds up front. No. Yeah, I'm gonna guess your friend didn't have to deal with that blue jay ever again. Blue jays will pick fights with anything. They're beautiful, they're bullies. Yeah. Very brave. You can say very brave, but you could also say very dumb for that bird to go and fight something that was clearly one too many sizes too big for him to deal with. I just wanted to check that Bramblegast was... No, it's like Bramblin. Bramblin's the small one. I wanted to check if it was a shiny. Part of me wants to get a Bramblin as a shiny, because I don't think Bramblegast really shows up very often. I think you can find wild Bramblgasts, but they're like, you know, very rare. But the problem is that it's a very, very hard shiny to see. And this area sucks for shiny hunting. Like, most of the time, like, this sort of weather is okay, but, like, the moment it becomes sandstorm, you're pretty much screwed. Though, I've heard that with the Bramblin in Sandstorm, if it's shiny, it doesn't get blown away, because all shinies have a mechanic that if there's weather that causes them to despawn, they won't despawn. You know, because Game Freak isn't completely heartless. Still got a ways to go. It sounds like an axe sometimes, depending on the size of the woodpecker. Goodness. I don't really think we have any woodpeckers over here in Australia, off the top of my head. Like, woodpeckers aren't really a big thing. So, I've never really heard a woodpecker, like, how loud they can get or whatnot. But I imagine they would be loud considering what they're doing. They're literally just punching their head against wood. Which is also another thing to consider, is that these things are, like, punching their head, like their beak attached to their head into like solid wood, and they do it rapidly. Like, that's something you don't want to mess with. Sure, game. Not sure how that happened, but we'll take it. I find that bone can be considerably softer than most trees. Yeah. And I'm guessing... Whoop, okay. Like, the fact also, I think, is just like, I'm not sure if woodpeckers go for specific trees as well. I'd assume that would be an effective, like, understanding is like, do they go for trees that are softer than usual, or they just don't care about that sort of thing? I unfortunately don't know much about woodpeckers, to say the least, so it's pretty far as my knowledge of them go. But it's definitely a fascinating topic. Usually I find myself not knowing what to talk about when I'm grinding like this. Like, they're usually so high up, being mostly arboreal, that kind of content is rare. Okay, so that they're not easy to find even in the whole case of things. Wow, Golden Go actually can't really learn many moves. I'm gonna get rid of Nasty Plot for now, because I don't think I've really been using Golden Go too much in raids. Luckily, you can just relearn moves whenever you want. Actually searching for insects inside trees. Don't worry, I think that's that part's pretty obvious. I mean, like, what else could they be punching their head against? I don't think that would be one heck of a like masochistic thing to do if you were just punching your head against wood for fun. To be honest, it depends. I see some species at my grandma's feeder, even affiliated. Oh, do you get like a variety of woodpecker types out where you live? Well, happens a few times. It's always very cool. Yeah, I've always wanted to have a feeder near my place for birds to show up at, but like where I live, yeah, that's not really a possibility. The only thing we'd get are like Indian miners and noisy miners. Maybe like 1 or 2 cockatoos, and that is something my dad does not want. Because my dad grows a lot of vegetables and like citrus. And cockatoos love the seeds and oranges and lemons. But what they'll do is they'll grab the lemon, rip it open, eat the seeds, and then throw the rest of the lemon away. They don't even eat the rest of the lemon. So that infuriates my dad because, I mean, waste of food. Ah. I'm in town, but my grandma's out further in the woods. Ah, okay. Still very cool, though. Learn recover. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, far out. The Don fan in the group just popped out of into existence. Pretty much in the boondocks, so animal life is common. Alright, we're done here at least. Head off to the next area. Actually, we're right next to where we need to go. We need to go to Porto Marinada. Just not as common. Yeah. Like, some areas they... I mean, you could also just say things are common, but like, there's nothing exciting. Like in the city, pigeons are common, but, I mean, pigeons we're looking at. I guess it also is a perspective of what you think is a huge amount of, like, animal life. Alright. Had a bunny in your yard yesterday. Nice. I've seen deer. Yeah, deer are not a thing over here. Okay. Let me see. I was just looking at something real quick. I'm gonna go take a look in Port Marinada, see if there's anything interesting first. And then we need to eat for... We can either choose to do Psychic or Electric. I might do Psychic because we can fight Giraffe. Kelpsie Berry, Dive Ball, Soda Pop. Oh. I mean, let's see. How much money do I have? I'll take the Kelpsie Berries. These sort of berries are useful to reset stats, so might as well. Uh-oh. Don't you dare. Stop! Sadder coyote, which is a problem since they go after small outdoor pets. Yeah, I've heard some horror stories of like of people leaving their pets outside and them getting attacked by coyotes. I mean, small dogs are just like what? Just a meal on legs to them, I guess. Oh, I guess for those who have transferred Pokemon up from the older games, if you have all those legendaries and whatnots, Port Marinada is super useful to go to because they also give you the items that you need to transform Mons into different forms. What gives me Psychic? I don't think I've really used the Psychic Sandwich. I wish you could, like, check on here. I mean, I can do Electric, yeah. Yeah. I also just realized we're using Golden Go. Golden Go has a ghost type move that doesn't affect Girafarig. Just to eat sandwich of salmon and avocado, which sounds really tasty right now. I like how big the smoked fillet things. Well, it's smoked fillet. It doesn't really tell us what it is. It's probably something like Veluza. I'm gonna be real with them. Ooh. Alrighty. We're almost there. Problem is we also have to level up our Appleton as well. Because he's only like level 24 at the moment. Wow, all the Rotoms spawning in. Fortunately, we don't need Rotom. We need Flaffy. Oh, and Girafarig's also useful, so we'll fight them as well. We actually get bald eagles too, since we're on a river, lots of red tails. Interesting. I don't think eagles are not really a thing over here either. I think we get hawks from time to time. I've seen a hawk, but that was at work, not near my house or anything like that. My workplace is a little far out compared to there. Ah yes, the seagulls, or my dad likes to affectionately know them as the rats of the sea. I think one time when I went to the city, there was a bird there I didn't recognize, and I think it was like something along the lines of it was called like a snake head or a snake tail, or a snake neck or something like that. I believe it's related to like the way their neck is shaped that gives them that name, but I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of the snake was. I can imagine seagulls are quite common. Yeah, at least near Sydney City they are, because that's next to the water. So seagulls are around a lot. Pretty much in the city, you're not going to find anything interesting. It's like, your options are seagulls, pigeons, and ibises. And nobody likes ibises. There's a reason why Australians nickname the ibis as the bin chicken for a reason. I was recently in Chicago, which is right on Lake Michigan, and my god, the seagulls. Yeah, all the seagulls. Seagulls are very opportunist as well. I'm sure there's people who've seen the old... There was an old video at the time where... I can't remember exactly how it went, but there was like... It was like somebody, what was it? I think they threw a chip out on a beach. And they were like, haha, laughing about throwing out a chip. And then they started screaming and running because they may have attracted a seagull, but you see seagulls also get attracted by lots of seagulls. So I guess one seagull was like, bro, there's chips here. And then every single seagull just converged onto that person. They were suddenly chased by a whole flock of them. I've also seen, this I saw like in person. It's a really funny story now that I'm reminded of seagulls. The story goes where I believe we were doing something near DY. I believe that's where it is. DY is like right next to a beach, essentially. And we were just there for some sort of thing. I don't remember exactly why or what the reason was we were there, but we were there. We're just chilling, doing some stuff, and I was watching this family, which they ordered like KFC. And they looked over at this group of like seagulls that were approaching. I think it was like two kids and like their mum and dad, and they saw these seagulls trying to approach from the front. In front of them, they're like, "Oh, we really want that them chips, and big fat potato chips." And they were like, you know, inching forward and making all that noise that they do. And obviously the kids found it funny, as well as like they didn't want to really lose their meal, so they were like trying to shoo these seagulls off. When as I was watching them do that, I got a little bit distracted. I could see like right behind them was another group of seagulls. They were sitting on a picnic mat at the time. And there was another group of seagulls, like one or two seagulls, just sort of behind the group of these two kids and like their parents. And I was like, oh, I think something interesting's about to happen, sort of feeling as I was watching this. I kid you not, the seagulls from the back snuck up on the children and their parents and then grabbed something from their meal. Like they started pecking furiously and grabbing stuff as much as they could put in their little beak. And the family heard the noise. They turned around and saw these seagulls stealing their food, and they freaked out and tried to turned around, freaked out about the seagulls. But the moment they turned around, I guess the front group of seagulls saw them, you know, drop their guard. So the front line of seagulls then pincer maneuvered them and rushed in and grabbed a bunch of chips. So I watched as two groups of seagulls bully a family of two children and their parents. That was a fun experience. Hey Nux, good to see you. We're training up a Appleton to do the raid for Chesnaught. I might also give a try for the Great Tusk and Iron Treads. I don't think they really give you anything except the fact that you get those Paradox mons. And I wouldn't mind getting my own Great Tusk, because all the Great Tusks I've gotten are pretty much trade only, because I don't have Scarlet. Seagulls are not afraid of you and they're way smarter than most of the time. Yeah, pretty much. They're very opportunists, they know. They've been around the block long enough, they know what they're doing. But it was really funny, and I did feel bad, like, watching this, because I think I wasn't the only one who was watching it. I think my dad was also watching this whole scenario play out. It was just very entertaining. But yeah, always be wary of all your surroundings. Seagulls have no mercy when it comes to getting them chips. But yeah, we're also going to be hatching rowlet eggs after we do, I think, a couple of the raids. Nuts. And I'll also be giving, I guess, if anyone's interested, some sports ball scyther, because I just hatched a bunch of them. Because I got a Japanese sports ball scyther off Pokemon Home. And in Pokemon Home, at least the mobile version, there's an achievement, like stickers for getting like 30 sports ball Pokemon. And sports balls are very, very rare. I think at the beginning of the stream we explained how rare they were. But yeah, so I bred a bunch of them over here in Violet to get the 30 balls I need. And we actually hatched a shiny Scyther as we were doing that. Sports ball egg. Yeah. It's the red ball with the white Pokeball symbol on the top of it. It's really fun to see buzzards just look up calmly at passing cars and not even take flight to move, just walk slowly out of the way to continue their meal. Wait for the cars to pass to get right back to their meal. I mean, like, their meal's not going anywhere. They don't have to worry. I mean, unless a car was directly coming at them, they're probably smart enough to know that cars aren't going to do that. I've seen a lot of birds where they just walk. They're just like, oh, oopsie, and they just hop out of the way. But yeah, the sports ball Nux is a very, very rare ball you can get, I believe, in Sword and Shield. There wasn't a Japanese exclusive event where you could type in a code and get 3 sports balls. That's one way of getting it. The other way is you need to get apricorns from the Isle of Armor DLC, and a 0.1 chance you'll get a single sports ball if you use apricorns of different colors. That's how rare it is. And I got one in Wonder Trade, so I'm not letting this opportunity slide, pretty much, is what's happening. Almost there, just a couple more. Well, we've had some instances of, like, birds not being very smart and just standing in the middle of the road and, unfortunately, facing the consequences of that. But, unfortunately, you can't dodge them. Because if you try and dodge a bird on the road, you're more likely to injure yourself than the bird. And, obviously, your life is worth much more than a small bird's. As sad as it is to say it. But it's pretty much the truth. But it always makes me upset when you see, like, the bodies of, like, animals that have been hit by cars or, like, didn't make it. It's just scattered around the sides of the road and you're just like, ah, dang. There we go, apple acid, that's what we want. Wow, you don't learn apple acid until this late. No grass type moves until this level. Yeah, and the safety of the passengers in your car, definitely. Especially some of Australian animals too. We've got some bigums. Big animals that would wreck you. Alright, we need HP plus. A lot of feathers. Look at all these feathers I've picked up from, like... I'm pretty sure I picked these all up while I was looking for Tatsugiri. Change held items. I have Pokerus on a few of my Pokemon on Y, but I want to restart because I made it long before I came into... I made some dysphoria playing it. Pokerus. I mean, you could trade that Pokemon to a different game. Do you have a different game of, like, X, Omega, Ruby, Alpha, Sapphire? If you have Pokemon Bank, you can put those Pokemon in the bank, restart the game, and then just transfer them back into the game. Like, do you have any of those options, Worm? And also, I guess Pokerus isn't... It is rare, but, like, obviously, nowadays it feels like it's a bit more common. Well, unless that game has not connected with others, then yeah, I can understand it being quite rare. Might be able to trade it. Yeah. If you have Oras, or X and Y, I think also Sun and Moon, maybe? I don't know. But, like, yeah, if you have Pokemon Bank, you can easily just put it in Bank and then later grab it there. Actually, I think Ultra Sun and Moon can't trade to Oras. Yeah, I think Sun and Moon, stuff like that, can't trade over to X and Y. It's weird. Alright. We has the boy leveled out. Now we just gotta max level him. I know someone who tried to avoid a fox and crashed the rental van onto a pole. Everyone was fine, but he had to pay a fortune for the rental. Yeah, and plus, I mean, the pole thing, like, that easily could have ended in, like, a bigger disaster. So, thank goodness he was okay. Apparently Appleton does not learn many moves. It's at level 100 and didn't really learn anything. I need 2 TMs then. I need Giga Drain. And I need Reflect. I'll quickly read the thing just after I find Reflect if I have it. I have 3 light screens? What? Okay. I think we're all set to use Appleton. We're all done. I'm gonna save. We have moose in North America. I don't know if you've ever seen a full-grown bull moose, but they're essentially megafauna that survived the Ice Age. Yeah, I've heard that like moose are massive. They're just absurdly big. Okay. I believe this is it right here. Oh wait, there's another raid there too. But I think this is the event raid, right? Question mark. Let's see. Not sure how he paid it all off, but I remember him starting a GoFundMe to help pay it off. It cost the amount of a brand new van. I can imagine, and it was a rental too, so he had to pay it back. That's really unfortunate, but I guess the silver lining to that whole story is that he's okay. Hold on, I'll go find a video. It's terrifying. Oh boy. Unfortunately, I don't think you can send in a link onto this thing. But at the very least, you probably could send it to the Discord. Not that our Discord has already faced the constant repercussion of us people sending in like terrifying videos of animals, which makes people go, "Damn, nature, you scary." But yeah, I've seen like moose get really, really big. So I can only just imagine the size of it. Plus, I mean, the let me start that sentence again. I completely messed that up. Moose are kind of big and also just muscle, so like running into something like that probably isn't great. All right, let's see. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. All right, I'm gonna try this alone. Gotta get this done. All right, this strategy is not the biggest strategy, but we'll try. Here we go. I'm not sure if any of you guys are interested in joining, but yeah. Look how small Appleton is compared to everyone else. It's so small. Itty bitty baby. Alright, let's start with a Reflect. Wow, we took no damage from that. Holy heck. I knew we weren't going to take much damage, but didn't realize that little damage we didn't take. Alright, now we just Apple Acid. Giga Drain is literally just an insurance policy. And we also have the Shell Bell that pretty much heals us every time we do damage. I hope we have enough power points to this. think we have to at least hit 3 times in order to use, I mean, we do have Giga Drain if we run out, so it's no biggie. Yeah, we needed to do it at least 3 times before we can Terra. I love the little chomp chomp sound he makes when he does apple acid. It's so cute. Like, nom nom. Spit. This poor Chesnaught can't do any damage to us. Obviously, if Reflect goes off, then maybe, yeah, but we got Iron Defense up, so pretty tanky at this point. So how was Nova yesterday? It was fun. At the beginning of the stream, we talked about a lot on Supernova, of the things that I got to check out and see. I'm sure Crescent will also have stories about their experience at Nova. But yeah, I bought quite a few things. A couple of prints. Maybe a bit too many Pokemon cards, but that's fine. It was definitely just a bit of a... Well, I wouldn't say it was whiplash, but it was definitely a big change from what I was used to, because, I mean, the last time I went to Supernova was, like, back when, high school, I was in high school, so that was, like, goodness, like, 2016-ish area, maybe, question mark? But it was a while back. So, like, seeing so much things like, what, Genshin Impact being a bigger thing? Goodness, I didn't realize how much Genshin Impact stuff there was there. And, whilst Cress mentioned the cosplay was a bit held back, it was still good to see, like, some cosplays and stuff like that. And then a while ago, yeah, pretty much it was around high school that was the last time I went, and then I was like, oh, I don't have the money because I'm unemployed at the moment. Just came out of high school, sort of thing. So I had like no sort of thing to go for it, and then I forgot about it, and then I was considering it, but that was around the time when the big C hit, so that became even, I guess, even less of a thing. Yeah, this Chesnaught's not going to make it. He's easily down for the count. Just need one more hit, I think, is enough. Yeah, might as well do this. It's stronger. Can't touch this. How are you with the crowds? I was okay. Like, I am a bit of an introvert, so like, after a while I think it was just like, I got a bit tired of all the crowds, but I'm not like to the point where I'm like, oh god, crowds, I can't deal with that sort of thing. It's more just like, oh yeah. Nest Ball. I'm not really too fussed about Chesnaught. Yup. But the crowds weren't too bad. I think the only thing I didn't like was there was a section where Crescent was looking at something and I was waiting, and then a kid decided to have a temper tantrum next to us, and there was just screaming and crying, and I'm like standing there, I'm like, Cress, please hurry. My brain cannot handle any more of this for that long. But yeah, I think I felt sorry for this one dad. He had to, when we went to eat lunch, which there was a Domino's stall, so we just got pizzas for everyone, got a pizza each. And there was some dad with like 3 kids, and one was screaming, having a temper tantrum. Just the other one was just exhausted, and the other one was, you know, whinging and tired. And I was just like, bro, I feel so sorry for you. Like, I understand he was obviously there for like to enjoy the con as well, no doubt about it. But like, man, you start to feel sorry for them. You're like, why would you subject yourself to this? Children of the devil. Yeah, I'm not fond of kids either. The only kid I have is my gorgeous baby doggo. Well, old baby doggo. He's sleeping behind me. Let's see. I can see that Worms mentioned something. The biggest moose ever was 816 kilos and an antler width of 192 centimeters. So yeah, pretty big. But then again, I guess pretty big is an understatement of the year. Massive. And like what? Cars don't... I don't think a car weighs that much? Question mark? I don't know how much an average car weighs, but... Yeah, think of an average car against a giant moose and you can see who probably would win that battle. It'd be like if the car was like running headfirst into a wall, sort of thing. Don't know if those were both the same moose, but yeah, like just the weight alone probably would do some serious damage. Ah yes, this glitch. I always forget that for some reason, like the facial glitches are a lot better nowadays, I guess in this eating thing. But if you are riding Miraidon, or like you ride Miraidon when you talk to the ice cream lady, it just messes up the face. Alright, I'm gonna quickly get 2 chest pins. If there was ever the unfortunate circumstance when someone collided with a beast like that, yeah. Like, the car would crumple instantly. It would be the equivalent of running headfirst into a wall. Definitely not something you want to do. Also, I like how now that we're in the era of like post-home connectivity with Scarlet and Violet, I just looked over at what the best raid counters are for the Chesnaught we just fought, and they're now saying things like, oh, just bring in Shadow Rider Calyrex, Magirna, Arceus, just bring God. God will help you fight this. And I'm like, what? Last con was technically BAM last weekend, but that's more esports with a little art gallery. Or that was PAX. Yeah, so Supernova is definitely a big artist gallery and such. And there was a lot of art stuff there to take a look at. Chesnaught. Deers, especially bucks, are a sad circumstance as well since the car is damaged, but there's also a risk of the sharp antlers breaking through the window. Yeah. Or just like the deer itself most likely won't live that also impact. And I don't know, deer have this weird tendency to just, you know, they have a phrase of deer in the headlights, of just them staring at a bright light and not moving, so... Definitely doesn't help. No, Egus. Now we've been just talking about deer and stuff like that. Perhaps we should talk about a slightly more positive conversation. Let me just grab... Yeah, I'll grab this one. Not having much luck. Or Pokemon. Favorite animal. Man, I do have quite a few picks of what my favorite animal is. I guess, if you ask me what my favorite underwater animal is, jellyfish. I like jellyfish. They're pretty cool. But fish in general, I like staring at fish. So, fish are pretty cool. And above ground, I guess dogs. My favorite animal. Oh, I don't mind birds. Jellyfish are rad. Yeah. When I went to Japan, like, a couple of years ago, we went to an aquarium. Japan's aquariums literally just sink. Like, Australian aquariums. We already had that alien conversation of. Yeah. Just don't pet the jellyfish yet. When I went to Japan, they had a display section of just jellyfish, which was great for me. But they had these jellyfish, which were called upside-down jellyfish. I don't know what that was all about, why they're born upside down or why they were upside down. But they look like little flowers just sort of popping and... like something you would see in an otherworldly video game scenario. But yeah, they just sit on like surfaces and just sit upside down. I have a video of it. And obviously they had like bright lights and stuff like that, but yeah, apparently upside down jellyfish are just jellyfish that like chill upside down. Alright, got the 2 eggs we needed. Alright. Let's see. Appleton back on here. Look at all these eggs I have to hatch. So many Rowlet eggs. Well, this box is also getting a bit full. Might need to order it more in our Pokédex entry soon. Jellyfish have the grey area of whole living thing. Yeah, they're in the weird part of the... Am I alive, or am I just floating here as a non... just not understanding? But then again, you could almost say that jellyfish have... some jellyfish have more thought than some people do. But yeah, they sort of just exist. They're just chilling. Okay, so we'll hatch these 2 chest pins. Now evolve one into Quilladin. And then we'll go do the Chesnaught raid a bit, and then we might do an Iron Treads and a Great Tusk raid at least once. We'll see. And then I think we'll spend the rest of the stream just hatching eggs. This is going to be just a bit of a shorter stream because, I mean, all I was going to do is a couple of the event raids. And I mean, we're going to be streaming Pokemon tomorrow as well, so... we'll be continuing Sword and Shield's Crown Tundra. And yeah, we're finally at the Crown Tundra, so I'm probably going to send a message into the Discord being like, hey, if any of you guys want to do Dynamax stuff, come join. Because I'll be trying to get every single legendary in the Dynamax raid and stuff like that. Because I believe I'm missing a bunch of like those type of legendaries. Plus, if you have Shield, you can get the Sword exclusive ones as well. And also, it's just a bit more fun to do it with other people. And now, unlike Terra raids, there's no time limit except for like how many turns it takes. It's more just like, oh wait, there's just only 2 chestpin. What am I doing? I haven't played since Pokemon Y. That's okay. Guess we'll evolve this chestpin. You're definitely welcome to just talk and sit back and enjoy the raids. Because regardless if anyone actually joins me or not, because there is always the high chance that nobody comes and joins me onto these Dynamax raids, I still have to do them regardless. If anyone has it. I definitely wouldn't mind just people just talking and stuff like that. And, I mean, if you guys have, like, Pokemon Home, I'm totally fine to, like, give extra Pokemon we catch in, uh, over in, Pokemon Sword and Shield, because I'm going to have to restart that file once we got everything that we need in the file. So, because I have to play it twice to get everything that I need for my living home deck, so we're definitely going to have a bunch of legendaries left over. Anyways, let's grab this Appleton, because we don't need him anymore. Probably transfer him over to Pokemon Home. I definitely need to do a cleanup of my boxes. They're messy, to say the least. And I'm also going to be, like, transferring all the Scyther we just hatched that have the sports ball. So I'll probably let people know after the stream, like, if you're interested in this, the sports ball Scyther. Also, yeah, Nux, this is the shiny Scyther we hatched from one of the, with the sports ball, you can sort of see up there in the top right. Let's see. You get squids and octopuses with fully functioning sapient brains, cuttlefish too. I'm in the camp with most cephalopods being sapient. It's a hill I'll die on. Yeah, octopuses are smart for some reason. Which also makes it even more heartbreaking that some people try to eat octopus alive. Like, they're smart. They're conscious. You are eating something alive. Isn't that kind of horrifying to do? Also, like, people have died from, like, eating live octopus, even just if it's the tentacles. Like, guys, just cook the octopus and eat it. It still tastes great. You can eat it raw too, just make sure it's totally dead. There we go, look at that box, it's getting full. Anyways, we're gonna be doing a little bit of raids now. I'm just gonna save because we got our chest pin line all done. I'm just gonna quickly set the time. Loop back to sad animal facts. Yeah, basically, yeah, octopuses are pretty smart. I'm not gonna say it in the bad way, but like, there was there was a case I think of like at an aquarium where people were like, so I don't know, I understand, but like all the shellfish are just dying in one of our displays, and they were like, what? They're all just dying? Like, is there a water issue or something like that? And they couldn't figure it out for the longest time of why their shellfish were dying, so they decided to put a camera, I guess, in that area just to monitor them and see how they're going. I kid you not, what was happening was that there was an octopus in the display next to them, and this octopus was carefully squeezing himself out of his aquarium tank, sneaking out, climbing all the way over to the shellfish tank, having dinner, and then before the aquarium opened, he would dip back to where he was before. And he just had been doing this like constantly, and they're like, oh, that's where all the shellfish were going. They were turned into the octopus noms. But it was pretty funny. But yeah, octopuses are smart. I think I've seen things where like, might live near that zoo. Nice. Yeah, octopuses are too smart. What's another thing that an interesting fact that's that isn't like horrific sort of thing? Let's see. Let's try this. I'm gonna try this casually. Let's see what happens if we do this with just randoms. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Or I guess you get to see the smooth brainness of people doing Chesnaught raids. I remember that octopus. I missed them. Yeah, we had that Paul the octopus too, who was like, Uh, whoa. Certainly names here. Where he was like the one who predicted sports events. I wonder how that even occurred. I can hear Holuchas yelling at me from behind. There was oh yes, now I remember. So apparently there's a zoo where what they do is they get like they have sea urchins and they put little hats in there, and sea urchins like to put things on their heads, I guess, to hide themselves. So they put little hats on and in the aquarium, and these sea urchins would pick them up and just carefully move them to the top of their head, as in to hide underneath them. It was pretty funny. I guess it's just the three of us. Let's give it a go. What's the worst that could happen? She was relocated to another zoo, got to live out the rest of her life in comfort. That's nice. Oh, this is regarding a female anaconda who's beautiful and quite large, but they couldn't hold her anymore. Yeah. Understandable, I guess. Alright. I'm a little worried about the guy who brought in, like... Oh wait, there were 4 people. There's just a dude who's just got a shiny iron hands. I wonder where this is going. Probably not anywhere great. Yeah, the Iron Hands has no idea what he's doing. That's not great. At least the other 2 do. But, like, I'm a little worried about the Iron Hands. Classic case of somebody who thinks they can do terror raids of just bringing in Iron Hands. Everyone seems to be okay. Everyone's healthy. Well, we'll see. So Scarlet and Violet made me incredibly happy to give one of my favorite Pokemon an incredibly new evolution. Who might that be? Just curious. I was happy they gave Girafarig Farigiraf, because I've always wanted to use Girafarig, but Girafarig just like didn't have anything, you know, going for them. But now Farigiraf came out, and I was like, oh shoot, a new evolution actually has something. And it ended up being on my team. Primeape. Annihilate? Yeah, Annihilate's been pretty popular. And also, because Primeape is a fully evolved mon, it does give him, like, you can give him Eviolite now. That Vaporeon is just about to die. Person needs to heal them. Ah yes, this is definitely not laggy and not glitching in any circumstances. Like my angry monkey, I want to hug. I mean, though, the whole thing about Annihilate's evolution's not terribly great. I think everyone except the Corviknight has Oh, there goes the Vaporeon. It's dead. I have no idea what's happening with the Vaporeon. It is lagging at me. God, a lot is happening right now. I don't know what's happening right now. Kuma Monkey got raw deal. Yeah. So close, we just gotta take him out. There we go. I think it's dead. Oh, is it on one smacking of a HP? It is. It was on like one singular HP. At least it still gets to live even if its existence is not but existential hatred. Yeah, that kind of is what it's at, isn't it? Alright, that run didn't go too badly, despite there was a random with an Iron Hands that's shiny. I feel bad for shiny Iron Hands because I feel like it's a mon that gets traded a lot as a as one of those hacked mons. You get so many hacked mons from time to time. What is happening over here with this shadow? Yep, this is exactly how the sun works. Might do 2 more raids. What are we at? We're at 2-hour mark. It's okay though. That's the wrong button. This one. We still have to do the Great Tusk and Iron Treads one. So we'll do 2 more Chesnaught ones. And then try and find a Great Tusk. And then find our Iron Treads one. I think Iron Treads should be just around the map somewhere for us. Because, I mean, we have Violet. But yeah. And then we'll just hatch some Rowlet eggs and see if we can get ourselves a shiny. There is another mon I want to use on my singles team, being Lilligant, the Hisuian form. I actually do have a shiny Patilli back in Legends Arceus, so I might evolve it there and bring it over here. But I want to make sure I have a solid team, or like a solid idea of what I want to use as a team. Because I've only got like 4 mons on this team. I've been like brainstorming and that's it. And I'm like, my team's sort of really lopsided in its weakness areas and stuff like that. You don't really want a team that's too like lopsided in certain stats and whatnot, or certain like type of coverage. And I have a huge weakness in currently of like I think poison and Fairy. So I need a solid ground type, but I don't really know any solid ground types that I want to use on the team. And I usually don't want to end up in the category of using Ting Lu, because I can easily use Ting Lu, I'm not gonna lie. Ting Lu is a very strong, solid ground mon. Yeah, this team seems to be ready right away. We should go for the Pokemon I like. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to go for too, but I won't deny that I'd like a little bit of coverage with my team. Like the 2 of the picks I've put on my team are like Pokemon I do like. I do like Hisuian, Lilligant, and Decidueye. Another one was like Hisuian Udra is another good one. I love how big these Pokemon are compared to me. I'm just a small apple boy. looks like this team is mostly physical. So I'm probably not going to be doing much damage. I can try. It looks like we got support over in the feather dancing. And then 2 attackers of like Iron Hands and Koraidon. Oh, someone has a Korean Pokemon, I just realized. Just want Slurpuff again, to be honest. Yeah, I want Minior to come back, in my case. I want to finally get a shiny Minior. I tried to breed for one back in Sun and Moon, but never got the chance. Didn't hatch it. I don't remember if I even had the shiny charm in that game, so that might have been the case. It's like just poor odds. But yeah, definitely. If I could bring it up to like to Scarlet and Violet, definitely be a lot easier. This Koraidon has been doing nothing but setup. Hopefully he hits hard. See, just so much of that. They gave me Swalot and Muck there, I can't be mad. Swalot's okay. Muck, yeah, he's okay. I prefer Alolan Muck in design. That's just me. Would I be able to bring a Weezing over if I had one? No, not at the moment. Weezing is not in Scarlet and Violet. You could only bring it up to Sword and Shield. And obviously that's because Sword and Shield had the Galarian form. Yeah, I feel like this Koraidon is not a hit anything. There he goes. That should take him out, right? Yeah. It only took like ages to set up. I feel like me and the Iron Hands did more damage than the Koraidon. I really love poison types and Weezing is one of my favorite. Oh yeah. Do you like regular Weezing or are you a fan of the Galarian form? Because Weezing now has the Galarian form. Worm. What would you hope for in a Pokemon game on the successor to the Switch? A game that functions well. Because I thoroughly enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, it's just I can't deny just looking at all the glitches and stuff. So I would say, what do I want in terms of a successor? I would say what I really want is I want the team who wrote the story for Scarlet and Violet, as well as maybe even Legends. I want that. I want that quality of story. Because after playing through back in Sword and Shield and just looking at just how things were rushed, story beats that were missed, I was just like, man, it makes you appreciate Scarlet and Violet's story even more, as well as like even Legends Arceus. When you go back and look at Sword and Shield story and you're like, whoa, you really dropped the ball on this one. You may be pretty in graphics, but man, did you fumble the ball in story department. I'm pretty sure like, as we were playing, we got to that part of the story in Sword and Shield in our last stream, and I just spent almost all the time just being like, oh my god, this is so unnecessary, this is just padding, this doesn't accomplish anything, why is this in the game, sort of thing. Anyways, I'm fighting this Gimmighoul because I need tokens, points. That's pretty much it. but like, if you know the section of the game I'm talking about, it's right near the end, essentially. Like, that end section of the game, a huge ball fumbler. Really like Revavroom. A poison team would be so viable too. In Scarlet and Violet, yeah, there's actually been quite a lot of really good poison types, I think, in this game. We got like a really decent selection of poison types, and some new ones too. So you can't go wrong with a lot of poison types in here. I do have a mono normal team in this game, but I think it could use with some tweaking. A little bit of fixing up and such like that. Oh, speaking of Haunted, there's one right here. Right there. There he is. It's a shame that Ghastly's shiny in this game. It's so hard to tell. It was only because I had a second glance at a shiny, at a Ghastly, that I was like, that Ghastly looks a bit different, you know? That I decided to approach it properly, and yeah, it was a shiny. I doubted myself. That's the only reason I got that Ghastly. Oh, speaking of Brambleghast, there's a Brambleghast rolling over there. Yeah. Varoom was definitely the weirdest little thing I saw when I remember seeing it for the first time. Because I was just like, what is that thing? It's just racing around. I'm like, oh wait, this is the pre-evolution to Revavroom that we'd... I think we didn't really see Revavroom before the game started. It was like, I think when we went to the... Because I went into this game mostly blind. I didn't want to see any spoilers regarding this game, so I tried to do my best with like avoiding everything about this game. And I think there was all that speculation about the Revavroom because of the whole Team Star thing, and obviously that became true. I didn't realize until like a second playthrough of it that I realized that the Varooms actually make up the wheels of the Starmobile as well, which is really neat. In fact, it's a classic drag car, so rad. Yeah. And it becomes a bigger car too. It's a Cresselia. Man, I haven't seen that in a while. Look at the texture on it, actually. The rings have a feathery look, which makes sense because, I mean, you do get a lunar wing from them. I'd like a Pokemon game where you can start from any region from all the games and carve your own path. Conquer one region, choose any region to go next. Right. Very ambitious, that's to say the least. I was trying to figure out what this Lurantis is. I think it's Contrary Lurantis. Oh boy, I just saw the Infernape's already dead. Lurantis looks like it's not... Wow, we already got like the whole nullified our stats already on this side. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I wanted Houndoom. Yeah, Houndoom's in this game. Houndoom actually shows up like right at the beginning of the game too. So you can, I think if you go back, you can get a Houndour pretty early. With my own exception, poison team because I consider it honorary poison type due to its biology. Ah yeah, because I mean Houndoom can't learn like I feel like I can learn some poison type moves. Let's see if I can pronounce this. I saw Zangetsu, Second. Second? Get to second. I think I said it right. Hi. We are currently doing some of the event raids for the Pokemon Violet. And we're also doing, I think the Iron Treads and Great Tusk raid. And we're going to be trying to hatch for a shiny Rowlet. Hopefully. And also thank you for the follow. I'm actually getting close to the 100 followers, and I was planning to do something special when I hit that mark. So yeah, I think I only need like 1 or 2 more before I hit 100. I'll have to double check. I like how you also posted, like, I assume, a Rickroll, but you didn't even start from the beginning. You just, like, started from some random spot in it. Unless you just missed out the text for it. Can I join in the raids? Raids? I assume raids is what you're meant. But yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you can join into these. Obviously, I won't be able to do it via, like, what I'm currently doing, which is, like, asking random people. But yeah, if you haven't done this raid, and you got a level 100 Pokemon, that's totally fine. I'm able to do it solo, so it should be fine if you're not too sure about what Pokemon is. As long as your Pokemon can tank, that's even okay. Just to avoid it from, like, getting KO'd and such, because getting KO'd chews away at the timer. I have 6 to 7 boxes full of level 100s. No worries. You're definitely free to join. Give me a second, I'll get a raid set up. Also, if you're interested, I can also trade you a one short of 100 followers. Nice. I wanted to do something like an art-related stream for reaching 100. Because I wanted to make a bunch of emotes related to Pokemon stuff. But, like, the goal, I guess, was a bit too big, so I wanted to, like, chop it up into bits to do it. So maybe that's, like, if I do get, like, the 100 followers, just every 100 followers, I just start the art project and do that. But I probably will need help from, like, something like Crescent, who knows how to do all the music stuff. Because I don't think you guys want to listen to absolute silence as I'm drawing stuff. So I have to... That's probably the biggest thing that's holding me back, is just getting music set up. And, because I have all the art programs and the idea, so it's just getting that sorted. I like art. Yes. A lot of people like art, considering the Discord. Alrighty. Zengetsu, if you're ready, just let me know. Because I'm going to, because there's like a 2-minute timer, so just let me know when you're basically ready. And we'll get started. But yeah, I wanted to do a bunch of emotes, like draw a bunch of like Pokemon related emotes. For, just, you know, I don't know, because it's going to be a big art project, I might do something like similar to, what, I think, what's it called? This, I probably would sell them as a sort of a pack. I think I would. I know I've done a lot of like sort of like these type of things on like drawing a bunch of emotes for the Alchemist's Hollow, but I think for a project like this where I would probably be okay with other people like from different streams and not even from our server using them, I definitely would want to do something like that where I would probably ask for a little bit, just a little bit of payment, because it is a big thing. And also, it'd help me just, like, practice my drawing. Alright, let's see. This is about the Houndoom thing, I believe. The reason is its flames never heal is actually due to the noxious chemicals in its stomach that fuels its flames, and the never healing part's just due to the toxic nature. And its ghostly house called physical and uncontrollable panic and fear in other Pokemon, like it's a supernatural effect. Like Houndoom, it's my favorite dog Pokemon. Yeah, no worries. Just hit ready to go, and then we can go in. You has Arceus. I have to go get another Arceus from Legends Arceus because of my home living decks. I want to put it in the living decks, but I also want to keep the Arceus I got in my original file on that as a living decks there too. Yeah, there's a lot. There's actually, I believe somebody mentioned for Scarlet and Violet, you can make an entire dog team in this game. Nice small boy. Alright, here we go. I'm just going to set up Reflect, Iron Defense, and just go for special defense drops. That's my entire strategy. So if you use special attacks, it's probably for the better. You have the brass one too. It's dark fire, fire grip. But here's the thing, Worm. This is Scarlet and Violet. You could make the Houndoom a poison Terror type just for the fun of it. And then he's an honorary like poison type. You can be like the gym leaders where they have like one Pokemon that's definitely not that typing and it just Terra type it, and then you've got like a full Pokemon team. That's why if anyone asks me what my favorite mechanic is of the special mechanics, I'll always say terrestrializing. Because it allows any Pokemon to become anything, which I think is like massive. Need one more acid. Armor acid. You're right, there's Salazzle too, which is awesome. Yeah, Salazzle's also that. I think, was Salazzle the first poison fire type we got? I think it was. But yeah, you got a pretty solid roster of like poison types in the game if you want to become a poison mono like type. There's Grafaiai, that's another new poison type that we got. You got Toxapex if you want to be legitimately toxic. Salazzle's in the game. Varoom. Or Revavroom, I mean. There's a reason my nickname in a friend server is Professor Wormwood. Ah, nice. There we go, there's the chunky damage we need. Been slow getting up to this point, but we got the stuff. Unfortunately, the Dunsparce next to us hasn't really been doing anything to help, but and I think Chesnaught also reset everyone. I think Arceus is about to drop. Yep, there goes Arceus. Hopefully that doesn't chunk the timer too much. I'm almost got it out of the shield form. I love talking about Pokemon ecology, biology, and implications of the different types on those aspects, so it definitely be my field of study. Yeah. Whoa! That's not fun. Just casually critted me. One more hit, and that should do it. Because not only is my reflect off, and also my my iron defense is probably why I took so much damage. I really should make Professor Wormwood as an actual OC. I feel like it is already. I don't know where I'm headed. Maybe I'm thinking of Snakewood, like that really awful ROM hack back in the day. There was that, like, what was it? It was supposed to be like a zombie apocalypse based, yeah, Snakewood, yeah. So that's what I meant. But I feel like Wormwood, I've heard that professor name before. I feel like it's already done in a ROM hack, but I mean, totally free to do it. Alrighty, GG. Also, since, Zengetsu, I assume you are playing Scarlet. Let me go see if I can find the Terror Raid for the Iron Treads if you need it. Because I was planning to do that as well. Is this it here? It might be. Let's take a look. But yeah, I don't know if you had already caught the Chesnaught or anything like that, but yeah, I guess Chesnaught should be yours now. Alright, let's go take a look at this raid over here and see what it is. Yeah, this is it. This is the Terror Raid. So I guess I'll do link code just for a little while because I'm just going to quickly dip for a moment. I also need a drink of water. So I'll let it sit for a while and I'll be back. Just in case anyone would like to join. Okay, I am back. I don't know how this Iron Treads one will go. It is a ground type, so I might just stick in with Appleton and see how it goes. Luckily, it won't be as annoying as the whole raid we just did now, because obviously the level 100 ones are a lot different. Ah, Urshifu. Is that the Rapid Strike one? We have one. We have the single strike one for the living decks. Oh, I guess now people can catch up on that because I just uploaded all that to YouTube. Alright. I feel like there's been more clothing choices. Has there been new clothing choices recently? What's a living dex? So, a living dex is like, you know what the Pokedex is, right? A living dex essentially is where the all the Pokemon are displayed in order. I'll show it to you after this one because I do have a living dex here in my my version of Violet. Basically, you just have every single Pokemon in Pokedex order. But I'm doing one for home. So the home living dex is a lot bigger because you can obviously put every single Pokemon that's ever existed onto it. So I have every single Pokemon, well, so far, I'm still missing 50 Pokemon. And that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, is I'm going to be catching a lot of the Pokemon from the Crown Tundra, because the Crown Tundra has a lot of legendaries. But there's also another thing that I guess I'm also doing, is that I'm doing a living form dex. So it's not just, I guess it's not just the Pokemon, it's also including gender differences and form differences. Keep spitting acid on him. eventually we'll get him. It's dizzying. Yeah, it is a big, big project. I started this project 2 months ago, I believe. The biggest reason was I looked into home and I was like, oh, I have this thing for home, and I'm just like not using it at all, and I'm paying money for it, so maybe I should at least put stuff in there. And I thought, well, I did a living dex for Legends Arceus as well as Pokemon Violet, so I was like, you know what, maybe I should just do a living dex of that. And there's somebody out there, I think his name's Austin John Play, where he basically went over like how to do it, and there's a whole sheet on how to make a good living dex and stuff like that, as well as a form dex or a final form dex. He basically goes over it in great detail in his video. I will say I prefer Great Tusk to Iron Treads by a large margin. Yeah, I do too. Iron Treads is not as cool. It's very useful, yeah. I think I linked it to the Discord back maybe before you joined. Or like just a while back. To just let people know like, oh, I'm doing this sort of thing. This is the video I used. But yeah, that's the big reason I've gone back to playing Sword and Shield, was to finish my living form decks. I am missing a bunch of mythicals, which I can't get unless I like trade it with other people. But most of the ones that I'm missing I can get. It's just like, I think 5 Pokemon that I can't get. Kick the elephant. Alright. Oh, throw it in the Premier Ball as usual. And I guess it's also useful the fact that in terms of like if you want to use various games and stuff like that, you can do that. I can see somebody's avatar jumping around. I'm wondering how that's happening, but I guess it's maybe a jump command or the bomb command. Because I don't think I can see the bombs, but it's usually because I'm not looking. Thank you. No worries. Now, I guess the only thing I have to do is a Great Tusk one is me. Okay. I was just wondering what was going on. I could see this like little Tamagotchi bouncing around. I was like, what's happening down there? Okay, it's all good. I don't mind if you guys just throw bombs and jump around. The more the better. I'm glad you're having fun with that. And also, welcome, Elijah. So, Worm, I'll quickly show this to you. So you can see here how each of the Pokemon, I have them in Dex order, and that includes each form, like evolution line. And there's your favorite Houndoom here, so I got a Houndour and then Houndoom. Let's see, is there anything special about this Iron Treads? Not really. Honestly, I love my hat guy so much I might never switch. Oh, the little hat guy? Yeah. That's a big reason I want to, like, eventually, update them, is that I want to update them so that they have more color palettes and stuff like that. Because I think they only have I only have a transparent one, which you can see Elijah's having has a transparent one. I have the Akai form, which is, based off, the Akai Tamagotchis, where they had red pixels instead of, like, the black pixels. And then a transparent version of that one as well. That's literally it. There's only like 4 different palettes. No colors, transparent, red, and then red transparent. Hey, if you want, I can give you the code for the raid for Grand Tusk. Yeah, that would really help. I would love to do that real quick. That would make my day. Yeah, I have to get back into stream avatars and do a little thing. Maybe after the art project, if I eventually get to it, that will be something I can decide to do. What do I want to do with this Great Tusk? Well, I mean, Iron Treads. Saving points to change color. Nice. God, my boxes are all full. I don't know where to put things. I need to transfer stuff over soon. So yeah, I do have a Great Tusk, but I really want one that's under my name. Yeah, this one's that's great. Trade. You can go into my home decks. That one. All right. Better quickly jump over there. See the code. I love we can customize boxes again. Yeah. While the loading of the boxes is still not great, at least it's getting a little bit better. NMJC. Saving points to change colors, yeah. And also, if you are following, you should be able to use various colors. What is this? That's... Psychic, is it? I could use Goldengo, but like Goldengo is like weak against ground. I'm pretty sure this is a ground type. Do I have anything that could really deal with it? All my psychic counters are weak against it. I mean, bring in Annihilate, I guess. We'll see how it goes. I mean, these guys are only level 75, so it's not too bad. I just like that my Pokemon in the box have theme-appropriate box. They feel at home. Yeah. I'm a fan of certain themes as well. And I think I've made it that the boxes that have my living decks in have, like, back and forth themes. Oh, there they go. Hopefully they're not landing up at the top area, because there's a little area that you can't get back down before fly up there, so I'm just going to grab the people and put them back over. Okay, at least we have Arcanine doing Intimidate. That actually helps a little. But, like, it going straight into Sunny Day really doesn't help. It gets that photosynthesis. Okay, I'm just gonna punch. That's what we're good at. Punching. Great Tusk is such a sick design. Yeah, it is a great design. Like, Donphan's design was kind of boring. Well, it wasn't too boring, but, like, you know, it was just, you know, missing something, and that's what Great Tusk really gives it. There's just something so, like, primal about his form that makes it look really great. Yeah, this looks like a proper angle that the game is supposed to be at. Yep, don't see anything wrong with this, like, at all. Goodness. Punch. Oh, that kind of sucks. I missed out on the Terraform. Yeah, the Paradox Mons are pretty great, and I do know a lot of people prefer the Scarlet ones because of that. Looks like it would destroy an entire savannah to hunt you down. Yeah, it's... You get to fight one of them if you have Scarlet, like, before you even get to the area where they're all at. And also, I believe Great Tusk's Shiny, that's another thing that Paradoxes have. So if you're a Shiny hunter, you probably want to go for Scarlet if you really like Shinies, because a lot of Violet's Paradox Shinies are just, they got rid of the color on them. They go just monochrome, which is okay, I don't mind it too much, but when you compare it to like the Scarlet Shinies, there's no denying that the Scarlet Shinies just reign supreme. Like, Great Tusk's Shiny, I believe, looks, I believe it's based off Donphan's Shiny, which is that brown color. So imagine like the browns, the yellows, and the reds all mixing together. It's a really good Shiny. And also, I think a big reason, as much as I like Violet's Paradox ones, I like Iron Valiant as my favorite for that, but it doesn't compare to Slitherwing. Slitherwing is one of my favorite Paradoxes because I do like Volcarona a lot, and then they just made a fluffier Volcarona. Like, I mean, come on. Like, who's not going to want the fluffy Volcarona? But yeah, over here, isn't it? So yeah, you can see I have almost all the Paradox Mons all here. I mean, look, this Iron Moth is cool. And also, I spent all my points, I have 0 points. Points well spent. But like, yeah. Oh, I guess also Iron Moth's a poison type worm. So, if you need any more poison types, there's one. But like, compare Iron Moth to Slitherwing. Like, Slitherwing just... Like, look at him! He's so fluffy! And so dangerous! He's so cool! It obviously would look better if it wasn't just facing the front ways, but like, yeah. And then obviously you got the two big hitters being Roaring Moon and Iron Valiant. I feel like my only attachments to Violet are the exclusive Pokemon and Miraidon. Yeah. I mean, you can always trade them, so it's no biggie. But yeah. A lot of people do like the Scarlet ones, and I mean, some of them are pretty devastating and competitive as well. Just look at Fluttermane. Anyways, we got the Great Tusk, and we got that done. So now we're going to do the slightly boring part, where I'm going to hatch eggs, and we're going to hope we get a shiny Rowlet. Yeah. Regardless, I would say that would be the decision you need to make. So many eggs, yeah. I think we have like 4 boxes of eggs. Oh, and if anybody would like one, I have a bunch of sports ball scythers that I got from home that I hatched, and we actually got a shiny one just recently. So if anyone would like a sports ball one scyther, simply just so that you can breed it yourself and take it to home and get the achievement there. Because there is an achievement. Merge all of them. Yeah. Make a giant bug. Turns into what's Antica from like Monster Hunter. I think that's Antica, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Just think of a giant golden prey mantis that like spits golden thread. And then at some point he gets sick of your bullshit, so he turns into a giant mecha dragon. Yeah, that's an actual Monster Hunter fight on the DS's. He like uses all the threads to puppet a giant mech made out of the rubble of like an entire city and fights you with a giant dragon mech. And it's like, what, 5 times his size? He's not a very big Elder Dragon, because, you know, he bug. But like, yeah. It's a pretty crazy fight when you say it like out loud. I think they were pretty experimental with some of their Elder Dragons back in Monster Hunter 4 and Gen. Some really crazy designs popped up from there. You got, what? You got Vampire Dragon. Yeah, we got a Vampire Dragon now, don't we? We had a dragon, a Goth Dragon, which has like 4 arms and spits things of like this its scales can cause you to go mad, get infected. They had like a dragon that basically is like covered in tar. Wait, why am I doing this? I need to make a sandwich. We had like the golden insect dragon, which isn't really a dragon, it's just a big bug that makes a dragon out of like rubble. We had the two-headed skeleton dragon that turns out it was just Cthulhu all along. You know, that sort of stuff. Monster Hunter's crazy, but I love it for it. Gulpin, Swalot, Kloitza, Passimian, and Ismagius. Yeah, I believe that's all the Violet exclusives. I think the one I was upset about the most, yeah, Nikakos and Gormagala. Nikakos was one hell of a fight, and it's kind of it's not my favorite Elder Dragon, but it's up there. It's pretty cool. Hey, I will trade you a Mew for one of those Scyther. Oh, seriously? A Mew? I don't really need Mew, but I mean, I'm always willing to trade the Scyther along. I think I'm the only missing. If you have, let's see. I shouldn't be greedy, but I can at least see if I can show the thing. Yeah, these are apparently the only mythicals I'm missing are the ones up here on the top of the screen. Valhazak is my favorite. You'll need Mew later. Oh. Chameleos as well. Yeah, there's some pretty great Elder Dragons. Will I need Mew? I mean, I do have the Mew that I got from Shining Pearl, I think. And I'll probably be picking up another one when I go get the Jirachi, so... I'm totally fine if you really want to trade over. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm trying to read what Elijah wrote. Is it... I see that they wrote ULL? Is it... Yule? Is that what it... I hope I'm pronouncing it. I've never played it before, so I don't know. Still. Yeah. I will ask, just, Zengetsu, if you have any of those Pokemon, but I think it's not a fair trade. And I'm totally fine with trading whatever you want. Ah, okay, yep. With the blur camera. But yeah. I'm definitely willing to give, one of those, sports balls. Do you just want to trade it via Violet? Right now, I can easily do that. Just let me know. Actually, I think I got one of them, but it's not in the game yet, and it's the one, and it's shiny too. Are you talking about... which one are you talking about? Real quick. I just want to be absolutely sure, because, yeah. If it's shiny, then that's meh. The electric one? Yeah, I have the shiny one of that too. I believe it was a part of an event, so I'm trying to look for the regular one. If you don't have any of those, that's totally fine. I have all these sports ball things. I can easily give it to you for something that's a little less than that. You're gonna be counting for a while, Elijah, if you're gonna count all these owls. Don't worry, that's what the counter is. If you want... Okay, I'll get the code. We'll quickly trade it over. I'm back. Welcome back, Double. 5 and 6. Let's see. Link trade. Set code. Is it just those 4 numbers? Like that. And also, I'll just give you this one as well as a thank you for helping me out with the Great Tusk thing, Zengetsu. But yeah, welcome back, Double. Though, I believe when you left, I think you missed out. I'm really sorry to say this again, Double, but you left and missed out on me getting a shiny. I think you've done this, like, this is the third time this has happened as well. Let's see. We'll give you this one. He's got amazing stats. Here you go. Are you? I'm surprised you're absolutely certain about giving the Mew. If you're sure about it, I'm fine with it. But like, yeah, I want you to be absolutely sure if you wanted to trade this Mew, because I would give you anything for the sports ball. I'm not that big. And understand the sports ball is rare, but yeah, thank you, yeah, thank you so much as well. It's not going to be as spectacular as I'm hoping. The experience of seeing some Pokemon, my favorite Pokemon in the wild is part of the guild, but I also need to realize this isn't Legends Arceus. Yeah, Legends Arceus is like... Yep, that's a whole ass Mew. Alright, we got 5 orbs. Let me just get my counter. And... whoop! Yeah, there we go. I'll probably put my list away so you don't have to look at this. Do you want Palkia too? What, for just for the sports ball? I don't know if that's a fair enough trade. That's the problem. I mean, I do need Palkia, but I can always get it in Legends Arceus because I'm going to be doing a run through of Legends Arceus at some point. So grab this. But only if you're absolutely certain, and like, what do you want for the Palkia even? I mean, I could... the only thing I really have to trade... It's the same code if you want the Palkia. Do you just want another sports ball? Question mark? I don't know what you would like in return. Because, I mean, a Palkia is a big trade. I'd love to watch you play Legends Arceus. Yeah, I played Legends Arceus on stream ages ago. It's just I didn't record the VOD. I only started recording VODs when I played Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Anything, it's a gift for you. Lets me nerd out even harder. Well, if you're absolutely certain, I can give you another sports ball. I mean, you can always give the sports ball to someone else. It's up to you. Because I want to be absolutely certain. I don't want to be giving you, like, just Scythers for, like, Mew and Palkia. It doesn't feel very fair, that's all. I'm just worried that that's all. There's 6. Yeah. We're gonna be hatching a lot of Egus. Or you could... I can give you one of these Rowlets. He's in a friend ball. You okay with this, by the way? Just want to be absolutely certain. Zangetsu. Whoop. Okay. But yeah, I think that would probably be all I'll accept for now. But thank you so much regardless. So, yeah. Legends Arceus actually gave another very early favorite a new evolution with Typhlosion. Oh yeah. I got 20 more in Pokemon Home. Oh my goodness. Where on earth did you get that many? I mean, if you are on Pokemon Home, I don't mind being friends with you on Pokemon Home as well. Except I always, like, I think last time I did this, I typed in like, oh yeah, this is my Pokemon Home code, and then nobody could connect. By the way, will you be streaming Monday? Because I will be, my mum and I have better Wi-Fi. Yes, I will be streaming, streaming Monday. Well, tomorrow, basically. I'm planning on continuing Crown Tundra, and if you guys have, the DLC for Crown Tundra and you would like to join me doing Dynamax raids for all the legendaries that I need to get, I'm totally fine with that. There is something in the chat. Let me just double check that because I'm pretty sure. Yep, we have a bot here. Let me just get rid of that real quick. I want real people. I want people to be talking. I don't want these bots. What day is it for you right now? It is Sunday for me. So for Monday it's tomorrow, so I guess that would be a bit odd. It's probably Saturday for you guys if you're over in Americas. So that might be an issue. So I'm streaming tomorrow, Pokemon Sword and Shield, and then skipping the next day after that, and then on Wednesday for me, Australian time, I'll be doing Dragon Quest XI. So yeah. I'm also getting rid of a Giratina for a shiny Charizard. I'm in Trinidad, right. So it is Saturday, yeah, so... And I guess for your Monday, I probably wouldn't be streaming, unfortunately. Alright, it's another 5 Igus. And just casually Palkia here. I guess I'll move the Palkia over to home in a moment after we finish these eggs. But we've got a lot of eggs to get through, so we better pick up the pace. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we have 20 minutes, so let's see if we can hatch as many. Gotta go, my phone's about to die. It was nice playing with you. No worries, Dengetsu. Thank you so much for the follow and just helping out with the raids and I guess those trades as well. I hope you like your new Sports Ball Scyther. Because I know that is an achievement you need in home to get like 30 of those, so even having one will help out with that. So Tuesday for me, I'll watch you. No worries. I understand that a lot of people do prefer me playing Pokemon over, I guess, Dragon Quest, but I'm totally fine with people just dropping by. Saturday here may be in less than 3 hours until midnight, but it's indeed Saturday. Oh no, Double, it's very late for you. Thank you so much for joining, regardless. Let me see if I can find my friend's code in Pokemon Home. I should probably like put it up somewhere so that people can see it whenever they drop by the stream. Let me see if I can do that right now. Never seen Dragon Quest, but seen its influence, so I'd love to experience it through someone who likes the series. No worries, but I will say, you may want to watch the previous episodes I've placed on my YouTube channel. I believe I have the link somewhere on my Twitch channel. Because we are at a very highly spoiler part of Dragon Quest XI. Like, super spoiler part. Ooh, that's big letter. Give me a sec. I'm just going to type this out first. Ignore the massive letters at the top of the screen. It's nothing to be worried about. What is the egg count? It's down at the bottom. So we're almost at 15 once I get this egg done. I'm doing it by intervals of like 5. Do you have the whole series there or just 11? Currently just 11. I do have Dragon Quest Treasures, which is a spin-off. I haven't really tried any of the earlier ones, because I will admit that I only just got into Dragon Quest 11 because of Smash Brothers. But I'm hoping that maybe, like, if there is an interest, I might try out some of the older games. I've heard that Dragon Quest 8 is a very good one. So, I also played Dragon Quest Builders 2, and that's something I would love to stream at one point, just for like the fun of going back to it again, because I definitely enjoyed that game. Alright, later you guys, I gotta play some games and sleep, bye. No worries, Elijah. Thank you so much for dropping by. But yeah, I think the current VOD I have still of Dragon Quest is still up on Twitch, but I would suggest watching all of the previous ones that I have on YouTube first and then that one, because the one I just streamed last week is very, very spoiler heavy. Like, a massive amount of things happen in that one episode. But you still got time. I just know the slimes are very important. It makes me happy. Yeah, slimes are great. Except the metal slimes, well, I guess they're good as well, but like, also those slimes also hurt so much. When you can barely hit them, you're like, please, no, I want the EXP. Love slimes. They are very cute, though. But it does make it hard for me to, like, comment over them when they are talking in slime puns. And I have to say goo day instead of good day. Oops, I was supposed to put the counter up. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, there's the home friend code. Hopefully that works. I don't know if anyone has home right now on their phone, because that would definitely let me know if it works or not, if any of you guys could type it up. But I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it is. Let me see. CWXQWEMXRZAN. That should be right. My name wasn't Worm Surgeon. The Flan Factory. Oh yeah, flan's delicious. Yeah. I might put the egg count and the friend code together, I guess. I'll do that later. So all these eggs. Yeah, I've got to start putting my VODs on the YouTube a little bit more frequently, I think, considering how spoiler heavy we are in Dragon Quest. At least with Pokemon, I don't have to be so, you know, so picky about that. I usually get these event raid quests and stick them together, so two of them make a 6-hour video. Because I usually only stream for like 3 hours for these particular streams. Due to, like, there's not really much for me to do. It's just probably going to be a little bit longer because we're hatching eggs, that's all. Also, a reference to Final Fantasy Flan. Let me take a look at that. I assume it's Final Fantasy. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Gave me the wrong thing. I typed in flan and it went flange. Oh yeah, that's one evil flan. I like how one of the... It looks like there's a Kingdom Hearts version too. He looks kind of cute. But these flans look very evil. They got a lot of different forms too by looks of it. But I've been having loads of fun regardless. That's good to hear. But like, I think the last raid I did for Pokemon was like a month back or something. So the video when I put this eventually onto YouTube is going to be a very old video, and then it's going to jump like a whole month into the future. And even if we don't manage to hatch the Rowlet shiny, there is still like the whole thing that we have. We did catch it, the shiny what is it? The shiny Scyther. So it's not like this event went without a shiny. Though it is funny that I did get a shiny Scyther. Because I'm in the mindset of like, yeah, Masuda Method could happen anytime, so might as well have it active no matter what. And then it just happened to be that, oh yeah, I just got a shiny there instead. Num. I'm actually behind. Should have. I keep forgetting to hit the counter. That's the big reason I'm doing it at intervals of 5. KH3 flan are the ones that give you minigames for stuff like fruit-based cooking ingredients. Whoops. What I get for reading chat, texting and driving. I've run into a tree. It sort of reminds me of what's that thing called? A souffle? From Kid Icarus Uprising. They're very cute. They look like little flan as well. And they have a little cherry eye, like a little red cherry-like thing at the top, but it turns out that little red cherry thing is actually the real eye, and the little pattern on its belt that looks like a face is actually just a face, like, print. It's not real face. They would give you, like, a lot of currency if you managed to kill them, but yeah, judging by the name, they fly. They flee constantly. Sorry, home popped off and I didn't hear you. Oh, like... I assume when you say home, you mean Pokemon home. I just sort of imagine something about flan in MGR. No, that's not what I was talking about. I think I was just talking about, like, there's an enemy in Kid Icarus Uprising which is similar to, like, a flan. It's called a souffle. I think that's what I was talking about. But yeah, Pokemon Home is weird if you're using the mobile. If you have, like, headphones into it, it's so loud, and I have wireless headphones, like Bluetooth ones, and they get messed up by Pokemon Home, which is so weird that it does that constantly. Unless this is some sort of joke where you're like, oh, by the way, there's another flan creature over in MGR. Which... I am going to guess it's... I only heard Rising. Ah, right, I was saying Kid Icarus Uprising, and you were thinking Metal Gear Rising. Turns out Rising is a thing. But yeah, I guess those type of, that's totally fine though. Enemies that are based off food stuff is always cute. Don't know why my brain went to Metal Gear Rising. I don't know. Is there flan over in Metal Gear? I mean, Metal Gear's all known about the gritty stuff, so who knows? I don't think I've ever played a Metal... I don't think I've played a Metal Gear. It's so cute. Oh. I can see just all caps, I'm just like, what? Wait, what happened? Okay, I can see home being a bit of an annoyance on my phone. Alcremie and Surpuff are two of my favorite Pokemons. Yeah, I like Alcremie a lot. I think when Sword and Shield came out and they revealed Alcremie, I was like, I don't know where to get that, like, at all, but that has to go on my team. Because I did the same thing of, like, going in completely blind. This was obviously long before I started Twitch streaming or anything like that, but I was like, I need to get that and I'll get it as soon as possible, sort of thing. I actually have a Surpuff in Slurpuff in Pokemon Go, and its name's Miss Mallow. Nice. But yeah, I don't think we've had. I think those two can be got in Sword and Shield. It's been a while. I always wanted to use them in X and Y, but I didn't really have anyone I could trade with back then, so they just sort of sat away. The Aromatisse and Slurpuff. Another Pokemon I think that's food-based is technically Applin. Applin is another food-based thing. Applin's based off an apple, like a worm in the apple. Just spelt with the R-Y instead. And, Appleton's based off an apple pie, and Flapple is just based off a cored apple. So, I think when I first came across Applin, I also went in the same route of like, oh my god, I need it. And that ended up on my team too. It was, I had to actually look up how to evolve it though, because obviously Flapple and Appleton have special evolutions. And I wasn't sure why it wasn't evolving. But yeah, Alcremie and Flapple were on my team for Sword in my main game. Didn't know you could get Slurpuff in Sword and Shield. I think you can. I'm not sure if it's in the DLC, but I think you can. I wish I could check for you right now, but I've got to... Oh, I actually can check for you right now, because I am currently finished with this row. It is available in Sword. And it's in the main game by the looks of it, yeah. It's a Sword exclusive. I assume Shield has Aromatisse. But you can't transfer it up any further. It's just locked to Sword and Shield at the moment. Too bad, I've seen the story so many times from speedrunning I couldn't likely sit through it. Sword and Shield. Yeah, I'm currently running through Sword and Shield again as well, and I have to do it twice, because I need to get 2 Zacians so I can trade one for Zamazenta. And I also need both horses, both Reggies, both Urshifus, and I guess getting extra to trade off all the Shield exclusive legendaries. But I also need... It is a bit of a pain, but like, I don't want to go buy another copy of Shield and play through that. And I mean, I haven't played Sword and Shield for quite a while, so like, I am sort of enjoying it a little bit. There are parts where I'm like the story, I'm like, oh goodness, sort of thing. But I do want to have most of these Pokemon have my, I guess my own registry on it. And plus, at least in the second time round, I've been thinking that what I might do is, find all the Pokemon that I have that you need to get the Shiny Charm when I go through the story again and before I get to Crown Tundra, and attempt to, do a whole, what's the word? Do a shiny hunt for the legendaries in the raid dens with the shiny charm, because I wasn't able to get Latios. That's one shiny I really want, is a shiny Latios, but I wasn't able to get it, and then I lost interest in Sword and Shield. The only other one that I did want to do was I did get a Neoligo as a shiny, so I have a shiny Neoligo in my original Sword file. I want to do an Alcremie Dex, though. You can do it in Sword and Shield. I actually have the Alcremie Dex. But, I think a big reason that the Alcremie Dex was done so easily for me was, there was an event, I think, where they had a Milcery event, where there was just Milcerys in all the raid dens, but they were all Gigantamaxed Milcerys, and they had a higher chance of being a shiny as well. So, I caught as many of those as I possibly could, and then I just did the whole our creamy decks in there. That entire our creamy decks currently sits in my home box now because I needed it for every single form for the form decks. I was wondering why nothing was happening. I'd already hatched all these eggs. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 30. So, yeah, I'm behind a bit. Just tap that. I think the hardest part about doing the Alcremie decks for me, actually, because you can easily breed from Milcery and stuff like that, but the hardest part was actually getting all the toppings. I was super unlucky, I remember. I think it took me ages for the guy to finally give me, like, the star ones. I was like, please, dude, just give me the star toppings. That's the one I need to get the things. Is Vanillux in Sword and Shield? Yes, it is. Because I think if you watch me play through the first episode of over in my home living decks run for Sword and Shield, I do run into Vanillite, so yeah, Vanillux is in that game as well. Vanillux is okay to me. It's sort of grown on me, but like, it's still a sort of thing. But yeah, you can make an almost pastry team. Well, our creamy Slurpuff, Appleton, I guess, is an apple pie. Vanillux. Ah, Sinistea. You can do Sinistea and Poltegeist. They're the cup of tea that you'd have at your party. You can get them in Sword and Shield, and you can get them in this game too. I actually got my in my other file I have for Violet, I got the authentic one, authentic Sinistea twice, so I could put them in my living form decks for home. One more, yeah, one more. I almost said Alakazam because I thought that would be funny, because he has a spoon, so he can eat. But I don't think that works. Let's see. I mean, the funny thing is, Gothitelle, no, I don't think that really works. I mean, unless she's like the chick who goes to the party, but the thing is that technically, as a guest, yeah, you could. If all those Pokemon could be transferred up to up to Scarlet and Violet, you could theoretically you could do Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri is based off sushi. I'm also looking at this page where it's like Pokemon that are like food-based. Cherubi's are food-based, but it's like it evolves into Cherum, which is not food-based. You know, so it's like a half-half could work sort of thing. How many eggs do we have left? And how's my yeah, we have heaps of boxes left. We can talk for a while. I'd do Dash Bun. Yeah, Dash Bun's another one too. Oh, my egg power's about to run out. I'm gonna quickly go make another sandwich. Yeah, Dax Bun is a thing. I'm just looking at it in terms of like what you could possibly do over in Sword and Shield, but yeah, that seems to be the biggest things I'd go for. I guess you just have to hope that Scarlet and Violet bring back more Pokemon with the DLC, because we're still waiting for the DLC. We literally have no announcements regarding the DLC. Some people have said Execute, because they're egg-based, but they're actually seeds. Like Combee is like, and Vespiquen could be honey-based if you really want to get too technical. Bonsweet and Sarena are based off a fruit, the mangosteen fruit. I don't know if we'll ever get something like Alcremie again without a much different system. Yeah, Gala was known for its unique evolutions. But yeah, they had some really weird evolutions. We all thought like turning the system upside down for Malamar was weird. Ha! Wait till they see how to get Runerigus. That was something. Like, I don't know how you would like know how to get Runerigus, like at all. It's like could vibe with Bondsweet or Vespiquen. Yeah, like Serena also looks a bit still like a fruit based because obviously all three evolutions. So yeah, Vespiquen or Serena will work. And I mean, Serena isn't too bad as a actual mon as well. She has a unique evolution where you have to teach your what's it called? I'm blanking on the middle one. I know Bondsweet. The middle one, Steenie. That's it. You can evolve Steenie using just getting stomped. How would anyone figure out how to evolve Galarian Yamask without data mining the game? I believe there is somebody who tells you in the game, but like, yeah, it's just like, how would you know? Surfetch is another weird one too. It's like get 3 critical hits in a battle. Both proper looking Pokemon who would attend a party. Yeah, you need a Pokemon with a top hat. Meowscarada would work. He's got the Jester look. But yeah, I agree with you, Double. Like, some of Gala's like evolutions were whack, to say the least. You're like, how would you figure that out? Like, genuinely. The level you have to go to evolve Galarian Yunmask reminds me of like the whole yeah, Cerebi. Cerebi would be the ones that you ask for help. the trusted site. They're always on top of things like events and stuff. One more. But like the whole Galarian Yunmask thing reminds me of like one of those rumors you'd hear at a playground where the Mew glitch sort of thing. Oh, you have to just go under a truck and get Mew sort of thing. That's what it feels like. You gotta turn around 3 times, you gotta have this Pokemon in your party, and then you finally get Mew. That's how it feels like. One thing I think I would love to do in terms of shiny hunting would be to do those things that some people... You've probably seen some shiny hunters where they have multiple systems playing at once to shiny hunt. That would be useful if I knew how to do that with the GBA games. Or like even the Switch games, but I don't have multiple Switch games. I don't even know how I'd stream multiple Switches. I don't have the room to do that. Yeah, creamy method, I can see someone stumbling on that though, the chance of that being very small. Yeah. I feel like they would tell you somewhere in the game how to evolve these things or give a hint. There's no way the game just doesn't tell you though. Like I understand a lot of people probably now know, but like I would be curious to know if like there's ones where just people just found out because they like someone in the game sort of hinted towards them. I'd accept Redent. Cincinnati? Oh, is that supposed to be Sinistea? Or Poltegeist? I was like looking at it and I was like, what is that word? The thing is that Greedent and Serena made it, but Sinistea didn't for some reason. Spell check is weird sometimes. Oh, I guess I should talk about a... Oh, Cincino. Not... Right. I do like Cincino. Cincino holds a small little spot in my heart. Wait, quick question, Worm. Would you count Amoongus as a foodstuff? Because it is a mushroom. I was just thinking about it because, oh god, camera? Thank you. Because I was just thinking about it because in this game they have Toadstool, which I'll quickly I can show you real quick because I have to do this as well. And in the game it says that people cut off the edges of Toadstool's mushroom cap and use it. So yeah, there's Sinistea up here, these two. Poltergeist. The little teapot and teacup. And then this thing. This is a mushroom. People apparently trim off the edges of that. There's a mungus. It's probably poisonous. You could choose a Rotom. Wait, it's a mushroom? What? Toadstool? Yeah, it's a mushroom. It walks on land. You could choose a Rotom appliance. That could work. Oh, Cloytza's known to be eaten. It's a lobster. I like how this is the discussion we're having. Is like, can you eat this? And yeah, all the Tatsugiris are based off sushi. Rotom oven would be adorable. I'm gonna do that. Nice. And it makes sense for a patisserie sort of based stuff. I thought the Pokédex says that the flaps fall off and they're not cut off. Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure if it was cut off or fall off, but yeah, they're edible apparently. They remind me of if you've seen that seaweed-looking mushroom. We use it a lot in the dishes in Korean culture. They use this like mushroom that looks a bit like seaweed. For the longest time I thought it was seaweed, and my mom was like, no, that's mushrooms. And I was like, it doesn't look like a mushroom. Because in my brain, mushroom is a cap, and then the long stem, not this weird wibbly thing that looks like seaweed. But yeah, edible. Cloth is edible, technically. Because you can buy cloth sticks. So I have a deep obsession with mushrooms. I see a Mario fan. But yeah, I think that team could work. And it's a decent mix of things. You'd be very heavy on fairy types, but oh well. Who cares? Your team is made for, like, to look cute. So knowing Toadstool is a big tentacly mushroom. Oh yeah. Also, its pre-evolution is great too, because the pre-evolution, if you run into it, they run away at like Mach speed. I think I can show it to you. They should be over here somewhere. I know this is very off topic for what we're doing, but who cares? We're just hatching eggs and having fun. No need to like, no need for structure. We're just having fun. Okay, I believe there should be some toadstools around here. Let me see if I can find one for you, Worm. Oh, there's one literally just walking in front of me. Chesnaught's a big favorite too. That's another mushy. Brute Bonnet, which is one of the Scarlet Paradoxmon, is a giant mushroom thing, question mark. It's questionable if it's really a mushroom or some weird dinosaur thing, but it's technically a mushroom. There he is. A weird mushroom just walking around. The funny thing is that I never saw a Toadstool, like, for my entire playthrough. Like, at all. Until, like, I'd only seen it on the map. I'm like, where are these Toadstools? I've never seen them. Like, well, I just only knew that there was a new... I have a new favorite. Oh, wait. You gotta see the next part. Just give me a second. We're almost there. Let me just get these eggs so that I'm actually still actively hatching. It should be... There should be some toad schools just like somewhere around here somewhere. Oh, there's one right there. There he is. Just chilling. They chill next to trees here. And then they leg it. Apparently they can run like 30 miles per hour, apparently. No! Just... Yeah, well, there you go, Worm. I hope you were impressed by Toadschool and Toadscruel. There's a lot of bugs here. They just run. There's no reason why Pokemon created a Pokemon that could just run, but they do. They just leg it. Can't handle it. When you should take a look at it when it's in home. The decks, like the picture they use for Toadschool is just him just running towards the screen. It's great. It's so goofy. The only downside to Toadscruel is that its ability kinda sucks. It's got this ability called Mycelium Might, which causes it to, if you use Spore or any of those type of powder moves, you have to go last, I think that's how it works. It's something weird like that. But like, it's a ground grass type, so it's the same typing as Torterra. Yeah, it only gets Mycelium Might. It doesn't have a hidden ability as we know of. And yeah, it's one of the few ground grass types we have is a stupid little mushroom and his bigger mushroom friend. Yeah, the Pokemon will always act more slowly when using status moves, but these moves will be unimpeded by the ability of the target. So yeah, any status moves will go last, but abilities won't check them. So yeah, so it always moves last within the priority bracket. The effects of Pokemon's ignorable abilities are ignored. For example, a Pokemon with Mycelium Might uses Screech, and it'll affect opponents even if they have big pecs or clear body. So yeah. Weird mushroom person just doing his weird mushroom things. That's pretty much how you can describe Toadscruel and Toadschool. So yeah, I hope you're happy with another mushroom addition to your mushroom party. I don't think... I guess... Out of all... We got... the fungus line has some mushroom. Parasect is a mushroom, I guess. But that's a more creepier mushroom. Oh, I like how me opening up Bulbapedia, it's just giving me ads for the new Tamagotchi. I do want to order it, but bro, it's very expensive. So I'm gonna wait until there's a pattern I really like. I'm a weird mushroom person doing weird mushroom things too. I'm sure you'd fit right in into Hatino in Tears of the Kingdom. In Tears of the Kingdom, I think Hatino becomes like... Hatino Village becomes like mushroom people. It's like people walking around with mushroom clothing. You're assuming I haven't already got the hat. Nice. Yeah, but we can't say more on that because it is slight spoilers. So, but yeah, that quest line is a one weird trip, but it's interesting. Paras and Parasect do have mushrooms, but yeah, obviously Parasect has kind of become the mushroom. When you mush too hard, you become mushroom. I am bad at keeping track of my tracker. I wish I was better at it. I'll probably just have to like double check once I hatched all the eggs to see how many we got up to. Yeah, I think that's all the mushroom things I can think of at the top of my head. Oh, no, wait. What am I talking about? Breloom. Breloom's a mushroom. took pictures of every related item there. Nice. So you got Parasect as a mushroom, and then Gen 2 doesn't really have a mushroom. Breloom is a mushroom. Nothing in Gen 4. Ungus and Amoongus are mushrooms. Chesnaught's a mushroom. You could probably make a mushroom team as well. Parasect has had too many super mushrooms, yeah. And then I guess Brute Bonnet's now a mushroom and Toadscruel. So yeah, you could probably have a team of 6 actually of mushrooms. As much as competitive's fun, I feel like themed teams are so much funner. Too many cordyceps will do that to a bug. Yeah. I mean, we have the real life version of that doing it to ants, so I mean... But yeah, I think Worm has to focus on their Tea Party Tisserie team before they worry about mushroom teams. And unfortunately, I think the mushroom team is very lopsided. You can only get like half of them in like... You can get most of them in Sword and Shield except for like, what, Toadscruel? Because I think you can get Chesnaught in Sword and Shield. But you can't... Oh, I don't think you can get Paris. Paris would be locked to Legends Arceus, right? So that's a bit iffy. Parasect is the mushroom. Bug isn't there anymore. Yeah, pretty much. Breloom was in Sword and Shield, I believe. It's also definitely in this game. I've used it before. So yeah, if you wanted to make a mushroom team, you have to wait until Game Freak decides to bring more Pokemon over. Which is, I think, the biggest thing that people have been talking about is like how I think there was a list of Pokemon they're bringing back. Wait, anticipation, yeah. They're bringing a bunch of Pokemon back. I'm so excited that, like, it's kind of funny. They're like, we're bringing all these Pokemon back, and people are like, yay, my favorite Pokemon, and it's like, all these Pokemon are coming back, and I'm like, yeah, let's go, Minim's coming back, I'm so excited! Because, I mean, Minum hasn't been seen for, like, what, ages? That's the one I'm excited about. Minum's my favorite Pika clone. I do like Plusle, but I like Minum a bit better. And it's definitely because of big nostalgia. There is a peak, I believe. Oh, like... I have seen people talking about, like, leaks and stuff like that for Pokemon, and I'm just like, I don't know. I just want to get official news, because I've seen some really good fake mons out there, so I'm just like, I'm just gonna wait. I do hope that they do bring, though, they bring more Paldean forms. Because I'm always a sucker for, like, multiple form Pokemon. That's a big reason I liked Alcremie as well, but I like my Vivillon is another favorite of mine because there's so many different Vivillon. I like Morpeko, but as a Gen 3 nerd, I have a soft spot for the Battery Duo too. Yeah. Gen 3 was what I grew up on, so I have big nostalgia for that. I'm very biased for Gen 3. But I've always liked Minun. I had Minun on my team, I think, when I was a kid. My team was very lopsided. I had Swampert, which was like max level pretty much, because I didn't know any better about training your whole team. I had Swampert. I went and got a Salamence at some point. I had Minun, Pikachu, and 2 other mons. I think it was like Pelipper and something else. I don't remember what the last one was, unfortunately. But yeah, that was what my original team was on when I first played Pokemon. I just remember being so enthralled by Minun for some reason. I was like, oh, it's so cute. It had a very unique cry to me, so like, I ended up getting it. Now, it's a fan favorite to me. And I forgot to hit the counter again. Goodness. Wow, I've almost gone to the 4-hour mark. I wasn't expecting we'd go this long. I even told my mum, I was like, oh, this will probably be a shorter stream, but all this egg hatching has been just taking a while. But it's better that we're doing the egg hatching now than later. because I obviously need the box space if I'm going to get more Rowlets if I need to. And also just in general. I had a team of 80 to 90 Pokemon in my team for Ruby, and then my mum... Harangang? Haranjud? What? Okay, I think this is what it said. I think your mum harassed you, yeah, to lend it to your grandmother to play, and she gave all your Pokemon HMs. Oh no. Then again, I mean, Gen 3 didn't have a great move pool, I will say. It's a big reason why I'm so glad Oras is a thing. Man, did Oras definitely make Gen 3 so much better. Oras had some really great stuff. Like, updated move pools, Mega Evolution, which if you like that sort of stuff. The Dex Nav was probably my favorite thing in that game. I actually caught a bunch of shinies from using the Dex Nav on there. It was so much easier after, like, coming off the backs of the Poke Radar and me just not understanding that well how to use the Poke Radar when I was younger. I was like, oh, Poke Radar sucks. And then the Dex Nav came out and it's like a guaranteed encounter each time. That was so much better. And it had, like, you could get Pokemon with better odds and stuff like that. I've been thinking if I should move a bunch of my shinies from my old games up to, like, home. Maybe I'll get Oras and redo it all over. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. And I mean, if you're really struggling with, like, completing the game, I guess you could always, like... They updated secret bases so that you could, like, use QR codes to trade bases, and there's a bunch of people out there who've made, like, entire Blissey teams. So you can just XP grind off their Blissies. And if you're in post-game, you can turn the level up to 100. So you can get, like, massive amounts of XP. And usually they all have a Toxic Orb, so they die eventually as well. So you don't have to worry about not being able to kill the Blissey. And also, I guess you could say Oras also added, like, it added a bunch of legendaries you could get outside of the ones you normally could get of just, like, Kyogre and stuff. You could get, oh, Groudon, I mean. You can get Rayquaza, like, and Rayquaza actually has a purpose in the story. You can get Deoxys, which is kind of crazy that as of now, that is the only viable way to get Deoxys, is via Oras at the moment, which, funnily enough, that's what I'm doing right now. I have my Alpha Sapphire version, and I'm currently running through Alpha Sapphire for the 3rd time, because I'd already done a Nuzlocke on that one, so I'm running through it a 3rd time to get all the different forms of Deoxys, so I've only got one more Deoxys to get, and then I have every single form from normal attack, speed, and defense. Don't have much else to do, though. Without Masuda, I got a shiny Tepig in Alpha Sapphire. I was just breeding the event hidden ability Emboar, though I don't remember my reasoning why. Maybe you just wanted to get a hidden ability Tepig? Kind of crazy. We got the Scyther in less than 60 eggs, and the egg count for the Rowlet's still going up, and I'm a little worried. The worst bit is that somebody traded me, like, I think in my other game, I was trading for different Pokemon, trying to get, like, the other 2 starters so I could finish my decks over in my other game, so I can get the Shiny Charm there. I have the Shiny Charm on Omega Ruby. I'll never restart that file. Yeah, that's the same for me, but also a bigger reason is that I actually have I caught a bunch of the event Pokemon that they gave out. They gave out almost every single, like, mythical, I believe. I unfortunately missed out on a couple, but I have a living dex in that game as well. Of all the Pokemon, so I have no reason to reset that game either. So that's why I have this Alpha Sapphire, which I got at some point before they went completely extinct and trying to find them out in the wild. Like nowadays, it's very hard to find any DS games, especially Pokemon ones. You gotta go like halfway across the world just to find one, and then it costs you an arm and leg just to get it. It'd be nice to revisit these old memories in a way that won't stress me out trying to hunt down all the scales to fix it. Yeah. I mean, if you're not worried about legality and you just want to play the games, there are emulators out there. But obviously, I can't really say much more on that topic. I have played with them just for randomizers and stuff like that. But it's been a while since I've done a randomizer. I did a randomizer a couple of months ago, but I've just been so busy with everything that's been coming out that I've just had no need to go back to a randomizer. I think the only recent one I did was literally the Majora's Mask one that I still have to finish. We're only like maybe halfway through that one. But I was planning to do it this week. Today, if I hadn't, if I had finished that Chesnaught event, I would have done it. It's on Amazon for about $50. But is it genuine? That's always the worrying part. Amazon's not really known for its genuine stuff at times. I mean, I've seen so many Pokemon cards on there which are just clearly fake, and you're just like, oof. Like, I understand Amazon is a place you can buy genuine stuff, but yeah. It's a little worrying. Nintendo Store, that could be another thing too. Yeah, I mean, if you're totally fine with it, I guess you could. I would say if you have, like, another game which you can, like, transfer the version exclusives over so you can get the shiny decks, it would be fun to do some, was it? Because it has two methods. You've got the Dex Nav. No, it's being sold by Nintendo Store. Oh, okay, right. Because you got the Dex Nav, but you also have mass outbreaks, which are also some people like using them as a way to like shiny hunt because you're running into 5 Pokemon instead of just 1. I recently saw a video of a guy who was doing that in Oras, where he was doing the sweet scent method in Shoal Cave and some other place, and he ended up running into 2 shiny Spheal in the same horde. And he was just freaking out because, I mean, the odds of that happening are so severely low. And he had it all caught on camera too. But obviously, I guess the heartbreak is that he couldn't catch both of them, but still, just the encounter itself is probably crazy. Why is the camera doing this again? Yeah, it's like the camera's like can't keep up with me. Too fast and furious. Does it have the thing where you can call other trainers for rematches and conversations? Yeah, I believe you can't call them again in Oras at least, but you literally, it will tell you on, I think you get it on like the Dex thing. If you go to a route, a little icon pops up on the little map there to let you know if any trainer wants to rebattle you, and you can literally just walk up and rematch them. I think they got rid of the call thing when they realized that people really didn't like the NPCs calling you, and they're like, stop calling me, I just want to continue with the adventure. Because, what is it, like, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or just Gold and Silver, and, I don't know about Ruby and Sapphire, but definitely Emerald. I think Emerald had it. Also, the whole calling system. People are like, please stop calling me, I just want to, like, do the adventure. Because I think in those games, it literally like halted your progress immediately every time someone called you, and you couldn't like ignore the call. I think at least in Heart Gold, Soul Silver, they changed it, that you can choose to answer the phone. But like Emerald and original Gold, Silver, and Crystal didn't. Slurpuff's and Orest as well. Yeah. Heart Gold is one of my favorite Pokemon games, but I lost my... Oh, dang. Rip. And Heart Gold and Soul Silver go for so much nowadays. They're super expensive. Then again, I could just say all Pokemon games are expensive. I think I went to Parramatta, which is almost like an hour away from where I live. Oh, sorry about the yawn there. And like, I found an old games shop, and they had some copies of like Pokemon and stuff like that, and I was like, yikes, the prices. Can your Pokemon follow you in ORAS? No, they cannot. That was... The following thing is literally highly exclusive to Heart Gold and Soul Silver. That's the only games that Pokemon follow you in. Diamond and Pearl had it, but it was only in like one location. But yeah, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the only games if you want Pokemon, regardless if they're regular or shiny, to follow you. We've not had another one of those games since. I mean, I guess this game, Pokemon can technically follow you. If you summon them out into battle, they can sort of follow you. With the Let's Go feature. And then I think Sword and Shield also have it only in the DLC. Yeah, BDSP does, but like, it's really badly implemented. Like, the Pokemon just can't keep up, and they just dip in and out, and they look really small, so it's very odd. It's a shame, yeah. I just remember, like, but then that might have been just me, because like, 2 of the Pokemon I had literally couldn't walk. I had a Wormadam that could only just slowly inch its way forward, and I had Cherim, which had literally no legs to speak of. Maybe the faster Pokemon can keep up with you, but like, slower Pokemon cannot at all. And they're all really small and tiny, so you can't really see them that well. Though there are people out there who are making size mods. The one benefit, I think, to Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl at the moment is that the engine it's made in is Unity. So the modding community is like massive because it's so easy, because Unity is such a universal like 3D rendering, like, or software, 3D software I guess I would call it. So like there's a person who's made like an entire Kirby mod where you play as Kirby, and you could use the plates like Arceus to change your, like, what form you are in and what attacks you use. Get rid of that bot. Whoop. One more. Let's see. Double. Of the ways to lose a shiny, finding multiple shinies in a circumstance where you can't keep them all is probably one of the least bad ways you can get it. At least you get to keep one. Yeah, pretty much. It's not... I think it was just the encounter of it all was just very wild. Several months ago, I bought a copy of Heart Gold at second hand. Cost me over $100 US. Yeah. I saw a copy of Black and White, or just Black, I think it was. And that bad boy would set you back 150 AUD. Man, I have so many potential Pokemon adventures in front of me. That's... Well, I guess the more the merrier. You can make a choice on what... It's kind of like I'm in a similar situation where I'm like, oh, I have so many games I can play, but I'm just like locked to like a certain group. Camera is having a hard time keeping up with me. What is this? Cinematic angle, apparently. Yeah, I was thinking about it, the sandwich is definitely worn out. Spent an hour hunting eggs. I think S and V will be a choice for now. Yeah, I would say definitely go in with no spoilers to the story. I want to play with people. But yeah, I would say that Scarlet and Violet's story was definitely a big highlight for me. And as much as the engine is a bit meh, I would say, like, in terms of if you are interested in shiny hunting, it's super easy to shiny hunt in this game, even without the shiny charm. But obviously the shiny charm makes it a lot easier. The second thing I would say is, if the graphics, like the textures of all the Pokemon, is really, really nice in this game. Are the glitches an exception? Well, luckily they've patched most of the really big glitches that are really dangerous. God, I remember back in the day when you ate the sandwich, your face would get stuck for... I can't believe it took them that long to fix that sort of glitch. I think lag is another big issue this game has, but it's because the game is dumb and it's rendering an entire ocean. If it didn't render an entire ocean, then I think the lag would be a lot better. But it's like, it's rendering an ocean the size of the Earth compared to Spain, of like Paldea. And I don't know, I have no idea why they're doing it. But yeah, most of the glitches are pretty like taken out of this game. But yeah, that's the only thing I would say is holding it back right now, is literally the lag and just occasional technical glitches. But the story is definitely a highlight. The music is amazing as ever. I mean, like, Toby Fox worked on a couple of tracks, and just the music that didn't work on, I guess, is still great as well. So, like, it's very dumb. Yeah, it is very dumb. I feel like it's I'm not sure if it's one of those cases of, like, maybe someone accidentally put one too many zeros into their number when they, made the ocean size, but yeah, it's I think someone went into the files to check and they were like, yeah, there's a giant moving ocean. Yeah, Toby Fox did work on some of the tracks in this game. From what I know, specifically, he worked on the final area of the game, and all the music in that area, and the Terror Raid battles. So what we were listening to earlier in the Terror Raids, that's all him. Which I think I mentioned in a different stream. I don't know if it was this stream or in, I think it was in the Alchemist stream I mentioned this. Toby Fox was asked to make the music for the Terror Raid battles, and they explained the mechanic to him. They're like, okay, so, like, you have a Pokemon, and it has a Terra form, which is like a giant crown-like thing that sits on their head. And Toby Fox, with this sort of interaction about how to make this music, drew a picture, a MS Paint picture of a Lucario, MS Paint levels of drawing skills, with a giant flower on its head, and he was like, I can make music with this, and then he makes music, and it's a banger, because of course, all he needed was an MS Paint drawing to give him the inspiration to draw. I mean, this is the man who made Undertale. I think he knows what he's doing. But yeah, Toby has actually got a bit of a link to Pokemon, the Game Freak company now. He's made a couple of songs for them. If you go back to Sword and Shield, the Battle Tower, the main theme for the Battle Tower was his. I think that was his first romp in Pokemon. And then, yeah, he came back for this game as well. I don't think he did anything for Legends. And he did songs for that Little Town game, if you guys remember that. It was highlighted that he was actually working on that game, but that game just, I don't know what happened with it. It just vanished. He's an incredible composer. Yeah, absolutely. Just the way he writes music is just so fun. And Penny's theme is one of my favorites. Yeah, Penny's theme's great in this game. It's really hard though, because the final battle music is like just slightly, for me, I think it's just above Penny's theme for me. Like everything like related to like the last area of the game is just probably my favorite. I was blown away when I first heard the music there. I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, that's something you can always count on the Pokemon team doing right, is music. So yeah, I would say highlights for getting Sword and Shield, not Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet. 1, really good music. 2, really cool textures on the Pokemon, so the Pokemon look nice, and they are more to the scaled sizes, so like big Pokemon are big and small Pokemon are small. Shiny hunting is easier than ever. Terrestrializing, like, that whole thing makes for interesting, like, sort of, like, competitive. Like, some Pokemon actually have become a bit more viable because of terrestrializing. The story is great. I enjoyed the story very much. There are some weak points to the story. I will not, like, sugarcoat that at least. And... oh, this is the easiest game to breed for eggs and competitive. Like, if you want to get into competitive, this is the easiest game to do so. Because there's no battle tower, so mints are not locked to battle points. You can just buy mints in a shop. Which is, like, insane. And bottle caps can also be bought in shops too, which is another big thing too. Bottle caps are also locked to, like, battle tower rewards. So, being able to get bottle caps to hyper train Pokemon, which I realized I didn't even hyper train the Appleton that we used for that Chesnaught fight. I just totally forgot to, but we were okay with that. I know nothing of this area and only the final boss itself, but not the nature. Some of the side quest points. Yeah. Well, I won't spoil any of those because I think it's definitely best to get... like, that final area is definitely best to be done completely spoiler-free. So yeah, if you are considering getting the game, probably don't watch my playthrough of it until you're done, I guess, because there are a little bit of spoilers once you get to the end part of the game. But yeah, I think that's pretty much the only things like big things I can think of like that are good. What's not good about this game? Because I should give negative points as well. I can't just sing its praises. One, lag can be pretty unbearable at times. Terror rate definitely shows the biggest points of, like, of where the lag hits the hardest. We had issues of, like, the game crashing for a little while, but it seems to be a lot more stable now in this current version. I would say TMs are now reverted back to one use only, and you have to go collect materials to make different TMs. And if you're not certain where those Pokemon are, it can get really difficult to find them. I don't know if they fixed up the glitch that's with the Horde Pokemon. Like, occasionally in this game, there'll be groups of Pokemon that just horde in one area. They're also really great for shiny hunting for a specific Pokemon, but there's a weird glitch that seems to be that for Pokemon that have multiple forms, even if on the map, it shows one form. Like, I'll use an example. You can catch Florges over in one area of the game, and I think when we were changing the date, there was a Florges outbreak, as it's called, and it was for the yellow form Florges. But I'm not sure if it's still here. It might not be here anymore. Let's take a look. Yeah, it was over here somewhere. For yellow Florges. If you go there, for some reason, that entire outbreak will only be the default Florges, so they will be red, even if on the map it says they're yellow. This applies also to Tatsugiri and stuff like that. Map is massive. Yeah, the map in this game is huge. There are some points where I'm a little annoyed by their map making, because I've seen, like, pieces of the geometry sticking through pavement, and I'm like, ah, how could you make such a rookie mistake? Let's see what else. What other downsides can I think of this game off the top of my head? Because the way the gym... they make it seem like you can go to any gym, any Titan, or any of the Team Star things. That you should go to them in whatever order you want to, but it turns out they're all set levels, so it kind of forces you to go back and forth. Which can be a little frustrating when you have no idea what you're supposed to be doing. For me, what I did was I didn't want to do any of the gym challenges stuff, but I had to go back and do it. And I ended up being super over-leveled for some and then just completely under-leveled for something else. Because I just wasn't aware of the order, so that can be a little frustrating. But I went and did the Titan quest first, and if you want the best mobility, doing the Titan's quest stuff first is probably the best, because the Titan stuff's all related to Miraidon, and helping Miraidon get better, and Koraidon if you're using Koraidon. I'm willing to believe that stuff will be fixed. Yeah, there are some stuff that could easily be fixed, but they just haven't gotten around to it. Thankfully, they fixed most of the big bug glitching things, because that was a big problem, was that the bugs in the beginning of the game. Models glitching out, models not working properly, clipping through the map. I think you can still clip out of the map if you, like, really try hard, but most of the time you won't. So thank goodness for that. Oh, yeah, now I know what a thing is. The champion battle in this game is incredibly underwhelming. Like, it's... When you look at their team for the champion, you're just like, why did you pick this order? Like, it could have been strong, but because of the way they bring the Pokemon out, the team just falls apart instantly. I don't even think I struggled too hard with that team as well. I think it was like the first Pokemon I struggled a little bit with, and then I just swept the rest of the team. Have big shoes to fill after Leon. Yeah, have you heard about the unbeatable champion Leon? Because his brother won't be quiet about him. But yeah, the thing is that I liked Lee. Because he's a bit more of a compelling character. Like, this champion is okay, but like, she became very disappointing. It was funny because a lot of people were excited for her. They're like, oh, she's gonna be amazing, sort of thing. And then she just came out, and now everyone's saying she's like the worst champion we've had in a while. Like, a lot of people are like, yep, this is the worst one. And I'm like, that's a big statement considering Diantha is a thing. Diantha's team was not great either, if anybody remembers X and Y. For me, X and Y now sits lower on my tier list of what my favorite games were. I did enjoy my first playthrough of it, but after doing a rerun of X and Y, I was like, huh? Wait, what? A lot of the time I was just like, why are we doing this? This is so unnecessary. That was pretty much the basis of that entire game. I was like, why am I doing this? This seems to be a waste of time. Like, why is there so many rivals when, like, two of them literally drop off the face of the earth at some point? Like, I think you only battle them at the halfway mark, and then you never battle them again, like, ever. And then Shauna is just there, but they make it seem like she's important, but she's really not. I think I had a similar thing of, like, you could take... I think that was the same thing I said about Marnie, where I said you could take these characters out of the story, and it wouldn't impact the story too much. You could probably just rewrite over a different thing. How is the fashion? Oh, the customization? That's another big negative. I think it's at least improved since I last looked. I think the DLC will also be unlocking more clothing. I haven't been keeping up with that for a little while. But yeah, base game of Scarlet and Violet, you only have 4 outfits, which are the school outfits. You can only change your cap, gloves, shoes, socks, and backpack. Your main outfit basically stays the same. So after coming back from Sword and Shield, yeah, customization in that area, awful. Skin color, facial, and hair, actually good. That part's good. Nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of eye options. They've got eyelashes, under eyelashes, makeup, freckles. That's all good. Definitely good in that section. It's just the clothing outfits is a bit bare bones still. But I saw someone, I think the Zenitsu, when he joined in, he had the Fue Coco hat, so I think maybe there's more outfits to choose from now, but I haven't played this game like religiously for a while, so I'm not entirely sure. Wow, we're almost at 5. We're almost there, guys. Sword and Shield, X and Y had drips of the S. I guess Sun and Moon did have outfits. I don't know, I wasn't a big fan of a lot of Sun and Moon stuff. I think I stuck with one outfit and, like, left it at that for, like, the rest of the game. But I'm pretty picky like that. If I like something, I'll just wear it for the rest of the game. But yeah, I would say Sword and Shield definitely was a huge step in the right direction for customization. So it is a little sad that, I guess, our customization in this game is a bit lacking. But, I mean, we have seen in the DLC that we're getting 2 new uniforms for each of the DLC. So thank goodness for that. And I do know there's a thing... Here's an interesting thing. There's a tournament that's going on. I think they have tournaments occasionally for the competitive side of Scarlet and Violet. And if you ranked a certain rank in that thing, you would get codes for like backpacks. Like there was a Pokeball, a Great Ball, and an Ultra Ball backpack. I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's a thing. Did not realize how rare this was. I didn't get any of them because I didn't really do any of the tournament stuff, but people are willing to trade legendaries to get these backpacks. I'm not joking. They're like asking them for these backpacks on the home Reddit. It's like the Lechonk code, which I have 2 of them still. I should use one soon because I think the deadline's getting close. I think it's in July. I was hoping to use a Lechonk code to get myself, like, maybe a Pokemon. Yeah, so Lechonk is the pig Pokemon in this game, and they released a actual physical code copy where you can get a piece of paper at one of your game stores, which would give you a flying Lechonk, which I think is supposed to be a little joke at the pigs might fly saying, but the reason this Lechonk is really highly sought out is because this Lechonk comes in a Cherish Ball, which makes it incredibly unique. So people were like farming at various game shops to get as many of these codes as possible. And then like asking for trades of these codes. But that's pretty much it. It's literally just a level 5 Lechonk that flies. And it's in a Cherish Ball, but like... As you know, Cherish Balls are pretty like... locked to events only, so... Very, very rare. It's cute. Yeah, it is cute, but like... It's kind of crazy that there are people out there who are like... actively searching for these, or like trading these codes. And it's just a pig that can fly. But that's just how some people are. Some people are like... There are way more dedicated collectors out there. There's people who are doing shiny dexes, some people who are doing like Pokemon Go only shiny dexes, which is like nuts to me. Or like they're just going for shiny decks of every single Pokemon in the game. That's possible. Some people want to get every single event Pokemon. I know there's a in the mobile phone version, apparently it keeps track of every Pokemon's abilities, moves, and forms. So there are people trying to complete those forms as well, which you think, oh yeah, that's pretty easy, but then you realize that, oh, there's actually some really tough abilities to find, like Battle Bond Greninja, which was only released during Sun and Moon. If you wanted to complete that, you'd need to have a Battle Bond Greninja in your part, or in your home, like, storage to count that. Or maybe, like, Pokemons that have got Celebrate, or Hold Hands, like the event-exclusive moves that nobody keeps, really. Like, those actually count as well, or, like, Legendaries having certain moves that they can only learn at a certain level. So, like, there's some really dedicated people out there. I don't know if I'll go for those type of things. I probably want to... I believe they have a game Pokedex as well. Like, it tracks what Pokemon... Like, what games the Pokemon come from. And completes... if those Pokemon have been put into home, it completes a separate Pokedex on there. Which I have almost finished for Scarlet and Violet to get the little crown symbol. The only things I'm literally missing are Breloom, because I forgot to put it in my into the box because it was in my party at the time. And then Koraidon, which I legitimately just don't have a Koraidon yet. I think after Legends Arceus, I intend to come back to Scarlet and Violet, or just Violet, and do a speedrun version through the game. And try to get all the way back to Miraidon. I might also catch the other 4 legendaries that are in this game and see if anyone's interested in for tradings. Because I still got to get those mythicals somehow. Give me one moment and I'll quickly read chat. Just gotta... I've got a max stat special edition Blitzolid Pokemon Go and evolved my Slurpuff and Bayonet. I am satisfied. And a shiny Gulpin and Coughing. Nice. I don't think I've really searched for any poison types in this game. I mean, Gulpin is in this game, and Swallow and Gulpin have pretty nice shiny. I can see that you're a lover of poison types, though. That's for sure. I'm more of a grass type person. I like grass types the most. But I haven't done any other shiny hunting recently in this game. I really should get back to this game and like just grind up the Herba Mystica, because eventually, I guess, the DLC will bring in more Pokemon, so it'd probably be best to get Herba Mystica so that when I find a Pokemon that's comes to this game, I can at least shiny hunt them. I was given the type Poison Fairy by a friend. Oh yeah. I think that's literally Galarian Wheezing, isn't it? Herba Mystica. Okay, so Herba Mystica is an exclusive sort of sandwich item you get in this game. You can get them in 5-star or 6-star raids in this game, but Herba Mystica actually has a very important plot point to one of the stories. It's for the Titan story path, where Arven wants to collect these Herba Mystica, and that's what you got to do for that storyline. But in terms of like gameplay-wise, Herba Mystica, if you put them in your sandwiches with certain ingredients, you can get like shining effect. Thinking it was a handbook of Pokemon plants. No. It's an actual herb in the game. I think I have one. I can show it to you. Where is it? Yeah. These are Herba Mystica. So you put them in your sandwiches and they actually increase your shiny odds, giving you the shiny effect. I think I have done them in a couple of the raid videos I've done that are not related to the story. So that storyline is actually one I know the ending, which I'm happy with, because I don't know if I could take it emotionally. Yeah, it is certainly an end. It's definitely a big reason that I think a good portion of people who took that storyline immediately decided to complete it, is that one. And I don't blame them. But yeah. The Herba Mystica is very sought out because you can use it to make shiny sandwiches. And with the right ingredients, you can target certain Pokemon by using encounter level. So you get encounter level 3, let's say fire, for example. And then you get tidal power, which tidal power gives you a higher % chance of finding marks in Pokemon, which are like... And then you get shining power level 3, which just rapidly increases your shiny odds. It's a big reason why a lot of people don't even do Masuda method anymore. It's just easier to go catch the Pokemon in the wild with a sandwich, and a more interesting hunt. And you can get multiple shinies too. I've used one sandwich and caught 5 shiny Pokemon in the one sandwich. And a sandwich lasts 30 minutes. As compared to now where we're almost like, what, an hour and a half of hatching eggs here, and we still have not got one shiny. So you can see the big reason why a lot of people are very excited for sandwich hunting as opposed to this sort of hunting. And also, I guess a big thing is that you can't get marks on eggs. You can only find them in the wild, which makes marked shinies much more rarer. Big knot on my watch energy, yeah. Kinda know the Team Star ending a bit too. It's a good one too. I know a lot of people, a couple of people don't really like the Team Star storyline. They were just like, yeah, it's there. I think I just enjoyed it quite a bit because I could relate to it. That might have been a reason. And then there's the gym run. Which, I mean, gym run is the gym run. That was the storyline I did the last because, I mean, every single game has you go through the gyms, you know? So, like, why not try something new? So I was more attracted to do the other storylines. You have to do all 3 of them to complete the game regardless, but, like, yeah. I was just like, why would I want to go and get gym badges when I can be going to get, like, beat Team Star or, like, do the whole thing about the Titans. I have a soft spot for school punk delinquent archetypes, so I love Team Star. Yeah, that was another thing. A lot of people were like, oh no, another Team Yell. I think that was the biggest thing that people were worried about Team Star, was they're like, oh no, it's another Team Yell situation. But I think a lot of people were very pleasantly surprised to say that Team Star was a very good addition to the team antagonist teams. Because I think even I was, as I was playing Sword and Shield, I was like, yeah, Team Yell's presence is, like, not really needed. It's like, they do nothing for the story, like, at all. And the one time they're supposedly helping out with the story is in the part that is, like, the most unnecessary part of the game. So yeah. Team Yell is definitely the weakest team. They have no story relevance, no story like, they don't, like, their theme is okay, but, like, I mean, as well on that one. Marnie is kind of forgettable to me. I think somebody got angry at me for saying that. Like, when I was at Crescent's party, I was talking about Sword and Shield's rivals, and the guy was talking about how Hop is just... I think he was implying that Hop is really annoying and too over-enthusiastic. Which, I mean, he is rather over-enthusiastic at the beginning of the game, but he gets punched down, like, severely hard. And I did enjoy Hop's character arc of him, like, you know, doing something different. Like, he doesn't have to step in the exact same footprints as his older brother. And you as well. You and me fight now. I'm not going to change my mind on that. Because the thing is that she's just so overshadowed and so boring compared to the other two. You got Hop, who goes from, like, over-energetic rival to, like, incredibly doubtful of his own strengths and such. To, like... Oh, Nimona, yeah. I don't mind Nimona too. Honestly, I think Nimona is a lot like, I can relate to a little bits of Nimona. Like, if anyone were to tell me a topic that I'm, like, super interested in, I could blab about that topic for, like, hours on end, to the discretion of whoever's unfortunate enough to land on the other side of me talking about it. But, yeah. Oopsie, I didn't mean to do that. This button, please. I'm just trying to move all the eggs over so that I can grab them all at once. Bede? Bede? I don't know. I still don't know how to pronounce his name properly. I think it's Bede because of the way they pronounce it in the song, but yeah. Him goes from an arrogant, like, sort of twisted sort of mindset to being being forcibly adopted by Opal. Opal is a great character too, I like Opal. And then going from a character arc of just understanding that, hey, I can become my own thing, sure. And then he actually, you know, grows a little bit of a heart, because, man. And then there's Marnie. Marnie doesn't really grow from the story at all. Her goal is very simple at the beginning. She wants to become a champion. And obviously she can't because you exist as the protagonist, but, like, that's it. That's her entire arc. I want to become a champion. Oh no, I wasn't able to become a champion. I'm a gym leader now. It's just, you know, that's it. She doesn't even show up in the post-game. Bede shows up in the post-game. Marnie doesn't even show up in the post-game. Her brother Pierce shows up in the post-game, and he's much more of a character than she is. But yeah, unfortunately, I mean, her design is nice. I don't mind her design. It's just, as a character, she's just so boring. But, like, I will give props to Marnie. She's at least more memorable than, like, Tyranno and, like, what's his name? The orange hair rival. I legit can't remember his name. Literally, all the rivals from X and Y. Marnie is at least a little bit more rememberable than them. Steven is incredible, too. Are you talking about, like, the champion Steven? From, like, Gen 3? Because at least, if you do get Oras, Steven has more presence in that game. I think in the original Ruby and Sapphire, you meet him, like, what, once or twice? And then the champion battle. So his presence is a bit lessened. But Oras does give him a bit more, like, presence and stuff like that, which is nice. N is really good. I haven't even played Black and White. Yes, I do like N as a character too. He's a very interesting one too. I do like this it's a very not so like, I think it's like a fan theory that people came up with where N was a Zorok all along sort of thing. Part of me wishes that was the storyline. That would have been interesting, but like, regardless, N is a very interesting character as well. I think Black and White definitely was a big game in story. There was a really big emphasis on story. Like, I mean, Bianca? Sure, she's not, like, the strongest rival or anything like that. Sharon's okay as well, but, like, Bianca's story of just, like, having to deal with the fact her dad is just so worried for her and he's not ready to let her go, but she really wants to go out there and, you know, make herself known, like, make an impact in the world. And she becomes, like, a professor's aide, like, in the second game, too. And Sharon becomes like a gym leader, so like both of them are super great characters. Worst dad award, yeah. Speaking of antagonists, Getsis is a pretty awful piece of shit. We're not gonna deny that part. But like, that's another big flaw I will have to add to the Sword and Shield debacle, because Rose as an antagonist in Sword and Shield just doesn't make impact at all, and he really could. Like, his whole shtick of, like, the energy crisis thing, if it was handled better, and he had more presence in the story, I think he would have been a really good antagonist. He falls into that category, like, there's a lot of characters out there in video games and animes where he is, like, falls into the category of cool premise, cool story, cool character, held back by the plot. Like, if he wasn't held back by the plot, I think he really could have been something special, but he was completely held up by the plot. Getsis is the biggest threat we've seen. He definitely, I don't know if he's the biggest, he's definitely pretty awful. Like, I think a big thing is because N succeeded with his part of the plan, but I don't know if, like, he's most deranged and he's an awful father. I'm not gonna lie about that, but I'm trying to think, like, which antagonist probably had the biggest presence of, like, just, like, threat. Lysander is also another, falls into the category of held back by the plot as well. Because, I mean, Lysander could have been super threatening. If only his plan made more sense. Because, like, he goes down the genocide route as well. Cyrus, if his plan succeeded, is incredibly messed up. His plan was only in his head, pretty much with Lysander, I think, yeah. I think pretty much with Lysander, I'm not sure if he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna let me and my team live. Like, I don't know if that really is a solid plan, my guy. But, like, definitely Cyrus is a huge threat. Lysandra, I think. It's not his name, but yeah. Lysander was definitely, like, crazy. But, like, I think the plot was a bit not fleshed out enough, I don't think. It could have been easily more fleshed out, and he could have been more of a threat. Team Flare is another team that sort of is on the lower end of the scale of bad guys. Maxi and Archie from Gen 3, like Team Aqua and Team Magma, they're very interesting antagonists because they're the only antagonists, I think, where they succeed in their plans and immediately go, oh no, I've made a great mistake. Like, they even apologize when I've been replaying, I don't know how well they were fleshed out in Gen 3, the original, but in Oras at least, they're a lot better fleshed out, those two teams. And, like, they realize that they've messed up big time, and they're willing to help you, like, fix the situation. Which is a first for, like, Pokemon antagonists. Lusamine. I think you spelled her Lusamine correct, just not a W at the end, but yeah. Lusamine is psychotic. But, I mean, she's clearly on the verge of a breakdown, honestly, that woman. But they went dark for Lusamine. There was a typo, yeah, I figured. But yeah, Lusamine was really dark. Like, the fact that they changed her character in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon shows that they were like, oops, maybe we should take a step back. But Lusamine's a weird character as well because she sits in the part of, there are 3 different versions of her. So like Sun and Moon, the original Sun and Moon, she's a psychotic woman. She's completely lost it. She doesn't care about her children. She only cares about, like, finding the perfect Pokemon and sealing beauty because she's scared of losing things. So yeah, she's awful person in that one. Ultra Sun and Moon, she is crazy. She's not completely psychotic in that one, but she's trying to do something good by doing it the wrong way. Like, she wants to stop the whole Necrozma thing, but like, she's doing it by the absolute worst possible way of doing it. And she doesn't even really succeed. But at least in that one, she doesn't, like, suffer the consequences as hard as in Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon, she was like, I'm pretty sure she was on the borderline of death in Sun and Moon, which is kind of creepy and, like, crazy that they went into that sort of area. And then you've got anime Lusamine, like from the Sun and Moon anime. And she's just an overbearing mom in that one. I don't want to eat another sandwich because we don't have enough eggs. I'll quickly just grab an ice cream to get the egg power. But like, in the anime, she's just an overbearing mother. Like, super overbearing to the point where Lily just doesn't want to interact with her because she's just so embarrassing, so overbearing. But yeah, it's really crazy, like, there's so many different versions of, like, you know, of Lusamine. Gotta respect Giovanni for already succeeding, essentially. Yeah, because, I mean, what is it that he gets the whole Mewtwo thing? But Giovanni also has another special, like, he gets another point in the succeeding thing, because he also, like, formed Rainbow Rocket in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, which is funny because I have Ultra Moon and I never finished the Rainbow Rocket storyline. I just forgot about it. I think I was growing bored of Ultra Sun and Moon at that point, so I just never did the Rocket storyline. So I just did it recently because I needed to trade over, like, Koopa to get the Unbound form. So I went back and did the Rocket line thing. And I was just like, oh yeah, if you think about it, Giovanni succeeds in that one. He's the big boss of that particular storyline. And he manages to find versions of all these bosses who actually succeeded in, like, doing the thing that the protagonist was trying to stop them from doing. Which, I mean, that's kind of crazy to think that there's, like, out there, there is multiple universes, and some of those universes, the, like, antagonists succeed, but, like, yeah, Giovanni's the one who, like, figures out, like, a way to get all these bad guys together and take over the Ether Foundation. So yeah, and by the time you get there, he's already done that. Like, so he's got extra brownie points on that. And the fact he's got a Mega Mewtwo as well, that fight was hard. my team was not ready for a Mega Mewtwo from what the old team I had in that game was. Sun and Moon's just legit chases Guzma off because he's like, yo, this lady's crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he says that when he's like trapped in the ultra space area. He's just like, y'all stupid being here. And then they're like, bro, where are you with Lusamine? And he's like, she's just chilling in the back doing who knows what. Alright, the last lot of eggs. We're finally there. No shinies, but gotta hatch these last 5 eggs. We did get the Scyther, but yeah. I guess we'll have to continue the Rowlet hatching another time. But we'll see. Who knows? Maybe we'll get this in the last 5 eggs. But yeah, it's weird. She has like the weirdest inconsistency because like I think in the other like in the anime for most of the Pokemon games, a lot of the bad guys are like portrayed very similar to their counterparts in the games. Yeah, Lusamine just has a totally different personality in Sun and Moon. They make her just seem like, yeah, she's overbearing, but I guess it's like the result of her losing her husband. And it's more that assistant Faber who's a jerk. And it's because of him that nearly caused her to have a traumatic episode with Lily. Like, I mean, Lily is traumatized in the anime, like, she's like traumatized of touching Pokemon. She's afraid of like that. She's got a repressed memory of being almost kidnapped by a Pokemon or an Ultra Beast. And because of that, she's scared of like her brother's like type null. Like that jerk. And he did it twice too, and then got Lusamine in trouble. Like, Baba is not a great character. And they tried to play it off like that dude should have got a bigger punishment. Honestly. They treat him as a joke, really. Like, honestly, the stuff he does in the games as well as in the anime, that man really deserves a bigger punishment for the stuff he's put that family through. They should just kick him off the side of the Ether Foundation into the ocean, honestly, with the way he behaves. Lily deserves so many hugs. Yeah, that family just deserves so much. They didn't deserve the nonsense that their family got put through. At least with the anime, at least in Journeys, they gave Lily and her family a happy ending. But yeah. Just therapy, yeah. You could say that about a lot of characters in animes and like games. You're like, you should try therapy. It's cool. Alrighty. I think that's the last egg. Unfortunately, no shiny Rowlets. But I have to also double check that I've got all the numbers. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Yeah, so I'm way off. There we go. Alrighty, and just casually Palkia. Which I'll have to trade Mew and Palkia over into home, I guess. This is from the Sinnoh region. I assume it's from the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. And you are... Yeah, I think that's also Shining. Seems to have traveled across space and time to join me from the Sinnoh region. Oh, this one might be from... Oh no, it has to be like that. That means that's a really old Palkia. Anyways, that's beside the point. I assume the Alchemist is still streaming. Let's see if I can send you guys over as a raid over to them. Yeah, I can. Because I believe they're streaming Sonic at the moment, like Sonic Adventures. So they're probably just having a decently chill stream. So yeah, I guess that's where we'll be, like, leaving off, I guess. I don't know when I'll come back to this game. Maybe when the next raid comes in, or when we have to do this for the home decks. But yeah, I guess until tomorrow, technically, we'll be continuing on with our Sword and Shield run of the Crown Tundra. So I hope to see all you guys there. It was so much fun. I love talking. Thank you so much for talking as well. It does help fill out some of the silence sometimes. And I enjoyed our conversation for sure. But yeah, I shall send you over to Cress and then you can do some more talking. Yeah, I guess until next time, which is hopefully tomorrow, at least for this streaming. We'll see you then, so take care everybody.